Chapter 1 System Awakening. Yi Kai, if you don't finish today's report, don't even think about leaving. Get off work. Su Ruwaching roared and slammed the door. Depend on. Yi Kai muttered in his heart with a hint of dissatisfaction. Yi Kai, who graduated from university 1 year ago, works in a company in Yangchang and is now just a small intern. And Su Ruwaching is Yi Kai's immediate superior, the deputy director of business. This woman is about the same age as Yi Kai, and is a top beauty. Both her figure and appearance are amazing. But Yi Kai scratched his head in pain. Ever since this woman entered the company, she has been making things difficult for Yi Kai. Is it because I'm handsome and so popular with girls? Yi Kai thought helplessly. In fact, Yi Kai always had a strange feeling towards Su Ruwaching, as if the two of them had a connection in their previous life, but Yi Kai couldn't remember where they had met before. Never mind, let's finish the work first. Burning the midnight oil. 2 hours later, Yi Kai finally finished the report at hand. It was already pitch dark outside. I can finally go home. A day's hard work made Yi Kai a little tired. He forced himself to stay awake, picked up his bag and rushed out of the office. Ah! At this moment, a cry was heard in my ears. A woman fell at the end of the corridor, covering her ankle with her hand. The high-heeled shoe in her hand had broken into 2 pieces. Su Ruwaching. Seeing that the person who fell was Su Ruwaching, who usually made things difficult for him, Yi Kai felt secretly happy. But Su Ruwaching had already discovered Yi Kai. She said angrily, "Help me up." Well, Yi Kai had no choice but to run to Su Ruwaching and reached out to help her up. Su Ruwaching's left foot was already red and swollen, and she was unsteady on her feet and even fell towards Yi Kai. Rogue. Su Ruwaching's face turned red and he struggled a little, but he could no longer stand alone and could only half lean in Yi Kai's arms. "Are you okay?" Yi Kai said stutteringly. "I can't drive anymore, take me back, it's too late now." Su Ruwaching seemed very anxious. Yi Kai took Su Ruwaching's key. Although Su Ruwaching always makes things difficult for him, Yi Kai's goal of becoming a regular employee still depends on Su Ruwaching. I went to the underground garage and found Su Ruwaching's car. It was just a car worth about 100,000 yuan. The 2 people got into the car, and Su Ruwaching leaned weakly on the back of the chair. Go to Yulong Garden. Yi Kai immediately started the car and headed towards Yulong Garden. Half an hour later they arrived at Yulong Garden, where Su Ruwaching lived in a small apartment. After helping Su Ruwaching upstairs, the door of the apartment was suddenly opened. A woman with a gloomy face walked out. "Why did you come back just now? Next time, you'll have to pay extra." The woman said this and went downstairs angrily. Yi Kai didn't know what was going on, but what surprised him was that Su Ruwaching, who was always aloof in the company, didn't seem angry at all. Just then, the sound of a baby crying was heard in the house. "Mother!" The intermittent sound made Su Ruwaching perk up. She jumped into the house on one leg. Yi Kai was still holding Su Ruwaching's bag in his hand, with an embarrassed expression. He followed him into the house. This is a small apartment, but it is very clean. The most special thing is that the house is filled with baby toys. Looking towards the half-open bedroom door, Yi Kai saw 2 cradles with 2 babies lying on them. The 2 babies, about 1 year old, are probably twins. When they saw Su Ruwaching come in, the 2 babies cried even louder. Su Ruwaching immediately picked up the baby and reached out to unbutton her coat. Well. Seeing this scene, Yi Kai turned around immediately. But at this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. Some images flashed in Yi Kai's mind. 2 years ago, at the night hotel. Suddenly, a voice came from my mind. Congratulations to the host for awakening the God-level nanny system. It was a very calm voice, as if it was made completely mechanically, but Yi Kai was stunned on the spot. God-level babysitting system? What the hell? The system's voice came immediately. This system is manufactured by Future Technology and is specifically designed to serve nannies. The host is fortunate to be selected by the future world to become the designated user of the God-level nanny system. The system said word by word. Wait, you mean, these 2 children are mine? Yi Kai was extremely shocked. When he saw the 2 children, the dusty memories in his mind finally came to his mind. It was a night 2 years ago. He was still in college and broke up with his ex-girlfriend. He went to the night bar to get drunk in anger. That night, Yi Kai met a woman who was also drunk. Then, after a systematic and rigorous test, the DNA match rate between the two children and you is 98%, which means they are both your children, a pair of twins. Depend on. Hearing this, Yi Kai was stunned for a moment, he even felt like he had entered a fantasy. Just then, the baby's crying was heard. What's wrong? Yi Kai woke up and turned around to ask. Now that he knew that the two babies were his children, Yi Kai naturally had complicated emotions. At this time, Su Ruwatching had already put on her shirt, with a look of worry on her face. The child won't drink milk, he looks hungry. Su Ruwatching seemed at a loss. Yi Kai was about to say something when the system's voice came again. Dear host, I remind you in a friendly way that although both children are your flesh and blood, you now have two choices. First, keep silent and you will get a school district house in Yangcheng. Second, help Su Ruwatching solve the baby's hunger problem and get the top chef system. The system's voice remained emotionless. Of course, second. Yi Kai said without hesitation. Although he didn't know how this system came about, solving the baby's food problem was the top priority now. Suddenly, Yi Kai's mind was filled with power, as if countless knowledge had filled his mind. Yi Kai instantly mastered the essence of the kitchen god system. Don't worry, I'll cook for the children. Yi Kai said, rolling up his sleeves. You? Su Ruwatching held the two treasures and said in disbelief. The two babies have very picky appetites, and today, because she came back late, Mrs. Lin, who had been cooking, left early, which made Su Ruwatching a little overwhelmed. Just when she was at a loss, Yi Kai took the initiative to volunteer. Su Ruwatching really didn't believe that Yi Kai could do it. But Yi Kai had already rushed to the kitchen and started working. There are some dishes in Su Ruwatching's kitchen. Although they are not very exquisite, they are good enough for a top chef. Yi Kai washed the vegetables and began to show off his cooking skills. He flew up and down and began to cook the dishes. The various recipes in his mind allowed Yi Kai to cook at lightning speed. Chapter 2 Money Making Plan. After 10 minutes, a mellow aroma came. Su Ruwatching felt very strange. At this moment, the two babies in Su Ruwatching's arms were already screaming with excitement. The two babies had stopped crying long ago. They stretched out their hands and reached forward, as if they were very interested in the dishes made by Yi Kai. Yi Kai smiled. It seems that the god of cooking system is indeed very powerful, which makes Yi Kai quite satisfied. Yi Kai did not have such cooking skills before. The two babies quickly put on their aprons and started eating. Su Ruwatching fed the two babies. Both babies had excited expressions on their faces. They were no longer as hungry as before. The meal was finished quickly and the two babies fell asleep contentedly. Looking at the two sleeping babies, Su Ruwatching showed happiness on her face, but Yi Kai felt a little hesitant. Are they my children? Yi Kai finally mustered up the courage to say. Ah! Hearing these words, Su Ruwatching felt as if she had been struck by lightning. A look of astonishment appeared on her face, as if she couldn't believe that Yi Kai would ask this question. You? Actually, I still remember what happened 2 years ago. Yi Kai said. His expression was very complicated, however, he had to ask this question. Su Ruwatching remained silent, with a rather bitter expression. Yi Kai's expression was cold. It seems to be true. Why didn't you come to me for such a big thing? Although Su Ruwatching is the director of the company, her salary is not very high, and it is not easy to support two children. Faced with Yi Kai's question, Su Ruwatching's expression was bitter. What's the use of telling you? You're just a small intern. How can you afford to support these two children? Now that you know, what can you do? Su Ruwatching had a complicated expression. But Yi Kai smiled when he looked at the two children. Don't worry, I will take responsibility. Su Ruwatching shook her head. What are you going to do? My monthly salary is 7,000 yuan, which is barely enough to pay for the child's expenses, and you? Su Ruwatching paused. You are just an intern now, with a monthly salary of only 3,000 yuan, which is barely enough to support yourself. How can you possibly help me raise my child? After hearing these words, Yi Kai was speechless for a moment. It can be seen that Su Ruwatching doesn't believe Yi Kai at all. Yi Kai clenched his fists. That's right, he really didn't have much money. As an intern in the company, his monthly salary was only 3,000 yuan. And you may not get the money. But Yi Kai was unwilling to give up his baby. As a father, I will never give up, Yi Kai said seriously. A one-night stand 2 years ago had led to the current situation. Yi Kai had to shoulder his responsibilities as a man no matter what. Hearing his words, Su Ruoqing seemed to be a little moved, but in an instant Su Ruoqing changed her state. She pulled a list out of the package. If you want to prove it, then buy everything on this list. These are all must-haves for children. Yi Kai took the list in a daze and looked into it. When he saw the items listed on the list, he was also surprised. A total of 30,000 yuan. Yi Kai took a breath of cold air. These are daily necessities for 2 babies, including diapers and some auxiliary toys, plus milk powder and the like. Well, all my salary is used to raise the baby, and I also have to hire a confinement nanny, so the baby will soon run out of food. Since you have proved that you can raise a baby, just buy these things back, Su Ruoqing said in a soft voice. She had no hope at all for Yi Kai. Depend on. Looking at the list, Yi Kai showed a helpless expression. A penny can make a hero fall, and the same is true for him. Without money, nothing can be done. The baby's daily necessities require so much money, but now Yi Kai has less than 1,000 yuan in his bank card. But as a man, how could he retreat when faced with difficulties? Yi Kai would never do that. He clenched his fists. Wait for me. Yi Kai took the list and rushed out the door. Looking at Yi Kai's leaving back, Su Ruoqing fell into confusion. Su Ruoqing suddenly appeared in her life, causing a ripple in Su Ruoqing's originally peaceful life. Su Ruoqing looked at the 2 sleeping babies and didn't know what to say. Yi Kai had already rushed out of the apartment. He was full of resentment, resenting his own incompetence. Suddenly, the system's voice came into my mind. Congratulations to the host for receiving the temporary mission to buy items for the baby. The host now has 2 choices. One is to get a set of ordinary baby products directly issued by this system. The other choice is to accept the challenge. The reward for successfully completing the challenge is a set of top-notch baby products. Please make your choice. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Kai chose Group 2 without hesitation. Yi Kai certainly would not use defective products for his baby. Seeing that Yi Kai had made his choice, the system immediately issued the task. The mission location is Baocheng Building, a top baby products store. Participate in the event held by the baby store and win the championship. The system randomly grants the protagonist special skills, unlimited agility, and the usage time is 1 hour. The voice of the system came slowly, which made Yi Kai feel moved. Infinite agility. This does sound like a very scary stunt, but Yi Kai certainly didn't know whether this stunt would work. He just thought it was a bit strange. Yi Kai decided to find out. At this time, the sound of countdown came from his mind. It seemed that the system had started countdown. Yi Kai knew that he could no longer hesitate. If you hesitate any longer, you will miss the time. Yi Kai immediately ran forward as fast as he could. Soon he arrived at Baocheng Department Store, a very famous department store in the entire city. This is a store that specializes in high-end luxury goods. Yi Kai had only heard of this place. This was his first time here. He heard that the goods sold here were all international top brands, and the price of any random item was over hundreds of thousands. Moreover, those who come here are either rich or powerful, and they are all top bosses. As a small intern, Yi Kai had certainly never been here before, but he felt it was somewhat new. Watching the countdown decreasing, Yi Kai knew that his time was limited and he couldn't waste it, so he immediately walked forward. Yi Kai rushed into the mall and immediately went looking for baby products. This place was full of top-notch luxury products, and baby products were just one of the categories. But when Yi Kai walked in, he was stunned. Almost everyone here is wearing a suit or a very luxurious dress, except Yi Kai. Chapter 3: Agility. When Yi Kai walked into the mall, he was greeted with contemptuous looks from everyone, which really made Yi Kai speechless. But he didn't care. He never cares about other people's opinions. Yi Kai followed the sign and came to the 3rd floor. As expected, there was a top-notch baby luxury store on the 3rd floor. This baby luxury store was so large that it even covered the entire 2nd floor. There is a security guard at the door of the luxury store. If you want to enter, you have to pass the security guard. Yi Kai was quite curious. It should be here. He walked straight into the baby luxury store and was stopped by a security guard just as he reached the door. Wait a minute. The security guard said. What? Yi Kai was a little confused and didn't know what he meant. The security guard raised his head with a look of contempt on his face. Are you here to sell things too? The security guard said coldly. Well. Yi Kai was speechless for a while. Being despised by others for no reason made him very unhappy. Nonsense, I'm not here to buy anything. Am I here to chat with you? Yi Kai directly retorted. Okay, today we have a big promotion for our 5th anniversary of business. As long as you are a member, you can participate in the lucky draw. Please show me your membership card. The security guard still looked disdainful. You still need a membership card? Yi Kai was speechless for a moment. How do you sell membership cards? He scratched his head and said. The security guard chuckled. The lowest level membership card is 1880, you can register for the card now. Hearing the security guard's words, Yi Kai's figure shook. There was only over 1,900 yuan left in my pocket, and now I had to give it all to others. Yi Kai also felt a little speechless. However, since he has come here and accepted the system's task, Yi Kai has no way out. He directly threw out his bank card. Swipe the card. Yi Kai said proudly. The security guard curled his lips, seeming to look down on Yi Kai. Depend on. Yi Kai was speechless. This guy was dismissive of Yi Kai, and Yi Kai actually didn't have any good feelings towards him. After paying by credit card, Yi Kai received a membership card. With a membership card, you can enter the competition. As long as you can win the Strongest Dad Challenge, you can get a set of top-notch baby products. The security guard still looked down on Yi Kai and didn't believe that Yi Kai could win the game. In the eyes of the security guards, Yi Kai is simply trash. Yi Kai was too lazy to pay attention to him and walked in directly with his bank card and membership card. At this time, there were already crowds of people inside, with many people gathered together. Yi Kai also came over. In front of him, there was a young man. Yi Kai immediately patted his shoulder. Brother, what's the situation now? Yi Kai said directly. A young man turned around and looked at Yi Kai with strange eyes. Don't you know? This is a challenge held by this baby products store. The competition system is very simple. Whoever can grab the most cards with bare hands at the fastest speed will win. If you grab 7 cards, you will get a regular gift package. If you grab more than 10 cards, you will get a top gift package. The young man said word by word. Although he was quite dissatisfied with Yi Kai, he did not hide the truth. Is there such a way to play? Yi Kai also found it quite novel. At this time, many people have tried, but none of them have succeeded. The most one person has only caught 6 cards. The young man shook his head. This is too difficult. The landing speed is too fast, said the young man quite depressed. Yi Kai showed a hint of sneer. It's actually not that difficult at all. If it were before, Yi Kai would also feel that this was a difficult task, but now he has acquired an agile system. Therefore, the speed of things in his eyes was much slower. In this case, this matter was actually not that difficult for Yi Kai. It's not difficult at all. Yi Kai's words surprised the young man. This young man was wearing a suit and didn't look like an ordinary person. Yi Kai said that this matter was not difficult at all, which was beyond his imagination. The young man smiled and said to Yi Kai, Brother, you are not kidding me, right? If you can really do it, I will give you an extra set of top-quality baby products. The young man said directly. You gave it to me. Yi Kai was a little surprised. The young man's words showed that he was indeed extraordinary. Yi Kai scratched his head. I wonder who you are. The young man smiled. Actually, I am the owner of this store. My name is Sun Wencheng. The young man pulled out a business card. His name is Sun Wencheng, which is nothing special, but Yi Kai couldn't help feeling a little surprised. This luxury store is very large. Yi Kai was surprised that Sun Wencheng had achieved such success at such a young age. Brother Sun, if that's the case, I won't be polite. After putting away the business card, Yi Kai rushed directly to the scene. Let me try. He rolled up his sleeves with interest. For Yi Kai, now that he has the bonus of agility, doing this is a piece of cake. Yi Kai arrived at the scene and began to prepare for the operation, and everyone at the scene looked at Yi Kai. Everyone was whispering. Can he really do it? No one believed that Yi Kai had such strength because he looked so ordinary. Yi Kai had already started to operate when it was not shameful. After the pieces of paper were released, Yi Kai stretched out his hand and started to grab them. Yi Kai's speed was as fast as lightning. Both his hand speed and reaction ability had reached the pinnacle. Bang! He actually grabbed 20 pieces of paper with his bare hands. Everyone at the scene was shocked. Is this okay? Everyone was filled with indescribable horror. Yi Kai's operation was truly terrifying. After a few minutes, everyone burst into applause. They still couldn't believe that Yi Kai actually had such strength. Yi Kai just smiled faintly and came to Sun Wensheng. Boss, now it's time to fulfill your promise. Yi Kai said to Sun Wensheng with a half smile. Sun Wensheng wiped the sweat from his forehead, and the dull look on his face deepened. In his opinion, Yi Kai's operation was simply incredible. This is really amazing. Sun Wensheng's admiration for Yi Kai has reached the point of prostrating himself. Someone, come and get 3 sets of top-quality baby products for this gentleman. Sun Wensheng said excitedly. A staff member immediately ran over and brought 3 sets of supplies, which were more detailed than those on Su Ruoqing's list. Finally, the mission is completed. Chapter 4, Unwelcome Request. This infinite agility is really amazing. Yi Kai thought excitedly. He felt like everything was happening in slow motion. Unfortunately, the scope of use of infinite agility is very limited and only lasts for a short period of time. It's about to expire now. It would be great if I could keep this for a long time. Yi Kai thought to himself. Brother! Sun Wensheng's words interrupted Yi Kai's thoughts. What else do you want? Yi Kai asked directly. Sun Wensheng then said, Brother, I see that you are very agile, you are definitely not an ordinary person. I like making friends the most, why don't we be friends? Sun Wensheng stretched out his hand. Well. Hearing this, Yi Kai nodded. Of course. Looking at Sun Wensheng, who looked like a rich young man, Yi Kai certainly didn't mind interacting with him. You will naturally not suffer any loss if you make friends with Sun Yat-sen. This is what Yi Kai-sen was thinking. After accepting Sun Wensheng's business card, Yi Kai exchanged a few simple greetings and then trotted away. Half an hour later, I returned to Su Ruoqing's apartment. At this time, the 2 babies were sleeping, and Su Ruoqing was sitting on the bed looking at the 2 babies peacefully. She was a little disappointed to see Yi Kai coming back. Yi Kai returned in less than an hour, which meant that Yi Kai did not buy any baby supplies at all and he did not have the financial resources to raise these 2 children. However, Yi Kai directly placed 3 sets of top-quality baby products next to Su Ruoqing. Done. Yi Kai felt that his fatherly power suddenly exploded. Looking at the 3 sets of baby supplies in front of her, Su Ruoqing's face was filled with indescribable shock. These 3 sets of baby products are all top-notch and are international brands. The price of each set is around 100,000 yuan. Yi Kai actually bought 3 sets at once, which cost 300,000 yuan. Where did you get all that money? Su Ruoqing said in horror. She was afraid that Yi Kai would do something stupid in order to buy baby products for his child. Yi Kai smiled mysteriously. I met a guy and he gave this to me. As he spoke, Yi Kai recounted his encounter with Sun Wensheng. Of course he concealed some facts. Yi Kai did not say it directly. The fact that he had obtained the infinite agility system was the biggest secret and Yi Kai was not going to tell anyone. And he also knew that if he told this secret to others, they would probably treat him like a monster. No one would believe this at all. Yi Kai smiled slightly. Just then, the sound of babies crying was heard. It turned out that the 2 babies had woken up, and both babies burst into crying. Su Ruoqing immediately ran to the 2 babies, and the 2 babies stopped crying after seeing their mother. Help me change my diaper. Su Ruoqing found that one of the babies had urinated and immediately told Yi Kai. Well. Yi Kai was at a loss for a moment. After all, Yi Kai was a novice when it came to changing diapers for babies, and he knew nothing about it. This made Yi Kai feel a little depressed. After searching for a while, Yi Kai finally found the diaper. He took the diaper directly. Su Ruoqing took the diaper and changed it for the baby. The baby snuggled in his mother's arms with a happy smile on his face. Seeing this scene, Yi Kai also smiled. Just then, Erbao also started to make a fuss. She actually threw herself into Yi Kai's arms. Ah! A huge feeling of happiness suddenly arose in Yi Kai's heart. Looking at Erbao's eager eyes, Yikai stretched out his hand and held Erbao in his arms. Erbao lay obediently in Yikai's arms, seeming to be full of dependence. A strange feeling also flashed through Yikai's heart. At this moment, a feeling of happiness spread in his heart, but at this moment, Su Ruoqing's phone suddenly rang. Who is it? Yikai was speechless for a while. It's late at night now, who would call? Su Ruoqing picked up the phone and a roar was heard from the other end. Director Su, the contract with Tiancong Group has not been finalized yet. What are you doing? The speaker was a woman with an unpleasant voice. Su Ruoqing also frowned. Yikai's heart moved. After working in the company for 2 months, Yikai certainly knew who the voice belonged to. The voice came from the tigress in the company, Chen Wenli. Chen Wenli is the company's executive vice president. This woman also has another identity, that is, the wife of the company's general manager. Chen Wenli is a top-level shrew. She is about 40 years old and seems to be very good at jealousy. This woman has always been unhappy with Su Ruoqing. As the woman of general manager Lu Daguan, Chen Wenli is domineering in the company. She is a very scary person. Almost everyone in the company has a very vivid nickname for Chen Wenli. Tigress. No matter what, come to the company right now. I want to see the financial statements right away. Chen Wenli roared again and hung up the phone. Su Ruoqing's eyes were rolling with a grieved look. Can you help me take care of the baby? I need to go to the company. Su Ruoqing said in a trembling voice. Yikai's expression changed. It can be seen that Chen Wenli is deliberately making things difficult for me. This tigress is extremely hateful. Yikai's expression suddenly became extremely cold. Don't worry, just take good care of the baby at home and leave this matter to me. Yikai said. You? Su Ruoqing showed an expression of lack of confidence on her face. Su Ruoqing didn't think that Yikai could deal with Chen Wenli. After all, Yikai was just an intern and he didn't understand anything about business. How could such a situation make him an enemy of Chen Wenli? That was simply unbelievable. Su Ruoqing expressed disbelief. But Yikai just smiled indifferently. Don't worry, I can definitely do it. After saying that, Yikai walked out directly with a smile on his face. Just now, the system sent a voice in Yikai's mind. The voice was very simple, which was that Yikai had received a big gift package. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and getting a big gift package. Crazy criticism system. This system can improve the host's logical ability and make his language ability invincible. The system's voice said. Valid time, 3 hours. After receiving this information, Yikai showed a smile on his face. He knew very well what this matter meant. He smiled. Chen Wenli, if you don't offend me, then there's nothing wrong. If you dare to offend me, I'll spray you to death. Thinking in his heart, Yikai became even more excited. He felt that the system brought him a lot of bonuses. After leaving Su Ruoqing's house, Yikai took a taxi and went to the company with great enthusiasm. Chapter 5, A Crazy Spray. On the 3rd floor of the company, a man was roaring loudly. Damn it, if you can't even make such a small plan, what use do I have you? The person who spoke was a woman. The woman's voice was extremely unpleasant, and her entire voice was extremely sharp, making people feel very uncomfortable. Chen Wenli. Yikai's heart moved when he heard the voice. It was obvious that the person speaking was Chen Wenli. People from the marketing department haven't arrived yet? Does that bitch Su Ruoqing really want to do this? Chen Wenli was giving orders from above, and everyone below dared to be angry but not to say a word. Hearing this, Yikai's face turned very ugly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Chen Wenli, this woman, actually dared to say such a thing, which was beyond Yikai's imagination. Su Ruoqing is the mother of Yikai's child. This is simply an insult to Yikai. Damn it, I'm going to spray you to death. Yikai pushed the door open angrily and walked in. Bang! A loud noise was heard. Yikai kicked the door open and walked in. Normally, Yikai doesn't have such courage, but now that he has obtained the crazy spraying system, he is certainly not afraid. In this situation, Yikai's courage can be said to have doubled. He walked in directly with a sneer on his face. Yikai's momentum is very powerful now. There were several people in the office with very strange expressions on their faces. They couldn't believe it was true. They were all middle-level managers of the company and originally had very good status in the company, but facing Chen Wenli, these people had no courage at all. They can only obey orders. Everyone knows the identity of this tigress. She is the wife of the general manager. Based on her identity, these people are definitely not able to deal with her. Everyone could only feel very depressed. But Ye Kai actually dared to kick the door and walk in, which surprised everyone. They also had a question. Who is this kid? The entire company is so big, and Ye Kai is just a small intern, so it is normal that no one knows him. Everyone escaped with strange looks. Even Chen Wenli was shocked. Who are you? How dare you barge in? Chen Wenli was only surprised for a moment, then reacted immediately. She started to roar at Ye Kai. The others were all submissive and didn't dare to speak out. Everyone knew how powerful Chen Wenli was. Ye Kai smiled coldly. Director Su has something to do, so he asked me to attend the meeting. I'm an intern in the marketing department, and my name is Ye Kai. Ye Kai said calmly. Hearing this, everyone at the scene was stunned. They simply couldn't believe it was true. A small intern actually dared to scold Chen Wenli. Does this intern want to stop working here? Su Ruoqing was the same. She actually sent an intern to attend the meeting chaired by Chen Wenli. She simply did not give Chen Wenli any face. How could Chen Wenli endure this? Some of these people felt sympathy, but more of them felt gloating. Originally, President Chen was very angry today, and they might all be implicated. But now with Ye Kai, an ignorant intern, here, they are unlikely to be implicated too much. This is what everyone is thinking. They also chose to remain silent. Chen Wenli's face suddenly turned ugly. A mere intern dared to scold her, which made Chen Wenli feel that her dignity was challenged. Chen Wenli stared at Ye Kai fiercely. Who are you to dare to speak to this president like that? Chen Wenli's voice was simply a roar. But Ye Kai still smiled faintly. Now that he has obtained the system for scolding people, it is naturally very powerful to turn on the crazy scolding mode. This makes Ye Kai ready to show his strength. He began to rant wildly. Every word Ye Kai said seemed to be like a knife stabbing Chen Wenli, and the other people present were all looking at each other in bewilderment. They couldn't believe it was real. Chen Wenli was completely stunned. Her expression was dull, and her whole face showed an extremely wonderful expression. Ye Kai's crazy spraying mode made Chen Wenli unable to even fight back. The woman was completely shocked. After a lot of scolding, Ye Kai finally regained his composure and looked at Chen Wenli coldly. Do you have anything else to say now? You. Chen Wenli was speechless. In the previous half hour, Ye Kai started to talk non-stop, and every sentence directly hit Chen Wenli's sore spot. Ye Kai's words were logically clear and flawless, and every sentence seemed to be a slap in Chen Wenli's face. Chen Wenli was greatly stimulated. Ye Kai still had a calm expression, as if all this was nothing. Wow! Just as everyone's eyes were blank, Chen Wenli couldn't hold back her tears and burst into tears. She was scolded by Ye Kai and cried. Oh my God! Everyone was suddenly shocked. Chen Wenli is the vice president of the company and a well-known tigress, but she was actually made to cry by an intern like Ye Kai. This made everyone question their lives. They looked at Ye Kai in astonishment, not knowing how to describe this matter. Ye Kai was also speechless. The blasting system was so powerful that Ye Kai only showed 1/10 of it, and Chen Wenli burst into tears. Ye Kai also felt a little helpless. Chen Wenli glared at Ye Kai fiercely. Just wait for me, I will make you die miserably. She ran out crying. Ye Kai could only shake his head helplessly. It seems that Chen Wenli's performance is really pathetic. Ye Kai shook his head helplessly. Such a situation really made Ye Kai speechless. He turned around and looked at the others, only to find that their expressions were all very amused, as if they couldn't believe that all this was true. Ye Kai's methods far exceeded everyone's imagination. Ye Kai just smiled faintly, his eyes calm as usual. Goodbye, everyone. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ye Kai left the place directly. Since the job had been done, there was certainly no need for him to stay any longer. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Su Ruoqing. It's been settled, please don't worry. After sending the message, Ye Kai returned to his home, a small rental house. The monthly rent of this small rental house is very low, and it can only be lived in by Ye Kai alone. After entering the small rental house, Yi Kai first took a shower, and then lay on the bed with a lot of thoughts in his mind. He thought of many things and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Did Yi Kai know what this meant? Chapter 6, Targeted. Now Yi Kai got the system inexplicably, and also got 2 children inexplicably. All this made him feel as if he was in a dream. But if you think about it carefully, isn't this a kind of happiness? A faint smile appeared on Yi Kai's face. Just like that, he fell asleep. In his dream, Yi Kai saw the 2 babies grow up and have happy smiles on their faces. Just like that, Yi Kai fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Yi Kai was woken up by the alarm clock. Yi Kai suddenly opened his eyes. After checking the time, he found that it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. Yi Kai was speechless. It's too late. He didn't want to be late for work. After all, he was just an intern. Yi Kai changed his clothes, washed up quickly, then rushed out of the house, went to the subway station as quickly as possible, and took the fastest subway. 8:59. 1 minute before work time, Yi Kai finally rushed in. Luckily, I'm not late. Yi Kai's breathing became heavy. He knew very well what this meant. If he was late, his 500 yuan bonus would be gone, and that was not something Yi Kai wanted to do. Yi Kai rushed directly into the marketing department. Walking into the market layout, almost everyone looked at Yi Kai coldly. Their expressions were quite amusing. Yi Kai had no idea what these guys meant, and his expression looked a little strange. At this moment, Su Ruwatching walked over. Her face was pale, as if she had encountered something. Yi Kai immediately asked with concern, "You?" But Su Ruwatching glared at Yi Kai with a serious look on her face. "What?" Seeing Su Ruwatching returning to her cold goddess image, Yi Kai felt helpless. "Come to my office." Su Ruwatching just said a few words and went back to the office. Yi Kai had no idea what Su Ruwatching meant, but he still followed Su Ruwatching to the office. "Is there something wrong with the baby?" Yi Kai said a little nervously. But Su Ruwatching shook her head. "Of course there's nothing wrong with the baby, but you've been transferred to the general manager's office, and I can't stop it," Su Ruwatching said with a serious expression. Hearing this, Yi Kai's eyes turned cold. He had offended Chen Wenli yesterday and was transferred to the general manager's office today. Of course, Yi Kai knew what this meant. The company's general manager, Ma Kai, is Chen Wenli's husband. "Yi Kai, thank you so much for standing up for me yesterday. Here is 50,000 yuan. If you are fired from the company, it will be enough for you to find another way to make a living." Su Ruwatching took out a bank card from the drawer hesitantly, her face full of apology. Well. Yi Kai was speechless for a moment. It seems that Su Ruwatching also feels that she is in danger. If this is true, then this matter is indeed somewhat dangerous. General Manager Ma Kai is Chen Wenli's husband, and it is only natural for him to avenge that tigress. However, Yi Kai felt that this matter was not that scary. At least now he has the system, so even if he is fired by Ma Kai, Yi Kai is still not without a way out. What's more, even though the other party is the general manager, it is impossible for him to cover everything with one hand. "This money is for you to raise your children. Why would I take it? Besides, I'm not sure whether Ma Kai can fire me." Yi Kai smiled mysteriously. Boast. Looking at Yi Kai's departing back, a hint of redness flashed across Su Ruwatching's face. She felt that Yi Kai was just bragging, but Su Ruwatching did not feel any resentment. Instead, she showed a very strange expression. She came to the city alone because of family matters and has been struggling in this city for so many years. Moreover, as a woman, she has to raise 2 children alone, which is definitely very troublesome. Su Ruwatching also wanted to get help from a man. But Su Ruwatching is the only one who knows how hard she has worked. But now that Yi Kai appeared, Su Ruwatching had other ideas in her mind. Su Ruwatching looked at Yi Kai's departing back, and a very strange expression crossed her beautiful face. That expression is an indescribable habit. At this moment, Yi Kai had already gone to the general manager's office with a transfer letter. General Manager Ma Kai is definitely a man of great power in the entire company. As the general manager of the entire company, his status and strength are very powerful. Apart from the board of directors, Ma Kai is the most powerful person. In other words, apart from the chairman and the executive director, no one can suppress Ma Kai. As the general manager of the company, he and the tigress Chen Wenli are the most rampant people in the entire company. Yi Kai didn't care. He walked calmly towards Ma Kai's office, but many people pointed and talked along the way, and their expressions were very strange. To them, it seemed that Yi Kai was destined to tragedy. Yi Kai was too lazy to pay attention to these people's gazes. He had already arrived at the general manager's office and knocked on the door gently. But no one responded from inside. His expression was very solemn. Yi Kai knew clearly what this meant. No one inside? Just when Yi Kai was feeling curious, the door was suddenly pushed open and a middle-aged man with a serious expression walked out. He was wearing a suit and looked well-dressed, but Yi Kai could sense the scum smell from this guy. He curled his lips in disdain. Ma Rulong. Yi Kai naturally knew him. This guy is Ma Kai's cousin and also the company's assistant to the general manager. He is an uneducated person, but because of Ma Kai's identity, Ma Rulong actually got the position of assistant to the general manager. This guy has a very low reputation in the company, almost zero reputation. Seeing this scene, Yi Kai's heart moved. The appearance of Ma Rulong means that today's events are definitely not that simple. This guy is Ma Kai and Shan Wenli's best friend, and also the couple's lackey. Ma Rulong glanced at Yi Kai. Are you the new intern? Ma Rulong said coldly. Yi Kai nodded without hesitation. You're right, I am the intern Yi Kai. Yi Kai said calmly. But Ma Rulong showed a hint of sneer. So it's you, kid. He looked at Yi Kai coldly. Feeling that the person coming had ill intentions, Yi Kai also took a step back. At this moment, Ma Rulong pointed his finger into the house. Come with me. Yi Kai had no choice but to follow Ma Rulong into the room, which was a huge office with 3 sections of suites. The area of the office is even larger than that of the marketing department. Chapter 7 Being Troubled. Following Ma Rulong into the office, Yi Kai could sense the hostility in the other person's eyes. That feeling made Yi Kai feel uncomfortable. This guy. Yi Kai knew clearly that Ma Rulong had come with bad intentions and was absolutely extremely hateful. At this moment, Ma Rulong asked Yi Kai to sit down and he showed a hypocritical smile. Yi Kai, you are lucky this time. The general manager wants to use you. Ma Rulong said coldly. I don't trust you. Even without the system, Yi Kai knew that what this guy said was a complete lie, and Yi Kai would not believe it at all. Ma Rulong's words were completely deceiving, and it was a deceiving move without a doubt. Just when Yi Kai was thinking about it, the voice of the system suddenly came. Temporary mission. Chen Wenli's husband Ma Kai will launch an inhumane attack on the host. The host now has 2 choices. First, use this system to deal with Ma Kai directly. Second. The system's voice paused. Accept Ma Kai's challenge and get a chance to win a prize. Please make your choice now. The system's voice was very urgent. Yi Kai's eyes lit up. A chance to win a prize? This sentence had a profound impact on his psychology. If he could get a chance to win the lottery, Yi Kai was even willing to accept the compromise made by the system. After all, the chance to win a lottery is something you only come across once in a while, and Yi Kai is certainly looking forward to it. He hopes to get a chance to win the lottery. Choose point 2. Yi Kai made a choice directly. The system's voice was silent for a moment, and it was only after a long time that the system's voice resumed. Congratulations to the host for choosing the situation that is most favorable to you. In this case, you have obtained the lottery system, which can be activated after accepting Ma Kai's mission. After hearing this, Yi Kai certainly had no other choice. At this moment, Ma Rulong suddenly stood up and a man walked in. He was wearing a suit, with a hint of coldness in his eyes, and his expression was really a little arrogant. It's Ma Kai. Standing in front of Yi Kai was Chen Wenli's husband Ma Kai. As the general manager of the company, Ma Kai has a very high authority under the entire board of directors. His status and strength are definitely extraordinary. He naturally has the aura of a superior, which can bring a lot of pressure to people. But Yi Kai didn't care. He just looked at Ma Kai coldly, as if this matter was nothing at all. Ma Kai has been paying attention to Yi Kai. In the entire company, there are very few people who dare to mess with his wife Chen Wenli. Everyone knows that Chen Wenli is a tigress. What's more, Chen Wenli is Ma Kai's wife, so no one dares to provoke her. Yi Kai is the only one. Ma Kai was naturally unhappy, and he had to avenge his wife. Are you Yi Kai? Ma Kai said coldly. Yi Kai smiled faintly. That's right, I am Yi Kai, he answered nonchalantly. No matter what Ma Kai was thinking, Yi Kai knew that this guy had come with bad intentions, but Yi Kai didn't care about it at all. Since he has accepted the system's task, Yi Kai naturally cannot retreat. Seeing Yi Kai's calm expression, Ma Kai was also stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that Yi Kai would be so calm, which definitely surprised Ma Kai. How could a small clerk be so calm? There was an incredible idea deep in Ma Kai's heart. This little clerk is so calm, I can only. Is there someone behind this clerk? Ma Kai thought of something incredible. But he calmed down immediately. Hey, young man, I heard that you are very talented. It's a waste of your talent for you to be a small clerk. I will make you a regular employee right now. Ma Kai said as he took out the contract. Well. Yi Kai was stunned for a moment. Promote me directly? He didn't believe that Ma Kai was so kind. He must have some conspiracy to do this, otherwise it would be inexplicable. Yi Kai smiled coldly. Okay, that's what I'd love to have. Yi Kai replied nonchalantly. After these words were spoken, Ma Kai was stunned on the spot. When facing Yi Kai, he felt that he had no advantage at all, which was far beyond Ma Kai's imagination. As the general manager of the company, his IQ is very high. Ma Kai immediately thought of a way to deal with the other party. Yi Kai, since I have made you a regular employee, you will stay by my side from now on. What do you think? Ma Kai said again. Yi Kai waved his hand nonchalantly. Sure. He knew Ma Kai's conspiracy, so he had actually been prepared in his heart. As the saying goes, it is better to be prepared than to be caught unprepared. Since he was already prepared, Yi Kai naturally would not care. General Manager, please feel free to tell me if you have anything to say. Yi Kai said with a sneer. Ma Kai laughed out loud. I really need your help with something, Ma Rulong, give the thing to him. Ma Kai waved at Ma Rulong. Ma Rulong immediately took out a document and handed it to Yi Kai in a sarcastic tone. Yi Kai reached out and took the document, looking at it carefully. Bar. This is a transfer contract for a bar. That's right. This Shenlong bar was originally owned by our company, but the owner of the bar hasn't paid the rent for 2 consecutive years. I hope you can get the rent. This is just a small test for you. Ma Kai said. Killing someone with a borrowed knife. Yi Kai immediately understood what the other party meant. The other party actually resorted to such means in order to kill someone with a borrowed knife. It seems that this guy Ma Kai wants to take action against Yi Kai through the Shenlong bar. Thinking about this clearly, Yi Kai also felt a little headache. Of course, he had heard of the name of the Shenlong bar. It was a very large bar in the city. The bar was very large and it was said that business was booming. But the most famous person about this bar is its owner, Brother Long. According to rumors, Brother Long is a very powerful person. Not only does he have a good business sense, he is also a good fighter. It can be said that Brother Long is definitely a celebrity in the city. Going to Brother Long to ask for money is a difficult task. Looking at Ma Kai's cold eyes, Yi Kai knew that this was a conspiracy. If Yi Kai didn't ask for it, it would be equivalent to giving Ma Kai an excuse to deal with Yi Kai. But if Yi Kai asked for it, it would be equivalent to seeking his own death. This is a very troublesome thing. If Yi Kai had not received the task from the system, he would never do such a thing, but now he has made his choice. Okay, Boss Ma, but if I can complete this task, what benefits will you give me? Yi Kai said half-jokingly. Chapter 8 Brother Long. If you can complete this task, I will give you 1/3 of the rent. But if you can't, you will have to bear the company's losses. Ma Kai said gloomily. He felt that he had already won, so what he said now became very impolite. Okay, that's what I want. Yi Kai said with contempt. I'll give you 2 days. The countdown starts now. After saying this, Ma Kai ignored Yi Kai and acted in a cool manner again. Yi Kai was quite speechless about the arrogance of this guy Ma Kai. He simply shook his head and turned away. After Yi Kai left, Ma Kai showed a contemptuous smile. This kid is really stupid. How could he possibly get the rent from Brother Long? Brother Long is completely at odds with our company. If this kid dares to go, he will definitely be punished by Brother Long. Ma Rulong said grimly. Hearing what this guy said, Ma Kai chuckled. This is what happens when you offend me. His voice was extremely cold. You go follow him and report to me immediately as soon as you have any news. Ma Kai said again. Yes. Ma Rulong has already retreated. At this moment, Yi Kai had already returned to the marketing department. Seeing Yi Kai's return, Su Ruoqing looked a little anxious. He didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Su Ruoqing asked. Su Ruoqing's expression was quite serious, and even somewhat concerned. This made Yi Kai's heart warm. He smiled. Don't worry, if he wants to embarrass me, it won't be that easy. Yi Kai recounted what happened word for word. When Su Ruoqing heard this, her face suddenly turned ugly. To Su Ruoqing, this matter was simply horrible. Su Ruoqing widened her eyes and looked at Yi Kai in shock. You are kidding me, right? You should go ask Brother Long for money. Su Ruoqing said with a trembling voice. Yi Kai felt a little strange. Is there a problem? He asked in disbelief. Su Ruoqing sighed. Of course there is a problem, and it's a big problem. Brother Long has become enemies with our company. If you go to Brother Long to ask for rent now, aren't you walking into a trap? There was some concern in Su Ruoqing's words. Yi Kai smiled slightly. Don't worry, I have my own ideas. With Yi Kai's intelligence and reaction ability, he certainly knew what this meant, but Yi Kai naturally had his own ideas in his mind. He would never fall into a trap. After all, Yi Kai still has a lottery to use. As long as he uses the lottery at the critical moment, he will definitely be able to turn the defeat around. Yi Kai still has great confidence in himself. You must be careful. Su Ruoqing's face turned a little red when she said this. She didn't expect she would say such a thing. Yi Kai smiled faintly. It seems that Su Ruoqing is hard on the outside but soft on the inside, and she still cares about Yi Kai very much. He took the contract and walked directly towards the Shunlong bar. No matter how big a figure Brother Long was, Yi Kai naturally would not take it to heart. At this moment, it was noon, and the Shunlong bar had just opened. Naturally, no one would drink at this time, so the bar seemed quite deserted. But there were two sturdy men standing at the door of the bar. They were very strong and showed off their thick muscles. The two men looked very powerful and were definitely not ordinary people. These two guys are awesome. It only took Yi Kai 1 second to make a judgment. The two strong men were really strong, and their momentum could be called astonishing. Yi Kai was also quite surprised by these two guys. But since he was here to complete the mission, he certainly wouldn't be afraid. With his hands behind his back, Yi Kai walked to the door of the bar. As soon as he reached the door of the bar, two strong men ran over. Who are you? This place hasn't officially opened yet, you're not allowed to enter, said a sturdy man. Yi Kai simply waved the contract in his hand. Look carefully, I'm here to see your boss, Brother Long. Go and introduce him to me quickly. Yi Kai's tone was serious. Since he is here on behalf of the company, Yi Kai certainly cannot be afraid of Brother Long, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Sure enough, his aura shocked the two security guards. Neither of them had expected that Yi Kai was so powerful. To the two security guards, Yi Kai's aura was truly astonishing, so they had nothing to say. Wait a minute. A security guard trotted into the bar. Not long after, the security guard came out again and looked Yi Kai up and down. Our boss asked you to come in. The security guard simply stretched out his hand and hooked it. He looked very imposing, and had a feeling of contempt. Feeling this, Yi Kai followed him in. As soon as he walked into the bar, he felt the strong atmosphere in the bar. There seemed to be many strange characters in the whole bar. Each of these guys has an amazing aura and is very powerful, which Yi Kai can naturally be sure of. Yi Kai's eyes fixed. Judging from the current situation, this bar can be called a den of dragons and tigers. The strength of Brother Long's men is indeed good, but Yi Kai was not intimidated by anything. After all, he has the bonus of the system. If he was intimidated like this, it would be embarrassing. Yi Kai just walked in. Brother Long is inside, you can go in. The security guard said indifferently. Yi Kai nodded and pushed open the office door. He found that there were 3 people inside the office door. Sitting in the boss chair was a middle-aged man with a faint sneer on his face, and his aura was very terrifying. He should be Brother Long. And next to Brother Long, there were 2 people sitting. One of them was a thin young man with a cold look in his eyes and a sinister expression. There was another person sitting below the young man. This is an old man with a white beard. He is carrying a medicine box and looks a little strange. A strong aroma of medicine permeated the old man's medicine box, and the smell was somewhat pungent. It looks like this old man is a doctor. The three people seemed to be discussing something, and Yi Kai had already walked in. Both Brother Long and the two people looked quite strange, especially Brother Long, who frowned. "Who are you?" Brother Long asked directly. There was some displeasure in his voice, and his tone was full of temptation. Brother Long seemed to despise Yi Kai. Yi Kai immediately said, "Are you asking me?" When Brother Long heard Yi Kai's question, he was stunned for a moment. "Nonsense," he said. Chapter 9: The God of Healing. When he saw Brother Long, Yi Kai's expression remained calm. Brother Long may have shown his talent, but Yi Kai didn't care. Now Yi Kai was empowered by the system, so he didn't take Brother Long seriously at all. Yi Kai said directly, "I am here to collect debts on behalf of the company." When these words came out, Brother Long was stunned. "What did you say?" He couldn't believe what he heard. It was like he was hearing the funniest joke. Yi Kai smiled coldly. "Isn't it obvious enough?" He repeated his words again. Brother Long was completely shocked. He couldn't believe this was real. "Don't you know that there are huge conflicts between your company and me in the contract? Do you think you can resolve these conflicts with just a kid like you?" "That's impossible," Brother Long said coldly. His voice was filled with anger and even more contempt for Yi Kai. Hearing this, Yi Kai just smiled faintly. Yeah? He didn't care at all about what Brother Long thought. No matter what Brother Long thinks, Yi Kai is much stronger than him, and Yi Kai is very confident now. "I can't come here for nothing. If you don't pay the rent in full, I won't leave," Yi Kai said in a decisive tone. But he found that his words did not win the respect of the three people. All three of them looked at Yi Kai with extremely amused expressions. Their expressions seemed as if they despised Yi Kai extremely. Depend on. Yi Kai felt humiliated. No matter what, he is also a system-powered being, and he is of course unhappy to be despised like this. But Brother Long waved his hand. "Boy, I have something important to do right now, so I don't have time to play with you. Come with me now, or don't blame me for being rude." Brother Long said word by word. A powerful aura suddenly burst out from his body, and this aura rushed towards Yi Kai. Well, being disturbed by the aura of Brother Long, Yi Kai also felt a little frightened. Brother Long was an absolute superior person, and the aura of a strong man on him was simply impossible to conceal. At this moment, the voice of the system came from afar. According to the system's detection, Brother Long is seriously ill and will soon die. He has been looking for a miracle drug to cure him, but there is no clue at all. This system will provide a treatment plan. Please decide whether to learn it. The system has set up another temporary task. Yi Kai's eyes lit up. If the system hadn't told him, Yi Kai would never have known that despite Brother Long's seemingly strong appearance, his body was actually seriously ill. This was really beyond his imagination. Yi Kai was stunned for a moment. "Of course I study." After a brief delay, Yi Kai realized that he had no reason to refuse such learning. Yi Kai immediately chose to study. The medical skills system is loading. This system is a temporary system. The temporary period is 3 hours. Within 3 hours, the protagonist's medical skills will reach the peak of human ability. The system said. Only 3 hours? Yi Kai was quite dissatisfied. He felt that the system was too stingy. If it was not 3 hours but a longer time, it would certainly be more beneficial to Yi Kai. But of course he couldn't say that. Now, no matter who he offends, he cannot offend the system. Once he offends the system, Yi Kai will be in real danger. The medical system starts loading immediately. Soon, the medical system was upgraded to the extreme, and Yi Kai's medical ability instantly became top-notch. A lot of knowledge that did not belong to him immediately appeared in his mind, and all of this knowledge was transformed into Yi Kai's knowledge. This is the power of the medical system. So strong? Yi Kai was also quite shocked. The power of the medical system was beyond his imagination and even made Yi Kai shudder. Today, Yi Kai seems to have become the most powerful doctor in the world, and his medical skills can be described as superb and perfect. Such powerful medical skills even shocked Yi Kai. Looking at Brother Long again, Yi Kai's eyes immediately saw Brother Long's symptoms. Not only was there an introduction to the symptoms, but there were also treatment methods attached. The level of detail of this information simply astonished Yi Kaido. Is this okay? Yi Kai was completely stunned. He really couldn't believe that this would happen. This was something Yi Chi had not expected. At this moment, Brother Long was quite angry. Why don't you leave, kid? Do you really have to force me to ask you to leave? Brother Long said angrily, clenching his fists. His expression was very ugly. Yi Kai smiled slightly. If you really don't want to live anymore, you can let me go. But I have to be frank with you. Your illness is very serious. If you don't want to live anymore, I'll leave now. Yi Kai bowed lightly and continued walking forward. He decided to just leave here. What? One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Yi Kai's words left everyone stunned. They were simply shocked beyond imagination. No one could believe that Yi Kai would actually say such a thing, and everyone's faces looked quite ugly. The old man stood up directly from his seat. What do you mean, young man? His voice was quite hoarse. Yi Kai smiled slightly. It's nothing. Please don't misunderstand me. I just want to express my true thoughts. Yi Kai said calmly. Brother Long is already very weak. I hope you doctors can find a cure. As for me, I can only say goodbye. After Yi Kai finished speaking, he continued to walk outside, but at this time the old man was already extremely angry, and he rushed directly towards Yi Kai. Wait a minute. The old man grabbed Yi Kai's arm. Ouch! Yi Kai screamed in shock. He felt a sharp pain in his arm. The old man's strength was truly terrifying. Boy, you said you could tell what's wrong with Brother Long. Can you tell me what's wrong with Brother Long? The old man's voice seemed quite urgent. Yi Kai was speechless for a while. However, since the old man asked so eagerly, Yi Kai certainly didn't mind telling him the truth. He paused and spoke a few words, then described Brother Long's illness in the simplest language. When he finished speaking, everyone present felt as if they were in a dream. What he said was totally right. Everyone was completely shocked. Both Brother Long and the mysterious old man showed incredible expressions, because the illness Yi Kai described had no solution at all. That can be said to be exactly the same. Chapter 10, Healing. The old man found Yi Kai's words unbelievable. The old man really couldn't believe that Yi Kai could see Brother Long's illness. After all, the old man had gone through a lot of diagnosis and treatment before he was able to diagnose Brother Long's illness. But now, Yi Kai could easily see Brother Long's illness at a glance, which was simply incredible. The old man grabbed Yi Kai's arm, his heart full of anticipation. The old man understood very well what this meant. Boy, tell me how you figured that out, the old man said with a sneer. Yi Kai smiled calmly. I guessed it. He just said these 3 words, but the old man and Brother Long were completely stunned. Both the old man and Brother Long were in a completely confused state. Since there's nothing wrong, I'll leave. Seeing that the old man had let go of his hand, Yi Kai certainly wouldn't say much. Yi Kai's strategy is called playing hard to get. This tactic of playing hard to get is exactly Yi Kai's psychological tactic. As expected, Yi Kai's psychological tactics made the other party completely surrender. The power of this psychological tactic was because Yi Kai already possessed the miracle doctor system. With the help of the miracle doctor system, Yi Kai has seen clearly that Brother Long's condition has reached a point where it is out of control. Brother Long's current state is like a drowning person grabbing a life-saving straw. Under such circumstances, Brother Long would definitely not let Yi Kai leave. Sure enough, Brother Long immediately came in front of Yi Kai and stopped him directly. A smile appeared on his face. Little brother, it was our fault just now, please stay, said Brother Long. Brother Long was even so humble that he almost knelt down, but he still had a little bit of the demeanor of a top master. Seeing Brother Long in this state, Yi Kai smiled. Yi Kai's expression was very calm. He patted Brother Long on the shoulder. Get up, curing your illness is nothing. Hearing this, Brother Long and the old man were both horrified. Neither Brother Long nor the old man dared to believe that what Yi Kai said was true. Their expressions were very scary. Yi Kai smiled calmly. I can give you treatment now, and if after the treatment... Yi Kai said. Hearing Yi Kai's words, Brother Long immediately took out a bank card from his pocket and slapped the bank card directly in front of Yi Kai. The money in the bank card is exactly the rent money. You can take it all. As long as you can cure my disease, I will give you a generous reward. When Ye Kai saw the money, his eyes lit up. It seems like it's really easy to make money. Ye Kai-san thought happily. It seems that the baby system is still very good. Next, Ye Kai immediately began treatment. His treatment methods were absolutely powerful. With Ye Kai's treatment methods, he could easily complete the treatment. Ye Kai is very confident in himself. With the perfect control of the miracle doctor system, Brother Long's body recovered to normal in a short while. However, Brother Long did not show that his body had recovered to normal yet. Brother Long turned his gaze towards the old man. The old man immediately examined Brother Long. After the examination, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was simply shocked by Ye Kai's beauty. How did you treat it? The old man had just carefully observed Ye Kai's methods. In his opinion, Ye Kai even just moved his fingers, but he completed the treatment so easily. Brother Long, you have recovered. Although the old man was reluctant to believe it, he still had to say it. That means Brother Long's condition has completely recovered. Brother Long was overjoyed. His body is very weak, and it is not easy to recover. Even Brother Long has given up any hope. But unexpectedly, Ye Kai captured the patient easily and cured the disease with the right medicine. Brother Long was simply astounded by Ye Kai's beauty. He knelt on the ground respectfully. My dear little brother, from today on, you are my savior. I, Wang Long, am a man of honor. No matter what the situation is, from now on, my dear brother, you are my greatest benefactor. Seeing his expression, Ye Kai felt a little amused. But this person is indeed very loyal. Ye Kai reached out and helped him up. Although your illness has been cured, you still need to have weekly checkups. I will come here next week. Ye Kai decided to leave. The work has been done, so there is certainly no need for Ye Kai to stay here any longer, as he still has to report to Ma Kai. Ye Kai found it funny when he thought of Ma Kai's expression. After getting the contract and bank card, Ye Kai left. He quickly returned to his work and came to the general manager's office. Ye Kai directly took out his bank card. Easy to do, he said to Ma Kai. Ah. Ma Kai and Ma Rulong were both stunned. They couldn't believe that such a situation would happen. The two people's faces were as ugly as they could be. Ye Kai smiled slightly. He stretched out his hand and shook the bank card. If there's nothing else, can I leave now? Ye Kai said very arrogantly. Facing arrogant guys like Ma Kai and Ma Rulong, Ye Kai certainly would not be polite. His expression was very calm, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Ma Kai and Ma Rulong were stunned for a moment. Ye Kai has returned to the marketing department and it is almost time to get off work. Su Ruwaching was still waiting for Ye Kai in the marketing department's office. Ah, you're back. Seeing Ye Kai coming back, Su Ruwaching shouted in surprise. She thought that if Ye Kai went to see Brother Long, he would definitely be insulted by him, and might even be beaten up by him. Su Ruwaching had a strange feeling deep in her heart. But I didn't expect Ye Kai to come back like this, and he didn't care about this at all. Of course I'm fine. How could those guys' conspiracy have any impact on me? Ye Kai said coldly. You. At this moment, Su Ruwaching paused. She had something to say, but she couldn't seem to put it into words. This scene also left Ye Kai stunned. He scratched his head. Can you come to my house today? In fact, Su Ruwaching was taking care of two babies, so she didn't even have time to cook, and the confinement nanny certainly wouldn't cook for Su Ruwaching. The confinement nanny charges very high fees and is very arrogant. Su Ruwaching was really depressed. Ever since she ate the dishes Ye Kai cooked yesterday, Su Ruwaching is still savoring them. Moreover, during the day, Su Ruwaching also brought Ye Kai many surprises. Could he really take on the responsibilities of a father? Su Ruwaching thought thoughtfully in her heart. For the first time, she looked at Ye Kai with a new respect. Chapter 11 Dealing with Sister Lin. Now that you have me, you don't have to work so hard anymore. Ye Kai said lightly. He has now gotten into Su Ruwaching's car, ready to go home with Su Ruwaching. Su Ruwaching rolled her eyes. My monthly salary is less than 10,000 yuan, but I have to take care of two babies. The salary of a confinement nanny during the day is 5,000 yuan. Su Ruwaching's voice sounded a little depressed. As a weak woman raising two children on her own, one can imagine the pressure she felt. Ye Kai also sighed. As the father of two babies, Ye Kai felt that he was not responsible enough, which made him feel somewhat guilty deep in his heart. Su Ruwatching didn't say much. The two of them returned home. When Ye Kai came to Su Ruwatching's apartment for the second time, he had a familiar feeling. Deep in his heart, he actually felt a great anticipation. Ye Kai couldn't wait to see the two babies. So the two of them opened the door. At this time, the confinement nanny was about to go out, and she and Ye Kai bumped head-on. Mrs. Lin, whose real name is Lin Meiwan, is an experienced confinement nanny, but she is somewhat mean, especially when working for Su Ruwatching. She is absolutely unwilling to waste even a little bit of her time. Su Ruwatching often works overtime, so Lin Meiwan has to take care of two more babies, which makes Lin Meiwan very unhappy. When Su Ruwatching and Ye Kai walked into the room, Lin Meiwan's face instantly turned ugly. "Auntie Lin, are the two babies asleep?" Su Ruwatching spoke cautiously when facing Lin Meiwan. Lin Meiwan curled her lips. "The two children just went to bed. Why did you come back so late today? You delayed me from getting off work again. If this is really the case, I have to pay you extra." Lin Meiwan packed her clothes as she spoke, and she seemed to have decided to leave here immediately. Ye Kai made room for an empty seat. But just when Lin Meiwan was about to leave, the woman suddenly stood in front of Ye Kai with a weird expression on her face. "Oh, it seems that Miss Su not only raised two babies, but also a wild man." Lin Meiwan's words were spoken in a sarcastic tone, making Ye Kai's expression very ugly. Su Ruwatching also looked very depressed. At this moment, Ye Kai's face turned cold. "Who do you call a wild man? He is the father of two babies, there is no way he can be a wild man." Of course, Ye Kai totally disagreed with what Lin Meiwan said. After hearing Ye Kai's words, Lin Meiwan looked Ye Kai up and down. "Am I wrong? But looking at your appearance, you can tell at one glance that you are a poor boy with no future." Lin Meiwan's tone became even more sarcastic. Bang! Ye Kai slapped him. The power of Ye Kai's slap was extremely great, and he hit the other person's face hard. Lin Meiwan's body swayed around and then she sat down on the ground. "You dare to hit me?" Lin Meiwan said angrily. Ye Kai smiled. "What's wrong with hitting you? You have been fired and don't need to come again." Ye Kai said calmly. His tone was very calm. As soon as these words came out, Lin Meiwan's figure shook. She finally showed a look of horror. For the sake of her two babies, Su Ruwatching has always been very cowardly, but now, Ye Kai has changed his behavior. Lin Meiwan felt terrified for the first time. "Get out!" Ye Kai said coldly. The sharpness of his voice has reached its peak. Lin Meiwan felt extremely frightened, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Although she was just a small housekeeper, she knew very well how fierce Ye Kai was. Lin Meiwan ran away covered in dust. Looking at Lin Meiwan's leaving back, Su Ruwatching's expression was very surprised. She had never thought that Ye Kai was so powerful now that he could drive Lin Meiwan away directly. In fact, Su Ruwatching was also very happy in her heart. But once Lin Meiwan leaves, who will take care of the baby? Su Ruwatching felt quite depressed. Just then, the crying sounds of two children were heard from the house, and they immediately ran into the house. Lao Wang also put on an apron without hesitation and started cooking. After coaxing the two children to sleep at night, Ye Kai and Su Ruwatching had dinner under the light. Both Ye Kai and Su Ruwatching had a strange feeling, and neither of them even knew what to say. This strange feeling is somewhat of a state of happiness. "I will hire a confinement nanny tomorrow," Ye Kai said. "Ah!" Su Ruwatching screamed in surprise. Su Ruwatching really couldn't believe it. What did all this mean? "Where do you get so much money?" "You know, it costs a lot to hire a confinement nanny," Su Ruwatching said with some embarrassment. Su Ruwatching couldn't afford such a sum of money now, and the cheap Lin Meiwan had been scolded away by Ye Kai. Su Ruwatching also felt quite depressed. Ye Kai smiled slightly. As the saying goes, every mountain man has his own clever tricks. Ye Kai was of course very clear that the strength he now possessed with the bonus of the system was not comparable to that of ordinary people. Nothing happened that night. The next day was the weekend. Su Ruwatching looked after the two babies at home, while Ye Kai decided to hire a confinement nanny. He now has tens of thousands of yuan in his hands, which he just earned from brother loan. Now that he has these tens of thousands of yuan, it is not a difficult thing to hire a confinement nanny. Ye Kai decided to go to the housekeeping center to hire one. Soon Yi Kai arrived at the door of the housekeeping center. The entire housekeeping center was very large, and there were many people inside. These people are also looking for confinement nannies. Just like that, Yi Kai came straight to the door. His expression was very calm, and he didn't take the matter seriously at all. After all, finding a confinement nanny was not a difficult task. Yi Kai came to the housekeeping center and looked carefully. There were many people looking for jobs here, and it was very easy to find a confinement nanny. But after searching for a long time, Yi Kai was still not satisfied. Just then, a little girl came over. The girl is about 20 years old. She doesn't look like she has any makeup on, but her appearance is still pretty and delicate. This little girl gives people a feeling of innocence. The little girl looked at Yi Kai with a strange expression on her face. "Hey brother, are you going to hire a confinement nanny?" the little girl said timidly. Hearing this, Yi Kai nodded suddenly. The little girl's voice trembled and her expression was full of anticipation. "Can you look at me?" the little girl said directly. A strange expression appeared on Yi Kai's face. He looked at the little girl carefully with a serious gaze. Yi Kai naturally knew very well what this meant. This little girl looks very innocent, which makes Yi Kai very satisfied. Chapter 12, Forced. The little girl blushed and looked at Yi Kai. "What's going on?" Yi Kai looked at the little girl strangely. The expression of this little girl really shocked Yi Kai. This little girl was pretty and definitely didn't look like someone who was here to compete for the position of confinement nanny. Yi Kai saw that the little girl was holding a book in her hand. "This is a very profound book. You are here to apply for the position of a confinement nanny. How much do you want?" Yi Kai asked a very serious question. Hearing this, the little girl blushed. "As long as you are willing to take me in, I will pay any amount." Well. Yi Kai was speechless for a while. It's not a routine. He had heard that some people had special tricks like this, and Yi Kai felt that this little girl was very likely one of them. This made him a little nervous. Hearing this, the girl waved her hand. Her face was rosy and she looked very shy. "I, Su Shinshin, would not do such a thing. Big brother, I am really desperate." The girl almost cried. Yi Kai was a little hesitant. Finding a stranger to look after his two babies would be very dangerous for Yi Kai if the stranger was not trustworthy. But at this moment, the voice of the system came in my mind. "Congratulations to the host for receiving a temporary mission, opening the talent appreciation mode, and receiving 3 appreciation red envelopes." After the system's voice finished speaking, the images of 3 red envelopes suddenly appeared in Yi Kai's mind, and Yi Kai was stunned for a moment. Appreciation red envelope? He had no idea what this sentence meant, and a strange expression appeared on his face, while the voice of the system came slowly. The appreciation system is one of the most advanced functions of this system. What I am giving to the host now is a trial package. The number of times you can experience it is 3 times. You can identify talents within the number of times you can experience it. Of course, it can only be used 3 times. Now the first time has started. Soon Su Shinshin's data was transmitted to Yi Kai's mind. Name, Su Shinshin, age, 23, 3D. Well. Talent level, orange, future development potential 5 stars. Seeing this data, Yi Kai was very surprised. The orange level is the second level among talent levels, and the development level is 5 stars, which means that Su Shinshin is very likely to become a world-class talent. As long as it is cultivated properly. So outrageous? Yi Kai widened his eyes. He really couldn't believe that he could find such a genius just by looking for a confinement nanny. This Su Shinshin can be said to be a top talent. What talent does Su Shinshin have? Yi Kai asked immediately. But the system gave a few lines of big words. The host does not have permission at the moment. If you want to check, you must upgrade to the platinum level. Well. Hearing this, Yi Kai felt helpless. He could clearly see the system interface and his own rank. Bronze 1 star. It would probably take a long time to reach platinum from this level. However, getting this information is also very important for Yi Kai. At least he was sure that Su Shinshin was definitely a top talent and had special abilities in certain areas. As for what kind of ability it is, Yi Kai still doesn't know. However, Yi Kai was certain of one thing, that was Su Shinshin must possess certain qualities. Thinking of this, Yi Kai immediately came up with an idea, which was to recruit Su Xinshin under his command. Ye Kai absolutely does not want to miss a genius with an orange level development level of 5 stars. To Ye Kai, Su Xinshin is definitely a monstrous talent. He immediately smiled. Such a smile made Su Xinshin tremble all over. "Boss, are you okay?" Su Xinshin said with a trembling voice. Of course it's okay, it's just." Ye Kai expressed his thoughts. After hearing this, Su Xinshin was stunned. "Do you really want to hire me and offer me a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan?" Su Xinshin couldn't believe her ears. She just wanted to apply for a job as a confinement nanny, but she didn't expect Ye Kai to offer her such a high monthly salary. This matter has far exceeded Su Xinshin's imagination. Su Xinshin took a deep breath. The expression in her eyes was also quite shocked. Ye Kai just smiled slightly. "Miss Su, do you have any questions?" Ye Kai said in surprise. Su Xinshin immediately shook her head. No. She was simply thrilled. But at this moment, several people came from a distance. These people looked very rampant, and there were flashes of extremely violent states on their faces. Judging from the expressions of these people, they are definitely crazy. Seeing this scene, Ye Kai was also stunned for a moment. But Su Xinshin was so scared that she was shaking all over. She hid directly behind Ye Kai. "Boss," Su Xinshin said with a trembling voice. "What is going on?" Ye Kai's expression was very solemn. After hearing Ye Kai's words, Su Xinshin was speechless. She seemed to have encountered an extremely terrifying situation. But at this moment, those people had already surrounded them. Their faces were fierce. The leader was a guy who looked like a gangster. He was very strong and looked very powerful. "I finally found you," the gangster said angrily. After hearing what the gangster said, Su Xinshin hid behind Ye Kai in fear. Ye Kai could see that Su Xinshin's hands were shaking. This scene made Ye Kai quite helpless. It is obvious that Su Xinshin's condition is very strange. Ye Kai fell into deep thought. It seems that the current situation is very clear. This group of people came for Su Xinshin, but Ye Kai still doesn't know what exactly they are going to do. His expression was also somewhat alert. Su Xinshin is the orange level talent that Ye Kai has just obtained. Talents of this level are not comparable to ordinary people. There was no way Ye Kai would let Su Xinshin be taken away by someone else. That was something Ye Kai could not accept. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Although Ye Kai is not very good at fighting, he must protect Su Xinshin. At this moment, a compass appeared in Ye Kai's mind. Lottery mode begins. Ye Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't expect that the lottery mode would be turned on at such a critical circumstance. This is definitely a very important thing for Ye Kai. A smile also appeared on Ye Kai's face. Start the lottery. Ye Kai directly entered the data. Just like that, the lottery mode officially began, and the compass began to rotate at a very fast speed. The speed of the compass rotation has reached an unparalleled level. When the compass finished rotating, it finally stopped slowly, and a piece of data appeared in front of Ye Kai. Congratulations to the host for drawing temporary rewards and commissions from the martial arts master system. According to this system, the host can improve his own strength to the extreme and obtain temporary bonuses from the martial arts master. Chapter 13, Beat Up the Gangsters. The martial arts master has temporarily extended the time to 6 hours. During these 6 hours, the host can freely use the strength of a master of the historical level. As long as the host has the strength of a martial arts master of the historical level, the host can use it easily. The voice of the system came slowly. So awesome? Ye Kai couldn't help but be shocked. Because this was too powerful, even beyond Ye Kai's imagination, to him, this matter was really incredible. Ye Kai fell into deep thought. He certainly knew what all this meant. Ye Kai is now ready, and there is a sharp gleam in his eyes. Of course, he knew very well what this matter meant. This martial arts system was so abnormal that Ye Kai was stunned for a moment. But at this moment, the gang leader was very angry. "Boy, what are you doing?" The gang leader's voice was solemn, and he seemed to be very angry. Well, Ye Kai finally reacted. He raised his head and looked at the other person seriously. "Su Xinshin is mine now, get out of here right now," Ye Kai said arrogantly. He didn't even have the mood to consider the identities of these guys. This was how the martial arts master system worked. They could do whatever they wanted. Hearing this, the gang leader was so angry that he trembled all over and his face suddenly turned ugly. Do you know who I am? The gang leader took a deep breath. Ye Kai waved his hand directly. I don't care who you are. Su Xinshin has been hired by me now. Ye Kai said word by word. After hearing these words, the gang leader was so angry that he almost lost his soul. I'm telling you, I'm from the Donglai Martial Arts School. My name is Wang Donglai, and I'm very powerful in the entire east of the city. You dare to disrespect me, so don't blame me for being rude. Wang Donglai clenched his fists and said angrily. Hearing his name, Ye Kai showed a hint of surprise. So he is Wang Donglai. Of course Ye Kai had heard of this name. Wang Donglai was a super master of Donglai Martial Arts School, and his strength was definitely very powerful. This guy is an extremely famous person. Ye Kai had heard that he had won many championships and that his strength and methods were beyond the reach of ordinary people. It turns out this guy is so strong. Fortunately, I now have the martial arts master system, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Ye Kai took a breath and thought deep in his heart. At this moment, Wang Donglai's brothers had surrounded him. The two younger brothers were arrogant. Hand over that woman to me, and you can get out of here, the two younger brothers said indignantly. Ye Kai sneered. If I don't hand it over, what can you do to me? The two younger brothers immediately yelled, as if they had never been humiliated like this before. They were Wang Donglai's younger brothers, and even when facing some powerful masters, they were still respectful to them. Who dares to be so rampant towards them? The two younger brothers looked very unhappy. They clenched their fists and rushed towards Ye Kai. Please choose your attack method. The voice of the system came slowly. Tai Chi, but Jiquan, Taekwondo. Various tricks are available for Ye Kai to choose from. Tiger Fist. Looking at these dazzling array of boxing techniques, Ye Kai was a little confused, but he still chose the Tiger Fist. This Tiger Fist sounds very powerful, which just fits Ye Kai's current state. Learn the Tiger Fist. A very long progress bar appeared in Ye Kai's mind, and this very long progress bar reached 100% in an instant. Ye Kai's body seemed to be out of control, and he seemed to have mastered the Tiger Fist. At this moment, the two younger brothers attacked. The two younger brothers were very powerful and rushed towards Ye Kai. But Ye Kai remained motionless, as if all this was nothing. When the two younger brothers were about to get close to Ye Kai, he directly punched them with an inch punch. This punch is the core of Tiger Fist. The power of explosion. The Tiger Fist was extremely ferocious, and the punch hit directly into the air. However, even with such a powerful momentum, it still burst out. The power of the Tiger Fist is definitely not something that ordinary people can resist. Bang! There was a loud bang as the Tiger Fist exploded in mid-air, the powerful sound almost accompanied by the sound of sky bursting. Ah! The two younger brothers were disturbed by Ye Kai's fist and retreated backwards at a high speed. They spit out blood and sat down on the ground. These two guys have completely lost their fighting ability. Ah! Wang Donglai was stunned when he saw this scene. He could not believe his eyes. These two younger brothers were trained by Wang Donglai himself. Their strength was not comparable to that of ordinary people. But these two younger brothers were no match for Ye Kai. How could Wang Donglai not be shocked? He is the top boxer in this city, but he doesn't even know anyone named Ye Kai. However, the strength displayed by Ye Kai far exceeded Wang Donglai's imagination. The ferocity of this punch has reached its extreme. Wang Donglai was terrified. He was completely shocked by Ye Kai's strength, but Ye Kai just smiled slightly. It seems that you are no different. Ye Kai said with a hint of contempt. Wang Donglai's body swayed and he almost vomited blood. However, in his opinion, Ye Kai's strength was indeed unfathomable, which made Wang Donglai wonder whether he should take action against Ye Kai. He was a little hesitant for a moment, and looking at Ye Kai's aggressive look, Wang Donglai seemed to have finally made a decision. My boy, the mountains and rivers remain unchanged, and we will meet again. After saying that, the guy turned and left. Well. Seeing this scene, Ye Kai was even more speechless. This situation has left him speechless. This guy actually ran away. Ye Kai shook his head helplessly. What a pity. His martial arts mastery can only last for 6 hours. Originally, Ye Kai wanted to have a good fight, but Wang Donglai was really not strong enough. Ye Kai could only express his speechlessness. At this moment, Wang Donglai had already fled. Yi Kai looked at Su Xinxin helplessly, but found that Su Xinxin's expression was very frightened. Su Xinxin couldn't believe her eyes. "Boss Yi Kai, I didn't expect you to be so powerful," Su Xinxin said in awe. Yi Kai's eyes turned cold. He needs to remind Su Xinxin. "Whatever happened to you before, I don't care." Chapter 14 New Trouble. Now that he has already recruited Su Xinxin as his subordinate, Yi Kai must remind this woman. "You are responsible for taking care of my 2 children. I don't care what you have been through before, but absolutely." Yi Kai warned vigilantly. Su Xinxin nodded obediently. "Don't worry, I will take good care of the boss's 2 babies." After hearing this, Yi Kai nodded with satisfaction. He brought Su Xinxin directly back to Su Ruoqing's home, and introduced the 2 women to each other. He wanted to join forces with Su Xinxin and they started chatting immediately. The 2 of them actually felt that they had met too late. As a result, Yi Kai was thrown aside. But he was also happy to be free. The 2 babies were playing on the bed, and Yi Kai immediately ran over to join the battle. The 2 babies were also amused and laughed out loud. At this moment, Yi Kai's account suddenly received a reminder. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission. Yi Kai's account suddenly had an extra 100,000 yuan. Seeing this amount of money, Yi Kai was quite excited. He didn't expect to get so much money by completing the novice task. This, of course, made Yi Kai very excited. However, Yi Kai remained calm. After all, he was now a person with a system. Under such circumstances, he certainly could not get too excited. Otherwise it would be embarrassing. Yi Kai just smiled calmly. His expression was very serious and his mood was very calm. Yi Kai is very calm now. At this moment, Su Ruoqing raised her head. "I want to talk to Xinxin about taking care of the children. You go out and buy some groceries," Su Ruoqing ordered directly. Well, Yi Kai felt a little helpless, but he also felt quite happy. Being able to buy groceries for the baby is also a very happy thing, and a smile appeared on Yi Kai's face. "I'll be right back." Yi Kai just walked out like that. He was now a small wealthy man with 100,000 yuan, so of course he wouldn't care about this matter. Yi Kai is also quite calm now. Although 100,000 yuan is not a huge sum of money, it is definitely a lot of money for Yi Kai now. Yi Kai went straight out of Su Ruoqing's house and prepared to go to the vegetable market. It is now 1 o'clock in the afternoon and Yi Kai has 3 hours. So he was not in a hurry. Yi Kai walked forward slowly, recalling the majestic posture when he just defeated the 2 thugs, which even made Yi Kai feel a little excited. Dealing with those 2 little thugs was really not satisfying, but the martial arts master system only had 6 hours, which also made Yi Kai feel depressed. But at this moment, Yi Kai felt someone following him. Now he has a martial arts master system, so his perception ability is very sensitive. When Xiao Wang felt that someone was following him, the expression on his face was quite strange. "Who?" Yi Kai called out softly. But no one responded. His eyes were extremely solemn. Now Yi Kai knows very well what this means, and he is fully prepared. Yi Kai took a deep breath. He knew very well what this matter meant, and his eyes were solemn. This situation was far beyond Yi Kai's imagination. At this time, Yi Kai discovered that there was a park in front of him. He flashed and immediately entered the park. Yi Kai's body moved at an extremely fast speed and instantly hid in the park. He was sensing this. Just then, Yi Kai discovered the guy. This person was very fast, almost like a ghost. "Where are you running to?" Yi Kai suddenly turned around and stopped at an extremely fast speed. His figure flashed and his speed was as fast as lightning. Yi Kai's methods are definitely not comparable to those of ordinary people, and now he has the bonus of the system. The power of that bonus is absolutely unimaginable. Yi Kai grabbed the guy. "Ah!" The man screamed in shock. But at this time Yi Kai had already come in front of him. Yi Kai only took a slight step wrong to appear in front of him. In this way, Yi Kai's speed had reached the extreme. The young man kicked Yi Kai immediately when he saw him, but Yi Kai didn't care and kicked him back. Whirlwind kick. This kick is definitely powerful. It is a move of a martial arts master. The power of this move can definitely be called extreme. Ah! The young man's body was out of control and he fell directly to the ground. He fell flat on his face. Looking at the young man's expression, Ye Kai smiled. It was obvious that his martial arts master system was very powerful and the young man was no match for him at all. Ye Kai smiled. Who are you? Why are you following me? Ye Kai came to the young man and said coldly. Hearing Ye Kai's words, the young man frowned slightly and lowered his head. His face looked very depressed. Ye Kai grabbed his shoulders and lifted him up. I know even if you don't tell me. Was it Wang Donglai who sent you here? Well. After being asked this by Ye Kai, the young man was speechless. His face now looked extremely ugly. Ye Kai smiled slightly. Tell me the truth. Ye Kai said directly. The young man's face was full of stubbornness. You just attacked me by surprise, so this doesn't count at all, the young man said directly. Ye Kai waved his hand. Okay, in that case I'll let you go and we'll fight again. Deep down in his heart, Ye Kai was even a little excited. His martial arts master system doesn't have much time left. If he can't use it now, he may never have the chance to use it in the future. So Ye Kai cherishes the time he has now. He gave a cold smile. Seeing Ye Kai's condition, the young man's figure shook. Are you really willing to fight me again? The young man said. Ye Kai waved his hand gently. Stop talking nonsense, I will use the same tricks as you do. Ye Kai said seriously. This sentence shocked the young people even more. If two people use the same moves, it will be a great disadvantage for the imitator. This situation can only occur if the imitator's strength is several times that of the attacker. The young man didn't believe that Wang's strength was several times greater than his. This was definitely something the young man couldn't believe. Well, I have been learning Tai Chi since I was a child. In this case, I will use Tai Chi to deal with you. The young man clenched his fists and spoke sternly. He decided to use Tai Chi moves to deal with Ye Kai. Tai Chi. Ye Kai smiled coldly. That was exactly what he needed. Chapter 15 Bodyguards in Place. The Tai Chi moves used by the young man simply made Ye Kai very happy. Look at my trick. Ye Kai formed a circle with his hands and pushed out with all his strength. Ah! This is a move that can turn a small force into a huge force, and it is definitely a move that only the top masters can perform. Ye Kai's move is so terrifying. It feels so good. Seeing this guy being pushed away, Ye Kai felt secretly happy. The young man's body swayed and he fell to the ground with his butt. His fall was extremely severe. Ah! The young man screamed in pain. This scene made Ye Kai laugh. Go back and tell your master to let him do it himself if he has the ability. While his martial power had not yet disappeared, Ye Kai also started chatting mode. After hearing what Ye Kai said, the young man got up from the ground directly with a mysterious smile on his face. He fell to his knees with a thud. Master, please accept me. The young man said with admiration. What the hell? Ye Kai's body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. Take you in? He looked at the young man carefully, a depressed expression on his face. Judging from the young man's condition, he did not seem like a killer. What do you mean? Ye Kai scratched his head. The young man then said, My name is Lu Tianlai. I am a martial artist. I have loved practicing fighting since I was a child. I have sent many powerful people to be my teachers, but their strength is really not comparable to yours. Ever since I saw your strength in the restaurant, I have always wanted to test it. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Lu Tianlai knelt on the ground and flattered Ye Kai, making Ye Kai feel embarrassed. In fact, Ye Kai's strength was entirely due to the advantages of the system, otherwise it would be impossible for him to display such powerful strength. Of course Ye Kai wouldn't say this in front of Lu Tianlai. He thought about it carefully. First, let's see what talent this young man has. System, detect Lu Tianlai. Ye Kai still has 2 chances to detect talents, and he decides to use them immediately. The system quickly gave Lu Tianlai's data. Orange level character, 5-star talent, stunts, fighting skills, now has provincial champion level strength, and can develop to world-class level in the future. After hearing the system data, Ye Kai's eyes lit up. World-class? Wouldn't that be like a god-level bodyguard? Even though Lu Tianlai has not yet fully matured, his skills and combat ability can reach the level of a provincial champion. This is also a very powerful bodyguard. If you want to hire the same type of bodyguard in the market, the monthly salary would be at least 200,000, which is more than Ye Kai's total assets. Yi Kai was of course excited. Thinking of this, he decided to take Lu Tian in as his younger brother. We are about the same age, so it's not appropriate for me to be your master. So let's do this. From now on, I will be your boss. You follow me and I will teach you some fighting skills. Yi Kai said shamelessly. Although he doesn't know any fighting skills, with the system, Lu Tianlai will certainly not suffer any loss. Moreover, Lu Tianlai has extremely strong potential, which means that his learning ability is absolutely abnormal. Even without Yi Kai's teaching, Lu Tianlai's strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Lu Tianlai was very excited and admired Yi Kai to the extreme. Boss, from now on I am your little brother, and you can command me at any time. Lu Tianlai said excitedly. Yi Kai smiled faintly, showing the demeanor of a master. This is really a good thing. The person Yi Kai originally thought of as a killer turned out to be his younger brother in the blink of an eye. This was absolutely a very exciting thing for Yi Kai. Come with me to buy groceries. With a younger brother, Yi Kai felt a lot more relaxed. Lu Tianlai has a strong physique, and standing next to Yi Kai, he adds a lot of temperament to him. In this way, the two of them came to the vegetable market and bought a lot of vegetables in a flash. After getting the vegetables in his hands, Yi Kai returned to Su Ruoqing's home. Su Ruoqing was also surprised when she saw Lu Tianlai. Your bodyguard. Su Ruoqing's eyes widened when she heard Yi Kai's introduction. She couldn't believe her ears. Isn't Yi Kai a small clerk? Why does he have a bodyguard? Yi Kai showed a mysterious smile. He knew that all this was simply inexplicable. But fortunately, Su Ruoqing was focusing all her attention on the two babies and didn't care about this at all. Yi Kai cooked himself and showed off his cooking skills. The four people ate very well and the two babies were very excited. It seemed that meeting so many people made them very happy. For the first time, Yi Kai felt a happy mood. At night, Yi Kai and Lu Tianlai were preparing to leave, but at this moment, Su Ruoqing received a call. Su Ruoqing's face suddenly turned ugly. Seeing this scene, Yi Kai turned around immediately, not knowing what had happened to Su Ruoqing. As a very strong girl, Su Ruoqing has always been very strong, but Yi Kai doesn't know why Su Ruoqing's expression is so ugly? But she suddenly raised her head and looked at Yi Kai. My previous company is having a party tomorrow. Can you go with me? There was even a sense of request in Su Ruoqing's voice. Well. Yi Kai was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? He didn't expect Su Ruoqing to take the initiative to invite him, which made Yi Kai feel somewhat strange. At this moment, Su Ruoqing told her experience in a trembling voice. It turned out that Su Ruoqing had just come to this company a year ago. Before that, he worked in another company in the city, Phylong Company. Although Su Ruoqing has resigned, there are business dealings between this company and Phylong Company. So Su Ruoqing couldn't refuse the other party's invitation. The other party meant to let Su Ruoqing attend this party, which was also a business party. What does that have to do with me? Yi Kai scratched his head and said with a strange look on his face. He really didn't know what this matter had to do with him. Su Ruoqing's face flushed. Can you pretend to be my boyfriend, the boss of Phylong Company? Su Ruoqing said with a trembling voice. Only then did Yi Kai understand the cause and effect of what happened. It turned out that Li Phylong, the boss of Phylong Company, had been pursuing Su Ruoqing. Su Ruoqing had been doing very well in Phylong Company, but because of Li Phylong's pursuit, Su Ruoqing had no choice but to resign. Now Phylong Company and the marketing department where Su Ruoqing works still have business dealings, so Su Ruoqing couldn't refuse this party at all. If Su Ruoqing went alone, Li Phylong would definitely cause her more trouble. Chapter 16 Party. Since it was Su Ruoqing's request, Yi Kai must of course agree. Moreover, he was quite resentful towards this guy Li Phylong. Actually, he dared to bully the mother of his baby. That was simply bullying Yi Kai. Of course Yi Kai could not tolerate it. There was even a hint of coldness in his eyes. I will pick you up on time tomorrow afternoon. Yi Kai said. With Su Xinxin, Yi Kai and Su Ruoqing can act at the same time, which is a good thing. When leaving Su Ruoqing's house, Yi Kai felt quite relieved looking at the smiles of the two little babies. With the smiles of the two little babies, Yi Kai feels that everything he does is worth it. This feeling is really wonderful. The next day, which was Sunday, Yi Kai slept well until there was a knock on the door. The person who came was Lu Tianlai. Boss. Lu Tianlai said respectfully. Well. Seeing this guy's expression, Ye Kai also looked helpless. It was obvious that Lu Tianlai's expression explained his condition. He is now Ye Kai's personal bodyguard, and he has to protect Ye Kai at any time. Lu Tianlai was also very excited. Seeing this guy so excited, Ye Kai was speechless. But since Lu Tianlai was so excited, Ye Kai would not say much. He decided to bring Lu Tianlai to his side. Ye Kai doesn't have any special skills now, so Lu Tianlai is his biggest golden finger. Lu Tianlai is a very good fighter. With his help, at least Ye Kai won't be afraid of Li Feilong attacking him. That's also a good thing. Otherwise, if Li Feilong takes action, it will always be a troublesome thing. This is exactly what Ye Kai was thinking. Two people drove a car and arrived at Su Ruoqing's home. It's Lu Tianlai's car. This is not a luxury car and it doesn't look expensive. Ye Kai did not ask about Lu Tianlai's identity, but judging from his clothes, this man did not look like someone who was short of money. Ye Kai didn't say that much. Of course, he didn't need to ask more about things that Lu Tianlai didn't want to talk about. And at this moment, Su Ruoqing had already walked out. Today, Su Ruoqing wore a dress that showed off her figure to the fullest. I have to admit that Su Ruoqing is indeed a top beauty and her temperament is indeed outstanding. Today Su Ruoqing was wearing a casual t-shirt and tight jeans. This outfit was very ordinary, but it highlighted Su Ruoqing's temperament. Su Ruoqing did not dislike Lu Tianlai's car, and the three of them got in directly. Go to Tianbao KTV. Su Ruoqing said. Lu Tianlai started the car and soon arrived at Tianbao KTV, a very large KTV with bright lights outside. Although it is just getting dark, there are already people coming and going here, and it is very lively. This is a top-notch local KTV, and it is specially used for business meetings. Su Ruoqing was afraid that Ye Kai didn't understand, so she spoke directly. Ye Kai nodded directly. Of course Ye Kai didn't know much about this KTV, but judging from the ambience of this KTV, it was still very good. There were several bodyguards standing at the door of Tianbao KTV. The strength of these bodyguards seems very fierce. Boss, these bodyguards are very powerful. Lu Tianlai said directly. He has been practicing fighting since he was a child, so of course he knows all of this very well. Ye Kai asked directly, how does your strength compare to theirs? Lu Tianlai was stunned for a moment. Boss, you are really good at joking. Although my strength cannot be compared with yours, compared with them, it is still easy to defeat them. Lu Tianlai said with a trembling voice. He seemed a little embarrassed. After all, it was really ridiculous to mention strength in front of Ye Kai. At this moment, Su Ruoqing rolled her eyes. You two should stop flattering each other. After hearing Su Ruoqing's words, Ye Kai had no choice but to shut up. He was not bragging, he really possessed such strength, and this was the strength of Ye Kai. But Lu Tianlai certainly didn't know this, and he still had a smile on his face. The three of them walked out of the KTV, and Lu Tianlai said to Ye Kai, Boss, you two go ahead, call me anytime if you need anything. Ye Kai nodded naturally. With such a god-level bodyguard, of course we have to make use of him. After all, making use of him is the best thing to do. Ye Kai had already made this decision, and he and Su Ruoqing came to the door. At this moment, Su Ruoqing's hand was around Ye Kai's arm, and Su Ruoqing's body was close to Ye Kai's body. A faint fragrance filled the air. Well. Ye Kai paused for a moment. It was obvious that this fragrance was a great stimulation to Ye Kai, but Su Ruoqing just smiled faintly. Remember, you are my boyfriend now, remember your identity. Don't let Li Tianlong see the true relationship between us. Su Ruoqing said with some warning. Ye Kai curled his lips helplessly. Don't worry, wife. He blurted out. You. Hearing this, Su Ruoqing's face suddenly turned red, and she seemed a little annoyed. This was exactly Su Ruoqing's state. Feeling this, Ye Kai smiled faintly. He felt that sometimes this situation could be considered very happy. The two people looked at each other and walked into Tianbao KTV. Room 403 of Tianbao KTV is already full of people, both men and women. The men are all dressed in suits and look serious, while the women are all dressed elegantly. These people were either holding glasses of wine or chatting with each other. The whole KTV gave people a very high-end feeling. And sitting in the center seat was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was about 40 years old, with a faint smile on his face. He had a strong aura, but his face gave people a very sinister feeling. It can be seen that this person's status among these people is definitely ranked first. He sits in the main seat, and everyone is very respectful to him. Ye Kai and Su Ruoqing walked in arm. Su Ruoqing said to Ye Kai with a strange expression, "This person is Li Feilong." Ye Kai suddenly realized. It turns out that he is the chairman of Feilong Group, Li Feilong. This guy looks like a successful person, but I didn't expect him to be so dirty. Ye Kai despised him. When Ye Kai and Su Ruoqing walked into the KTV, they immediately attracted everyone's attention, and everyone had a strange expression on their face. They couldn't believe it was real. These people were Su Ruoqing's former colleagues, and of course they knew everything about Li Feilong and Su Ruoqing. Everyone knew that Li Feilong was pursuing Su Ruoqing fiercely. But they never expected that Su Ruoqing actually brought a man. Everyone had a very amused expression. Chapter 17, Can't Sing? This time, Li Feilong only invited Su Ruoqing. But Su Ruoqing brought Ye Kai. This far exceeded everyone's imagination. Everyone's faces looked extremely ugly, they simply couldn't believe this was true. To everyone, the intimate behavior between Su Ruoqing and Ye Kai was simply shocking. Does Su Ruoqing already have a boyfriend? Everyone turned their eyes to Li Feilong. They all know what kind of person their boss Li Feilong is. Li Feilong is an extremely powerful person, and as a self-made boss, he is also very ruthless. Under no circumstances would Li Feilong forgive such a thing. Su Ruoqing actually brought a man with her, and the two of them were arm in arm, which was simply a slap in the face to Li Feilong. Sure enough, when Su Ruoqing and Ye Kai walked in arm, Li Feilong's expression had become extremely ugly. His eyes were filled with coldness. Sensing Li Feilong's condition, everyone present fell silent. They all knew what Li Feilong's expression meant. It meant that Li Feilong was completely furious. But Li Feilong is a man who never shows his emotions. Even if he was completely angry, Li Feilong still did not show it. His anger flashed away and turned into a sneer. "Ms. Su Ruoqing, you are finally here," Li Feilong said seriously. Su Ruoqing's expression was very unnatural, and her hands moved even closer to Ye Kai. Ye Kai could feel Su Ruoqing's nervousness. It seems that Li Feilong has put a lot of pressure on Su Ruoqing. Ye Kai smiled slightly, but was very calm. No matter what kind of pressure Li Feilong puts on Su Ruoqing, it will not have any impact on Ye Kai. Since Ye Kai came here with Su Ruoqing, he will not care about this. Su Ruoqing nodded somewhat awkwardly. Li Feilong changed the subject and pointed directly at Ye Kai. "Ms. Su Ruoqing, who is this?" Li Feilong said seriously. After hearing what Li Feilong said, before Su Ruoqing could explain, Ye Kai said directly, "I am Ruoqing's boyfriend." Ye Kai's voice was very serious, and his expression looked completely impolite. This made Li Feilong so angry that he almost lost his soul. Li Feilong felt very dissatisfied in his heart. After all, he is the chairman of the Feilong Group, and he thinks he is very handsome and imposing. Looking at Ye Kai, he is just a poor-looking young man. Although he looks clean, there is nothing special about him. Li Feilong felt that he was definitely far superior to Ye Kai. He had been pursuing Su Ruoqing for such a long time without success, and he didn't expect that Su Ruoqing would find a boyfriend like Ye Kai. This made Li Feilong very unhappy. He even had a feeling of doubting his life. "You don't know where this little brother got his job?" Li Feilong said in a trembling voice. He tried his best to control his anger. Li Feilong is a very cautious person. Although he hates Ye Kai to the core, he dare not say much before confirming Ye Kai's identity. If Ye Kai is the eldest son of some family, then things would be dangerous. As the boss of Feilong Company, Li Feilong Ju is not a top figure. If Ye Kai is really the young master of a certain family, then Li Feilong would never dare to act rashly. So he must ask the matter clearly. Hearing Li Feilong's question, Ye Kai just smiled faintly. He is a very peaceful person, and of course he would not talk nonsense. In fact, Ye Kai never lied, and of course he didn't know who Li Feilong was. Ye Kai directly stated his identity. "I'm an intern at Qingqing Company." After hearing Ye Kai's identity, everyone present was stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Ye Kai was just a small intern. Everyone's expressions were as ugly as they could be. They all looked at Ye Kai in astonishment. In their opinion, it was really chilling that a mere intern dared to be so rampant. Everyone sneered. Li Feilong also let down his guard. Originally, Li Feilong was afraid. Ye Kai was the eldest son of a certain company. Yes, Li Feilong was very wary of such an identity. But he never expected that Yi Kai was just such an identity. Li Feilong almost showed a smile, and the contempt on his face had reached the extreme. To Li Feilong, Yi Kai's identity was simply ridiculous. Contempt was already revealed on his face, but under the circumstances, Li Feilong did not act rashly. As the boss of the Feilong group, he had a plan for everything he did. Li Feilong would never act rashly. A sneer appeared on Yi Kai's face. He knew very well what this matter meant. In that case, please take a seat, Li Feilong said. Yi Kai and Su Ruoqing sat down arm in arm, and their intimacy made Li Feilong feel cold in his heart. Li Feilong clapped his hands. Let's start singing. Since today is a party, I think we might as well have a singing competition, said Li Feilong. After hearing these words, everyone present naturally agreed. They were all Li Feilong's subordinates, so of course they all agreed with Li Feilong's words. Li Feilong stood up and looked at Yi Kai with a smile on his face. My dear little brother, what do you think? Su Ruoqing immediately pinched Yi Kai. Su Ruoqing's meaning was very clear. Was she afraid that Li Feilong had some conspiracy? But now Yi Kai's expression looked a little ugly. Because the voice of the system has come to his mind. Temporary mission. If you accept Li Feilong's challenge, you can get a cash reward of 200,000 and a 50-point reward. If you fail, all points will be deducted. In order to help the host defeat Li Feilong, I will specially provide the host with a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw the lottery now? The system's voice came. Draw the prize right now. Yi Kai directly chose the lottery. The lucky draw will start at spinning, and finally stop spinning at high speed. The lucky draw will pointed to a point. King of Karaoke System. The protagonist obtains the King of Karaoke System for 3 hours. Within 3 hours, the protagonist obtains the voices and voice imitation abilities of all the mainstream singers in the world, and the imitation degree reaches 100%. So outrageous? Seeing the data from the system, Yi Kai was shocked, because it was too incredible. This matter was far beyond Yi Kai's imagination. With this system, Yi Kai will definitely be able to defeat Li Feilong. Chapter 18: The King of Karaoke. Facing Li Feilong's question, Yi Kai finally raised his head. Just now, he didn't take Li Feilong's words seriously at all. After all, the current situation is simply a shocking thing for him. Yi Kai actually directly obtained the system of the King of Karaoke. This is too outrageous. The validity period of this Karaoke King system is only 24 hours, but it can imitate the voices of all singers in the world, and the restoration rate is almost 100%. What's more powerful is that this karaoke system can even enhance the originality and beauty of the sound. It can even take the sound up a notch. Such skills are extremely powerful, even chilling. When Yi Kai was adding excitement, Li Feilong's voice broke his excitement. Boy, do you dare to compete? Li Feilong said coldly. In fact, Li Feilong now hates Yi Kai to the core. As the boss of the Feilong group, how could he be afraid of a small Yi Kai? He now had only one idea, which was to defeat Yi Kai and severely humiliate him. Only in this way could Li Feilong regain his face. This is exactly what he thought deep down. It would be a very sad thing for him if he couldn't regain his face. Li Feilong is not only the boss of Feilong group, but also a very famous singer when he was young. Although he is not a professional singer, his singing ability is also very good. Among amateur singers, he can be said to be very talented, and this is what makes Li Feilong quite proud. He didn't believe that Yi Kai's singing could defeat him. Moreover, this KTV is a top-notch KTV with very high-end audio equipment. Li Feilong doesn't believe that Yi Kai can understand the situation of this KTV. In short, Li Feilong was full of contempt for Yi Kai, and this contempt was obvious. Don't dare to compete? Hearing Li Feilong's words, Yi Kai sneered. He couldn't believe what this guy meant by the painting. He actually humiliated Yi Kai in such a way that even Yi Kai felt speechless. Of course Yi Kai would not be humiliated by him like this. This guy is simply shameless now. Yi Kai curled his lips in disdain. Of course he wouldn't care about that. Of course I can compete with you, but as the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts, who can be the judge? Waving his hand, Yi Kai said lightly. Although everyone present was Li Feilong's man, they had to admit that what Yi Kai said made sense. Li Feilong burst into laughter. I can tell from the fact that you don't know much about this kind of top-notch KTV. Let me tell you, the songs in this KTV have an automatic rating system. Li Feilong talked incessantly. He was a regular VIP customer of this KTV, so of course he knew all of this very well, and Ye Kai looked like a country bumpkin to him. Hearing Li Feilong's endless words, Ye Kai's eyes lit up. Is there a rating system? This was beyond his imagination. He now possesses top-notch singing skills and is the most successful person in the world. If the scoring system is added to it, it would be incredible. Ye Kai almost felt like laughing. He looked at Li Feilong indifferently. Okay, in that case, you go first. Ye Kai said as if he was talking about something very ordinary. His expression was extremely calm. After hearing Ye Kai's words, Su Ruwatching poked him. How come I didn't know you could sing? Let me tell you, Boss Li is a very powerful person. He is even called the singing god of Boss Street. Su Ruwatching said nervously. If Ye Kai loses, he will have to agree to one of Li Feilong's conditions. Given Li Feilong's personality, he may not know what condition he will propose at that time. Such conditions may even be very dangerous. Su Ruwatching could certainly be sure of this. Hearing this, Ye Kai just smiled slightly. His expression was as calm as it could be. Ye Kai didn't take this matter seriously at all. He is very calm now. This kind of calm emotion is exactly Ye Kai's characteristic. There is no need for him to take this matter seriously at all. What I like most is to challenge the strong, but in my opinion, this guy Li Feilong is not really a strong man. Ye Kai said this calmly, as if he was talking about the most ordinary thing. Hearing Ye Kai's words, Li Feilong's figure shook. You! He had completely irritated Ye Kai. He had thought that with such words he could make Ye Kai surrender to him, but he did not expect that Ye Kai did not seem to have this intention at all. Good boy, then I will show you my musical skills. Li Feilong directly picked up the microphone and ordered a song. Live Another 500 Years. This is a very majestic song. Li Feilong picked up the microphone and started singing. At the same time, the KTV system began automatic scoring. Ye Kai saw clearly that the scoring rules of the KTV system were very simple. The scoring rules were divided into three types: sound, pitch, and tone. Only when all three data are coordinated can you get the points completely. Ye Kai watched Li Feilong's operation carefully. There was indeed a majestic feeling when Li Feilong opened his mouth. That kind of powerful momentum seems to come at you and give you an extremely unbearable feeling of pressure. This is exactly the music of Li Feilong. The music that Li Feilong shouted out was so exciting that it even gave people a shocking feeling. It was a high-pitched song in itself, and it was even more magnificent under Li Feilong's singing. Although there is still some gap between him and the original singer, Li Feilong has been able to do his best with his level as an amateur singer. The computer scoring was also very impressive, giving a high score of 85 points. After the song was finished, everyone present showed an intoxicated expression, and almost everyone's expression was filled with excitement. In their opinion, Li Feilong's song was simply magnificent. This simple song has taken on a different flavor when sung by Li Feilong. Everyone applauded wildly. Boss Li is truly awesome. This song should only exist in heaven, and it is rare to hear it on earth. Boss Li is invincible. Boss Li, you are my idol. Everyone began to flatter him. Hearing the flattery, Li Feilong smiled faintly. He smiled and nodded to everyone, as if he was a king. Seeing this scene, Ye Kai felt nauseous. But Su Ruwatching was a little nervous. Chapter 19 Skills. This Li Feilong is so amazing. His song is simply perfect. Can you really beat him? If not, let's just leave. Su Ruwatching consoled with a trembling voice. Su Ruwatching didn't want Ye Kai to embarrass himself again, because if Ye Kai really lost, it would be more than just embarrassment. After all, Su Ruwatching knew better than anyone what kind of person Li Feilong was. Li Feilong was definitely a very sinister person. When facing such a person, any careless and imprudent behavior may lead to disaster. This is what's so scary about this guy Li Feilong. After hearing Su Ruwatching's words, Ye Kai smiled. It was obvious that Su Ruwatching was somewhat afraid of Li Feilong, but Ye Kai did not think so. Ye Kai was not afraid of Li Feilong, but felt a little amused. How could a guy like Li Feilong pose any threat to Ye Kai? The gap between the two is really huge. Ye Kai himself possesses very powerful strength, and now he has demonstrated his strength to the fullest. If he can't even beat Li Feilong, it would be a disgrace. With such a great system bonus, if even Li Feilong's strength cannot be reached, then Ye Kai has no chance of survival. At this moment, Li Feilong had already put down the microphone. He said to Ye Kai with contempt, "Young man, why don't you just kneel down at my feet and say I surrender? Then you don't have to compete anymore and save yourself from embarrassment." Li Feilong seemed to be saying this for Ye Kai's own good. After hearing these words, Ye Kai showed a helpless expression on his face. He had seen shameless people before, but this was the first time Ye Kai had seen someone as shameless as Li Feilong. The shamelessness of this guy Li Feilong was beyond Ye Kai's imagination. Ye Kai smiled coldly. "You only got 85 points, which is a score, I think." Ye Kai paused deliberately and looked around. He found that everyone's eyes were full of contempt, as if they were full of contempt for Ye Kai. But Ye Kai didn't care. He said calmly, "This score is too low. I can get more than 95 points just by singing casually. There is no comparison between the two of us." Ye Kai's voice was very calm, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing, but it sounded like a bolt from the blue to everyone's ears. Everyone was completely stunned. They didn't make a sound for a long time, and the whole KTV was as quiet as a quiet room. After about a minute, someone finally coughed deeply, and the others immediately burst into laughter. "Is this guy crazy? I think he's crazy too. He seems to have some mental problems. He got 95 points so easily. He knows how powerful this scoring system is." Everyone looked at Ye Kai with contempt. Isn't it? Even for professional singers, getting 90 points is already a very good performance. Those who get 92 points are at the level of singing gods, and those who can get more than 95 points are all top singing gods. How could it be possible that this guy in front of me is like that? Everyone whispered. After hearing what everyone said, Ye Kai smiled even colder. How could these guys know his strength? Now Ye Kai is going to show them what real strength and real skills are. Ye Kai directly picked up the microphone and ordered the same song. This made everyone even more stunned. They never thought that Ye Kai would dare to order the same song as Li Feilong. It was simply a real head-on confrontation. Everyone's expression was full of anticipation, and they felt a little unbelievable. They even thought that Ye Kai was in such a state that he wanted to die. It was a state of affairs that shocked them greatly. Feeling this, Ye Kai smiled. He didn't care about this at all, but looked calm. "You have shown me what real strength is." Ye Kai picked up the microphone and started singing. But when his voice came out, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. Because Ye Kai's voice was really scary. Wait a minute, why is this happening? Everyone was completely shocked. Their faces were extremely ugly, and they could not believe that all this was true. For them, the horror of this matter was beyond their imagination. Because Ye Kai's voice is almost identical to the original singer's, it's almost as if he is possessed by the original singer. Wrong. Li Feilong was stunned. How could he not hear that there was almost no difference between Ye Kai's voice and the original singer's voice? This was completely beyond Li Feilong's imagination. Li Feilong felt that Ye Kai was simply playing the original version. But when he immediately turned on the mute function, he found that things were not as he imagined. Ye Kai did not play the original version. Is this possible? Li Feilong was completely stunned. He really couldn't believe that all this was true. It was far beyond his imagination. For Li Feilong, the horror of this matter was simply shocking. Ye Kai did not even play the original version of the song, and his singing method was exactly the same as the original one. Li Feilong couldn't believe it was true. He even began to doubt his life, but the actual situation slapped him in the face. Because Ye Kai was singing a cappella. Everyone present was stunned. Suru watching also widened her eyes. If Li Feilong's music can only be said to be in line with the mood of the song, then Ye Kai's music can simply be described as terrible. His tunes and voice are just perfect, this is top-notch music. Ye Kai-san showed a very shocked expression. This music is so perfect that it has even exceeded everyone's imagination. Ye Kai's music has reached its peak. When he finished singing, everyone present couldn't help but applaud. The score on the big screen made Li Feilong stunned. 99 points. Damn. Li Feilong almost vomited blood. This score was so abnormal that it even exceeded Li Feilong's imagination. After singing the song, Ye Kai stood up with a faint smile on his face. Do you have anything else to say? if you don't have anything else to say, can we end today's party now? After hearing Ye Kai's words, Li Feilong almost vomited blood. But he had to admit that Ye Kai had indeed defeated him completely, and there was no suspense between the two of them. A hint of resentment flashed across Li Feilong's eyes. Chapter 20 Company. Boy, don't go too far. Believe it or not, I will make you pay the price. Li Feilong stood up and said coldly. Hearing what Li Feilong said, Ye Kai curled his lips. Do you think you can make me pay the price? I want to see how you are going to make me pay the price. Do you really have the strength to do so? Every word Ye Kai said seemed to be a slap in Li Feilong's face. Li Feilong's figure flashed and he was speechless. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave first. But before I leave, I want to remind you not to be so arrogant next time. Ye Kai said calmly. This sentence shocked Li Feilong completely. He almost felt like vomiting blood, and he simply couldn't bear this matter. Li Feilong's body was shaking. It is easy to imagine how terrible this matter was for him. Ye Kai just smiled slightly. He didn't take Li Feilong seriously. With Ye Kai's strength, it is not a problem to deal with a small Li Feilong. Although Ye Kai has lost his strength now, he still has a god-level bodyguard Lu Tianlai. As long as Lu Tianlai is willing to take action against the opponent, it is no problem. Ye Kai cares very much about Lu Tianlai. He knows very well how powerful Lu Tianlai is. This person is definitely not an ordinary person. Ye Kai still admires Lu Tianlai very much. He looked up at Lu Tianlai with a smile on his face. With Ye Kai's skills, it was no problem to deal with a small chat. He himself possesses very strong strength. Now that Ye Kai has the bonus of the system, he is no longer the same person as before. Of course, he will not take a small Lu Tianlai seriously. In fact, Ye Kai didn't care about Li Feilong at all. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Su Ruoqing's hand. Su Ruoqing's face turned a little red. Su Ruoqing seemed to sense what Ye Kai's state meant, and she also felt a little strange, but Ye Kai did not say much and still looked calm. The two of them walked out of the KTV like this. After walking out of the KTV, Ye Kai finally let go of his hand. I'm sorry. He was still somewhat embarrassed. Su Ruoqing had a strange expression on her face. No, I should be the one grateful to you. Su Ruoqing said with a trembling voice. In Su Ruoqing's heart, she was really grateful to Ye Kai. If it weren't for Ye Kai's help, Su Ruoqing would not have been able to do these things at all. Su Ruoqing's gratitude towards Ye Kai truly came from the bottom of her heart. Let's leave here quickly, otherwise there will be some other troubles. Ye Kai said to Su Ruoqing. Su Ruoqing blushed. Her attitude towards Ye Kai had changed from hostility to trust. This was exactly the state of Su Ruoqing's heart. The two men had just walked out when suddenly, several people rushed over. These people looked ferocious and they pounced directly on Ye Kai and others. Su Ruoqing was so scared that she took a step back with a terrified expression. For Su Ruoqing, this was really something that made her feel very scared. Ye Kai just smiled slightly. Don't worry, these people must be Li Feilong's men, but it's not difficult to deal with them. Ye Kai just said calmly, as if this was nothing at all. Feeling Ye Kai's calmness, Su Ruoqing also calmed down. Even Ye Kai was so calm, how could Su Ruoqing not be calm? These people had already surrounded her, and they all looked ferocious. The guy who was the leader had a ferocious look on his face and his expression was very cold. Feeling this situation, Ye Kai also revealed a hint of sneer. He could sense the other party's coldness, but Ye Kai didn't care about it at all. He adjusted his emotions and his expression was very calm, as if all this was nothing. This is exactly Ye Kai's state. Boy, you dare to offend our boss, you should know the price you have to pay now. The wretched little gangster said angrily, his tone full of contempt and madness. After hearing the words of the obscene little gangster, Ye Kai curled his lips helplessly. I don't understand what you mean. He didn't take the little gangster seriously at all. The gangster smiled coldly. You don't understand what I mean. Well, today I'll make you understand it. The gangster clenched his fists, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Now his whole body has become extremely cold, and his state of anger has reached an incomparable level. The gangster wanted to attack Ye Kai directly. Ye Kai had no intention of taking action at all. He just stood there motionless, because Ye Kai believed that Lu Tianlai would not sit idly by. Sure enough, Lu Tianlai rushed over. He was like a flash of lightning, as fast as thunder. Lu Tianlai had already rushed in front of those gangsters. The gang leader threw the first punch, but Lu Tianlai kicked him directly. The speed of this kick was extremely fast, which was exactly what made Lu Tianlai so powerful. His kicking skills were so fierce that they were even perfect. Lu Tianlai kicked it straight away. Ah! The gangsters fell to the ground one after another, their faces were extremely ugly. The gangsters originally had good strength, but when facing Lu Tianlai, they had no power to fight back. Lu Tianlai's kicking skills were so violent that he beat them to the ground. Those hooligans had no power to fight back at all. They had no fighting power at all. Seeing the state of those hooligans, Ye Kai waved his hands helplessly. At least he felt that those little hooligans deserved it. "Boss, are you okay? How are we going to deal with these little guys?" Lu Tianlai asked respectfully. Hearing Lu Tianlai's words, Ye Kai just smiled slightly. Ye Kai didn't have anything to worry about, his expression was very calm. "Forget it, these people are just trash, why bother with them?" Ye Kai said calmly. Now he is already in a very calm state. There is no need to bother with those rubbish on the other side. In Ye Kai's opinion, it is a meaningless thing. Ye Kai is not so boring. After hearing this, Lu Tianlai admired Ye Kai even more. In his opinion, Ye Kai was indeed an extremely generous person. Ye Kai felt that Lu Tianlai had really misunderstood him, but of course he would not explain. Ye Kai brought Su Ruoqing back home. Su Xinxin was taking care of the two little ones. The two little ones were very happy and smiled happily. This also made Ye Kai feel warm in his heart. Chapter 21 God Level Skills. Congratulations to the host for winning 200,000 cash reward in 50 points. When Ye Kai left Su Ruoqing's house, the voice of the system came from afar. An excited expression immediately appeared on Ye Kai's face. The 200,000 cash reward was a huge sum of money for him, but what made Ye Kai happier was not the 200,000 cash reward, but the 50 points. With the arrival of 50 points, Ye Kai completely started the points mall mode. After returning home and lying on the bed, Ye Kai directly entered the mall mode. The points mall model is indeed very good, and even Ye Kai is happy about it. It is obvious that based on the points mall model, the points mode has just been opened, and Ye Kai even got a novice mode. 1 point for a good prize. Seeing this option in the novice mode of the system, Ye Kai showed a hint of excitement on his face. This 1 point exchange for a good prize was indeed something that made him very excited. Ye Kai immediately began to choose the content to be redeemed. But when I clicked the redemption content just now, I felt depressed because there was no definite information in the redemption content. The only thing that can be redeemed for points in the points mall is red envelopes. Moreover, you can't tell what's inside the red envelope from the outside. The red envelopes come in 4 colors: red, yellow, blue, and green. He needs to choose one color from these 4 colors as the object for the prize drawing, and he only has this one chance. Seeing this situation, Ye Kai was quite helpless. He felt that this option was really useless. Ye Kai shook his head in frustration. To him, such a choice must have been somewhat accidental. He didn't want this to happen. So Ye Kai needs to be calmer. His expression is very calm now, he is now ready. Ye Kai thought about it carefully and decided not to open the prize now. If he opened the red envelope now, there would be no room for retaliation, which was definitely not what Ye Kai wanted to see. Instead of opening the red envelope now, Ye Kai would rather wait for a while. Perhaps that would be of greater benefit to him, and this was exactly what Ye Kai thought deep in his heart. After adjusting his emotions, Ye Kai's expression calmed down. He was naturally very clear about what this matter meant. This is exactly what Ye Kai was thinking deep in his heart. Early the next morning, Ye Kai dressed neatly and went straight back to the company. He had completed the task assigned by the general manager. He believed that the guy would not make things difficult for him for a while. This is exactly what Ye Kai was expecting. As expected, Ma Kai did not make things difficult for Ye Kai at all, but his expression looked a little ugly. It can be seen that this guy Ma Kai still hates Ye Kai to the core. Ye Kai saw Ma Kai's gloomy expression and even found it a little funny, so he simply waved his hand. "Manager Ma, please let me know if you have anything to say," Ye Kai said lightly. This sentence made Ma Kai extremely angry, his face turned pale and weak. However, Ma Kai did not attack Ye Kai. Ha! Ye Kai felt that this guy was extremely cunning and scheming. Even when Ye Kai was winning the game so well, he didn't attack Ye Kai, which was enough to prove how scheming this guy was. Yi Kai was still quite wary of Ma Kai. Ma Kai slammed the door and went into his room. He didn't seem to be planning to attack Yi Kai, but at this moment, a man walked over. This guy is Ma Rulong. Seeing this guy, Yi Kai sneered. He certainly knew what kind of person Ma Rulong was. This person is definitely not an easy one to deal with. He is definitely a very scary existence. As Ma Kai's younger brother, he was directly executing Ma Kai's plan, which made Yi Kai feel a little depressed. Ma Rulong walked straight over. Yi Kai, you have made a great contribution to the company. I am very satisfied with you. Ma Rulong patted Yi Kai on the shoulder and said with a smile on his face. Depend on. Yi Kai curled his lips helplessly. He felt that Ma Rulong was hiding something from his words. For Yi Kai, Ma Rulong's words made him very uncomfortable. This guy is definitely a hateful and insidious person. The fact that he hasn't revealed his conspiracy yet proves this point even more. Yi Kai just smiled coldly. If you have anything to say, just say it. I don't like listening to nonsense. Yi Kai's words left Ma Rulong speechless. Ma Rulong was so angry that he was shaking all over. In his opinion, Yi Kai's words were simply an insult to him. He originally wanted to deliberately approach Yi Kai and then find a way to deal with him, but he never expected that when he just approached Yi Kai, he would be hit back by Yi Kai. Ma Rulong was really depressed. But this guy was extremely thick-skinned and he reacted immediately. Ma Rulong smiled slightly. Brother, there are just some misunderstandings between us. Don't take it seriously. The misunderstanding between us is actually my fault. Ma Rulong said softly, he even felt a little sorry. Hearing these words, Yi Kai curled his lips. He didn't believe that Ma Rulong would say such a thing. It was simply ridiculous. How could a guy like Ma Rulong admit defeat to him? That in itself was a ridiculous thing. Yi Kai smiled coldly, but his expression was even more indifferent. No matter what Ma Rulong thought, Yi Kai didn't take him seriously. This was Yi Kai's strength. I didn't say anything, you don't have to do this. After saying this, Yi Kai stopped talking. Ma Rulong could only leave in dismay. It seems that this guy must have some conspiracy. I need to be careful. Yi Kai thought in his heart. It is obvious that this guy Ma Rulong must have some conspiracy. Yi Kai knew that he had not yet revealed his pubic hair, but that did not mean that he would not reveal his truest thoughts deep in his heart. Yi Kai just needs to wait for the opportunity. But after a morning passed, the Ma brothers showed no intention of attacking him, which made Yi Kai somewhat strange. Just then, Ma Rulong came over. Brother Yi Kai, it's time for lunch, let's go eat, he said very intimately. Yi Kai frowned and an incredible expression appeared on his face. He is not a stupid person, of course he knows what this matter means. Ma Rulong is definitely not so close to Yi Kai, he must have his own purpose for saying such a thing. What on earth is he going to do? A sense of defensiveness rose up in Yi Kai's heart. Chapter 22 Provoke Me. Ma Rulong's sudden invitation caught Yi Kai off guard. How could this guy be so kind? Yi Kai thought deep in his heart. It is obvious that Ma Rulong could never have such kindness. It is absolutely impossible. Yi Kai was very calm. He didn't take Ma Rulong seriously at all. All right. Since Ma Rulong invited him sincerely, Yi Kai naturally could not refuse, and the two of them came to the company's cafeteria. The company's cafeteria is very large. After all, there are hundreds of people in the company, and most of them eat in the company's cafeteria. So the entire company cafeteria can be said to be crowded during meal times. Yi Kai followed Ma Rulong in. Ma Rulong had a faint smile on his face and seemed very kind, but Yi Kai naturally wouldn't believe him. A guy like Ma Rulong is very sinister deep down. Yi Kai certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to trust this person. He looked at Ma Rulong coldly, as if all this was nothing. Yi Kai's emotions remained extremely calm. The two of them found a corner and sat down. Ma Rulong was very enthusiastic. Brother Yi Kai, wait for me, I'll go get some things. Looking at Ma Rulong's leaving back, Yi Kai showed a sneer on his face. This guy Ma Rulong must be harboring a lot of bad intentions. It's just that he hasn't shown his conspiracy yet. But Yi Kai knew very well that Ma Rulong would definitely show his conspiracy at special times. That's a sure thing. Just at this moment, Ma Rulong came over with a strong man. The sturdy man was wearing a security uniform and looked very imposing. Looking at the situation in front of him, Ye Kai fell into deep thought. He didn't know who this sturdy man was. But one thing is certain, that is, this person must be Ma Rulong's subordinate, and he is wearing a security uniform, so he should be the company's security guard. The burly man sat directly next to Ye Kai. Ma Rulong pointed at the burly man. Let me introduce him to you. His name is Lin Feihu, and he is the captain of our company's security team. Ma Rulong said seriously. His tone sounded very polite, but in fact, it had a sense of crazy provocation. How could Ye Kai not hear such a feeling? A sneer appeared on his face. It can be seen that Ma Rulong's introduction to Lin Feihu was a complete provocation to Ye Kai. This is absolutely certain. In this case, Ye Kai certainly would not care. He looked at the other person nonchalantly. Boy, I heard that you are good at fighting? Lin Feihu suddenly said in a sarcasm. Ye Kai's face changed when he heard this. It was obvious that Lin Feihu's words were a complete provocation to Ye Kai. Ye Kai could certainly hear this, and a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. That was definitely a very unhappy state. He has no strength now, but he is unwilling to accept the provocation from Lin Feihu. This guy is a very, very scary person. This is a company, not a place to fight. Ye Kai responded bluntly. Facing Lin Feihu's crazy provocation, Ye Kai certainly would not give him any face. His words were simply a heavy slap in Lin Feihu's face. Lin Feihu's expression suddenly became very unnatural, as if Ye Kai's words were a deep stimulation to him. Lin Feihu looked at Ye Kai coldly. Boy, I don't want to fight with you, I just heard from Mr. Ma that you are very powerful, so I want to practice with you. Lin Feihu said this and made a gesture of invitation. This action seemed to be an invitation to Ye Kai. Well. Feeling this, Ye Kai felt helpless for a moment. He certainly didn't want to have any physical conflict with Lin Feihu. What's more, Ye Kai's fighting skills are now outdated, and it is not so easy to deal with Lin Feihu. Just when Ye Kai wanted to refuse immediately, the voice of the system came from afar. Congratulations to the host for receiving the temporary mission and accepting Lin Feihu's challenge. If you succeed, you will get a reward of 100,000 yuan in cash and 50 points. If you fail, all the cash and rewards in the system account will be completely cleared. Oh my god. Hearing the system's voice, Ye Kai almost vomited blood. According to the system, this was a game that could only be won and not lost. This simply left him speechless. Ye Kai scratched his head, looking depressed. This situation really left him speechless. But the current system has already issued the task, and this task is a task that must be accepted. Ye Kai's face looked really ugly. At this moment, a turntable appeared in his mind. In order to complete this mission, I will give the host a chance to draw a lottery. Another chance to draw a lottery. Ye Kai's eyes lit up. If there was no chance to draw the lottery, it would be almost impossible for him to complete the task with his current strength. But if there are more opportunities to draw lots, then everything may be uncertain. Of course, Ye Kai was very happy. Start the lottery. He directly chose to draw the lottery. The building where the lottery was drawn was spinning at a very fast speed, and the pointer of the lottery was also spinning at a very fast speed. Ye Kai watched this scene seriously, and his expression was also very solemn. Ye Kai was very clear about the next lottery result. What did it mean to him? Perhaps the lottery result was decisive for him. I hope to win a very useful prize. Ye Kai muttered to himself. But at this moment, the pointer of the lottery suddenly stopped, and the result of the lottery was exposed in front of Ye Kai. Congratulations, host, the lottery is over. The system's text was typed directly into Ye Kai's mind. The lottery is over. Ye Kai's heart moved. He wanted to check what he had drawn, which was extremely important to Ye Kai. At this moment, 4 big words appeared in his mind. Infinitely weakened. The unlimited weakening function has a usage time limit of 4 hours. Within 4 hours, you can designate an opponent and adjust his body functions at will. Of course, you can only make weakening adjustments. As he spoke, some data suddenly appeared in Ye Kai's eyes, and these data were exactly the data of Ma Rulong and Lin Feihu in front of him. Ma Rulong, speed 52, strength 53, attack power 39, defense power 48. Lin Feihu, speed 72, strength 73, attack power 70, defense power 71. Looking at these data and the minus sign next to the data, Ye Kai seemed to understand something. It seems that this infinite weakening system is indeed useful. Chapter 23 Infinite Weakness. For Ye Kai, obtaining the infinite weakening system was extremely exciting, and there was a flash of unimaginable joy in his eyes. Now that he had obtained the infinite weakening system, things became extremely simple in Ye Kai's eyes. With the infinite weakening system, Ye Kai can weaken the abilities of Ma Rulong and Lin Feihu anytime and anywhere. No matter how strong the attack and defense capabilities of these two guys are, Ye Kai can turn them into scum in an instant. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy in his heart. But Lin Feihu was very unhappy. As the company's security captain, he has always wanted to move up. Although the security captain is a very important position in the company and a very important link in protecting the company's security, the security captain is just a security guard after all. Compared with the real senior management of the company, there is still a big gap. Lin Feihu has always wanted to enter the company's middle and senior management, so he is trying hard to curry favor with General Manager Ma Kai. It was difficult for him to get close to Ma Kai with his identity, so he tried his best to curry favor with Ma Rulong, who was beside Ma Kai. Now that he had received Ma Rulong's order to deal with a small Ye Kai, Lin Feihu was of course happy. He regarded dealing with Ye Kai as a stepping stone to get closer to Ma Kai. In fact, Lin Feihu didn't take Ye Kai seriously at all. Deep in Lin Feihu's heart, people like Ye Kai were nothing but trash. Lin Feihu didn't care about Ye Kai at all. But he never expected that when he spoke to Ye Kai actually acted indifferent. This made Lin Feihu feel that his dignity was insulted. Lin Feihu's loud shouting finally woke up Ye Kai. Ye Kai turned around suddenly and looked at Lin Feihu with a silly face. "What did you say?" he said in a somewhat cute way. Ye Kai didn't hear what Lin Feihu meant at all. He was just in shock and studying the infinite weakening system. As for this guy Lin Feihu, Ye Kai didn't take him seriously at all. Lin Feihu was so angry that he was shaking all over. "I said I want to compete with you," he shouted loudly. His voice was so loud that almost everyone in the cafeteria heard it. They put down their bowls and chopsticks and gathered around. They all had very strange expressions on their faces, and some even looked like they were whispering to each other. In recent times, Ye Kai's popularity in the company has increased to a certain extent. After all, King Xiao dared to confront the tigress Chen Wenli, which made Ye Kai's reputation a little bit famous. But compared with Lin Feihu, it is of course far behind. Everyone turned their eyes here. At this moment, Ye Kai burst into laughter. "Since Captain Lin is interested, I am willing to accompany you. No matter what you want to compete in, I am willing to accompany you." Seeing Ye Kai say this, Ma Rulong and Lin Feihu exchanged opinions, and both of them showed very surprised expressions on their faces. They were extremely happy. Lin Feihu clenched his fists. "Of course I'm here, just tell me what you want to say." Lin Feihu's voice sounded a little unpleasant. It can be seen that he was extremely unhappy with Ye Kai, but Ye Kai just smiled slightly. He really didn't take Lin Feihu seriously. Ye Kai curled his lips lightly. Today, he is far superior to Lin Feihu. After all, the infinite weakening system makes the gap between Ye Kai and Lin Feihu huge. So Ye Kai didn't care what Lin Feihu was thinking. When facing Lin Feihu, his strength was completely overwhelming. There is no doubt about that. Just at this moment, Lin Feihu came over. "Young man, since you are willing to compete with me, please follow me." He pointed to the backyard. There is a large training ground in the company's backyard. The company's security guards usually train there, and the company's employees naturally rest and take a walk there. So that training ground is very large. Ye Kai followed him to the training ground without any hesitation. When the two men arrived at the training ground, the others put down their bowls and chopsticks and gathered around them. These people all like to watch the fun, not to mention that the company's security captain Lin Feihu was very skilled, which is something they all know very well. So deep down in their hearts, they are also very happy. In this way, everyone gathered around. Ye Kai looked here and found that this training ground was very large. There were not only many weight equipment but also many tools in the training ground. Most of these tools are for physical training. After seeing these things, Ye Kai fell into deep thought. At this time, Ma Rulong said, "These are the tools that Captain Lin usually brings with him for security training. Ye Kai, I heard that you are quite skilled, so why not compete with Captain Lin in these? But it would be best if you two had some luck." Ma Rulong said word by word. After hearing what Ma Rulong said, Ye Kai knew that this guy's conspiracy was about to come to light. Ye Kai didn't care, but just put his hands behind his back, raised his head and looked at Captain Lin seriously. Use whatever tricks you have, I don't care at all. Yi Kai said seriously. He seemed to be saying something extremely calm. Hearing this, Ma Rulong said coldly, whoever loses must promise the other party one thing, and must do it in public. Yi Kai, do you dare or not? Lin Feihu also had a provocative look on his face. Of course I dare. Seeing these two guys being so rampant, Yi Kai was of course ready to slap them hard in the face, otherwise, he would be sorry for these two rampant guys. Yi Kai's expression was so calm, as if this matter was nothing at all, which was beyond Lin Feihu's imagination. It's easy, kid. Do you dare to compete with me in a 100-meter race? Lin Feihu said coldly. In fact, his speed is quite abnormal. After all, before he became a security guard, he was a very powerful figure. He was a person with strong running and jumping abilities, and was once a professional second-level athlete. This skill was definitely not something that ordinary people could match. Lin Feihu took a step back. I don't know if you dare to compete, kid. After hearing his words, the people around him began to whisper. It was obvious that everyone supported Lin Feihu. Captain Lin used to be a professional sprinter. How could Yi Kai be his opponent? This Yi Kai must be crazy, otherwise he should never compete with Lin Feihu, everyone thought. Chapter 24, Explosion. In everyone's mind, Yi Kai could never be Lin Feihu's opponent. The gap between the two was very obvious. But Yi Kai didn't care. When facing Lin Feihu, Yi Kai was already prepared. Of course you can, but what if you lose? Yi Kai said with a sneer. Lin Feihu was such an abominable guy. He actually chose his strengths to compete with Yi Kai. After all, Yi Kai could see that his ability value could reach 71. Although the speed value of 71 is not the top, it is much stronger than that of a normal person. The speed value of a normal person is only between 50 and 60. Lin Feihu's speed value has reached 70 plus. This in itself is a crushing defeat. It can be said that Lin Feihu's strength is completely overwhelming for any ordinary person. And this crushing victory was absolutely no suspense. Lin Feihu chose this way of competition to completely bully Yi Kai, but Yi Kai didn't care about it at all. Now he was ready. We can compete now, Yi Kai said with a smile on his face. In fact, he didn't care about this at all. With Yi Kai's strength, he would not take this matter to heart at all. Yi Kai and Lin Feihu were both ready. Ma Rulong walked to the front line with a faint smile on his face. To him, Lin Feihu would definitely win, there was no doubt about it and there was no suspense at all. Once Lin Feihu won, he could make a request to Yi Kai, and then Ma Rulong would unceremoniously ask Yi Kai to get out of the company. As long as Yi Kai gets out of the company, he will have a way to deal with Yi Kai next. This is a series of conspiracies that are linked together. Yi Kai didn't feel this. In fact, he is just very calm now because he doesn't take this matter seriously at all. With Yi Kai's strength, he naturally wouldn't care about this matter. Infinite weakening activated. He directly weakened Lin Feihu infinitely. Yi Kai adjusted Lin Feihu's speed from 71 to 7. In this way, even the slowest runner in the world could completely beat him. A sneer appeared on his face. This is what they call you reap what you sow. Lin Feihu is such a rampant guy that he even dares to challenge Yi Kai. He is seeking his own death. Yi Kai cannot be blamed. The competition between the two officially began. Ma Rulong, the referee, blew the whistle to start the game. Yi Kai's legs moved suddenly, and his speed reached the extreme. He rushed out like a bolt of lightning. In fact, Yi Kai's speed is only 63, but now he is as fast as lightning. Because Lin Feihu on the side formed a sharp contrast with Yi Kai. Lin Feihu ran forward with difficulty, but his running speed was not even as fast as a normal person's walking speed. What are you doing? Ma Rulong almost vomited blood. I thought Lin Feihu could save his face, but I didn't expect that this guy Lin Feihu would actually show such a state. This was far beyond Ma Rulong's imagination. Ma Rulong even had the urge to vomit blood. His face was as ugly as it could be. Feeling this, Yi Kai smiled helplessly. The saying you can defy the evils sent by heaven, but you cannot survive the evils you bring upon yourself is exactly what this means. Lin Feihu was about to cry now, his face looked so ugly that it couldn't get any uglier. After a frantic run, Yi Kai reached the finish line. His feet landed softly. Pa! When Yi Kai turned around, he realized that Lin Feihu had only run 10 meters. He was already sweating profusely and looked confused. Ha ha. Lin Feihu, I think there is no need for you to run anymore. You have already lost. Yi Kai said calmly. Lin Feihu's figure shook. Now he is completely desperate. In his opinion, Yi Kai's behavior really made him depressed, and it had even reached a point that Lin Feihu could not bear. Lin Feihu almost vomited blood. Everyone at the scene was stunned. They couldn't believe that this scene was real. But this scene really happened in front of their eyes, and they couldn't help but believe it. Ma Rulong and Lin Feihu looked embarrassed and confused. Kid, I'm not in good shape today, so this doesn't count. Although Lin Feihu didn't know why this happened, he was now ready to deny his debt. You say it doesn't count, so it doesn't count? So many people are watching, why do you say it doesn't count? There's no such thing in the world. Yi Kai said with a sneer on his face. His words were very sharp, deeply piercing Lin Feihu's heart, and even made Lin Feihu feel speechless. The people present also started to make a noise. That's right. We all saw it just now. Yi Kai clearly won. Captain Lin, are you going to go back on your word? Everyone has always been very dissatisfied with Ma Rulong and Lin Feihu's style, and now they are taking advantage of the situation. After hearing what they said, Ma Rulong and Lin Feihu's expressions became even more embarrassed. The two didn't even know what to say. They only knew one thing, that is, they had lost completely and lost miserably. What conditions do you want to propose? Lin Feihu said coldly. There was a glimmer of fire in his eyes and he was extremely angry. It's very simple. You just run around the scene naked and let the matter go. Yi Kai said calmly. What? Lin Feihu was shaking with anger. He is the security captain and a well-known figure in the company. How could he possibly run around naked here? That's simply an incredible thing. Of course the security captain could not accept this. His face was extremely pale and his eyes were extremely cold. The security captain is close to going crazy. But Yi Kai didn't care. No matter how the security captain behaved, Yi Kai would not take this matter seriously. Of course he knew that Lin Feihu would never run naked, and Yi Kai's real idea was definitely not to let Lin Feihu run naked. He just wanted to provoke Lin Feihu. As expected, Lin Feihu was completely enraged, and he clenched his fists and rushed towards Yi Kai. Go to hell, kid. Lin Feihu punched Yi Kai. Weakened strength. Yi Kai directly weakened his strength and attack power to single digits. In this way, even if Lin Feihu used all his strength, it would not have any effect on Yi Kai. As expected, although Lin Feihu's strength was very strong, it suddenly weakened when he was about to touch Yi Kai. Yi Kai didn't move at all, just looked at Lin Feihu indifferently. Bang! Lin Feihu's fist was soft and powerless. Chapter 25, Rescue. Ah! When security captain Lin Feihu's fist touched Yi Kai's fist, he fell down like a kite with a broken string. Lin Feihu's strength is considered strong in itself, but when facing Yi Kai, it is completely incomparable. His strength has been completely weakened by Yi Kai. The sound of a broken bone was heard, and Lin Feihu covered his wrist in pain, wailing all over. For him, the move just now was enough to break his bones. This. Ma Rulong and the others were all stunned after seeing this scene. Lin Feihu, who was worshipped as a god by them, was so vulnerable in front of Yi Kai. Thinking of this scene, everyone present was amazed. Ma Rulong was extremely embarrassed. His expression was as ugly as it could be. Boy, you. How dare you hurt someone in front of so many people? Ma Rulong immediately started to complain and sprayed angrily. After hearing what Ma Rulong said, Yi Kai was even more speechless. One can imagine how shameless this guy is. He is so shameless, but he actually blames Yi Kai for this matter. Yi Kai also felt extremely helpless deep down in his heart. The people around were afraid to speak. They all knew how powerful Ma Rulong was. After all, he was Ma Kai's confidant. There would be no good consequences if they offended Ma Rulong. Feeling this, Yi Kai smiled coldly. He actually didn't care about this at all. After all, with Yi Kai's strength, he would not take Ma Rulong seriously at all. Mr. Ma, please don't talk nonsense. Please watch carefully. Yi Kai said lightly. Ma Rulong was still confused and didn't know what Yi Kai meant. It was clearly him who attacked me first, and I was just fighting back passively. Can he blame me if he got injured? Yi Kai said with a look of contempt. He didn't take Ma Rulong seriously at all. After these words were spoken, Ma Rulong's expression became even more gloomy, and there was even a hint of resentment in his eyes. However, what Ye Kai said did make sense. Under such circumstances, it seemed impossible for him to take action. After all, he was not in the right. Cold sweat broke out on Ma Rulong's forehead. He hated Ye Kai to the core. The two guys left in a panic. Damn, two pieces of trash. Ye Kai said speechlessly. To him, these two guys were rubbish to the extreme, which even made Ye Kai feel helpless. Faced with such two pieces of trash, Ye Kai was speechless. Let's just go out and eat. After being messed up by these two guys, Ye Kai's lunch was completely ruined, which made Ye Kai feel helpless. But now he can only accept this matter. Amid everyone's strange gazes, Ye Kai left the company's restaurant and walked out of the company. He decided to go to the food court across the street. At this moment, 200,000 in cash and 50 points had arrived, but Ye Kai did not study them carefully. He had a long time to study these points, and Ye Kai was not in a hurry at all. There is a huge food city opposite the company. The consumption in this food city is not high, but it is actually not low either. The entire food city can be considered very luxurious. Normally, Ye Kai would be reluctant to come here to eat. But now he is already considered a wealthy person, so eating here is nothing. Ye Kai ordered some food and sat down at his seat. He planned to study the issue of points as well. Ye Kai activated his mind and entered the points mall. There were various options in the points mall, which surprised Ye Kai. There were many commodities in the entire points mall. Such a pervert. Seeing the merchandise in the points mall, Ye Kai was also completely shocked, because these merchandise were of various kinds and absolutely bizarre. Among these goods, there are many fine products, which even surprised Ye Kai. Unlimited skill enhancement. Special skill mutation. Seeing these terrifying skills, Ye Kai was of course happy. But when he saw the points required for these skills, Ye Kai instantly became depressed. The points required for these skills are so many that it even gives Ye Kai a headache. A special mutant skill actually requires 10,000 points. Ye Kai felt depressed instantly. Now he only has 100 points, but the points required for a special mutation skill are 10,000 points. The gap between the two is really a world of difference. What about Ye Kai? How could he not be shocked? Looking at these points, Ye Kai felt quite a headache. But he looked down again, with a hint of surprise on his face, because there was a lottery down there. This lottery. Ye Kai was delighted. He knew what this lottery meant, and it was indeed very important to Ye Kai. Each lottery only requires 100 points, and there is a chance of winning a lot of good things, which of course surprised Ye Kai. But now he only has 100 points, so Ye Kai attaches great importance to these 100 points. In this case, he certainly can't use it easily. Just then, a man suddenly ran towards Ye Kai. Oh my god! Ye Kai looked very clearly, and it should be a girl. The girl looked a little panicked, her body shaking uncontrollably, and she even bumped into Ye Kai. What's going on? Ye Kai felt a little confused. But at this moment, the girl bumped into him. Ah! The girl was standing unsteadily and almost bumped into Ye Kai. A trace of embarrassment appeared on her face. Feeling this, Ye Kai was quite speechless. Miss, what can I do for you? He asked curiously. When the girl saw Ye Kai, she was stunned for a moment, then she reached out and grabbed Ye Kai's arm. Help me. Please. The girl said with a trembling voice. Hearing this, Ye Kai was speechless. He didn't even know this girl, and there was no grudge between them in the past or recently. Ye Kai had no idea how to help this girl. At this moment, a group of people suddenly rushed in. These people were very strong and each of them had a solemn expression on his face. The leader among them was a very strong guy with a sneer on his face, which made people feel chilling. He looked at the girl and approached her step by step. I finally caught you. The guy said coldly. Ye Kai's face turned cold. The other party's words made him quite unhappy. From the other party's tone, it seemed that he was here to arrest this girl. Speaking in such a tone, of course, made Ye Kai very unhappy. Ye Kai is a man with a strong sense of justice, not to mention that he is infinitely weakened now and there is no end yet. Chapter 26. The girl was being chased, so of course she sought Ye Kai's help, and Ye Kai was a man with a strong sense of justice. Faced with this situation, Ye Kai would of course help the girl. A hint of coldness flashed across his face. Who are you? Yi Kai said in his serious tone. Hearing Yi Kai's words, those people stopped. The burly man who was in the lead had an extremely cold look in his eyes. He stared at Yi Kai coldly, with contempt in his words. Boy, this matter has nothing to do with you, don't meddle in it. The middle-aged strong man said angrily. Yi Kai curled his lips. What a coincidence, what I like most is to meddle in other people's affairs. He responded directly. This sentence was far beyond the middle-aged man's imagination. His face suddenly became ugly. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Kai with a gloomy face. There was an unimaginable coldness flashing in his eyes. He looked extremely angry. Boy, do you know who you are talking to? The middle-aged strong man said angrily. Yi Kai was speechless. I don't know, what can you do to me? He looked completely contemptuous. After hearing Yi Kai's words, the middle-aged man trembled. He felt extremely angry. Yi Kai's words were simply a kind of contempt for him, which was absolutely unacceptable to him. A strong middle-aged man with a slightly cold look in his eyes. It seems that you don't want to let this girl go, he said coldly. Yi Kai waved his hand gently. What can you do to me? Hearing Yi Kai's words, the middle-aged strong man was so angry that he felt quite angry. Die. The middle-aged sturdy man clenched his fist and punched Yi Kai. The power of 68? Yi Kai felt funny. If it were under normal circumstances, the power of 68 would indeed pose a little threat to him, but now, the power of 68 really could not pose a great threat to Yi Kai. Yi Kai's strength is far beyond the other party's imagination. Infinite weakening activated. Yi Kai directly activated the infinite weakening mode. He felt that the opponent's function was decreasing in level, so Yi Kai reduced the opponent's strength to less than 10 times. Bang! He gently stretched out a hand and slapped him. The power of this slap can definitely be described as violent. Ah! The middle-aged sturdy man screamed and fell to the ground with a thud. His whole body swayed and he was completely unable to withstand the blow brought by this force. To him, this was simply terrifying. Yi Kai sneered. The middle-aged sturdy man was directly slapped away by Yi Kai. Although the power of Yi Kai's slap was not very strong, it was definitely a crushing feeling for the middle-aged sturdy man. The middle-aged sturdy man lost his balance and was slapped away by Yi Kai. Yi Kai showed a look of contempt on his face. Of course Yi Kai would not take trash like the other party seriously. He doesn't care about the other person at all. The middle-aged sturdy man's figure shook, and he was shaking with anger. Now, his expression was extremely ugly. And at this moment, Yi Kai rushed over. He was like a wolf among a flock of sheep, launching inhumane attacks on these people, and these people had absolutely no power to fight back against him. When facing Yi Kai's crazy attack, these guys were beaten to a pulp and they seemed to have no ability to fight back at all. Rubbish! Yi Kai said coldly. In his opinion, these guys were just trash who had no ability to fight back, and Yi Kai didn't take them seriously at all. The infinitely weakening skill is really abnormal. After all these people were driven away, Yi Kai turned his gaze to the girl. An expression of great gratitude appeared on the girl's face. Thank you. The girl said sincerely. Yi Kai just shook his head. He did not show any emotion in response to the girl's gratitude. Yi Kai knew very well what the girl's gratitude meant. But now he is still very calm. They have left, you can go now. Yi Kai said to the girl. He was just standing up for justice and had no intention of asking for anything, but the expression on the girl's face became very strange. She seemed to have something to say but couldn't. Yi Kai also felt quite strange. What else do you want? He asked in a daze. The girl sighed. Can you treat me to a meal? She said tremblingly. Well. Faced with such words, Yi Kai was speechless. He had no idea what the girl meant, and an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. The girl's face was flushed, and she seemed to be hesitant to say something. This expression made Yi Kai speechless. He scratched his head. Yi Kai had no idea what the girl meant, and didn't even know how to express his condition. Miss, the problem is that I don't even know you. Yi Kai murmured. This is the most important issue. He didn't know this girl at all, and didn't know who the person chasing her was. Yi Kai didn't dare to take her in easily. What's more, he is now the father of 2 babies. I just want you to treat me to a meal. I don't want to pester you. If it doesn't work, forget it. The girl seemed a little angry. She stood up and turned to leave. Ye Kai stopped the girl quite embarrassedly. All right. He didn't want to cause trouble, but seeing how pitiful the girl was, Ye Kai knew that he couldn't just remain indifferent. After ordering some dishes, the girl started to eat voraciously. She seemed like she hadn't eaten for a long time and looked very hungry. Seeing this situation, Ye Kai was stunned. After a long time, the girl finally finished eating. She wiped her mouth and a look of gratitude appeared on her face. Thank you, the girl suddenly said. Her face was a little red and she seemed quite excited. Ye Kai felt somewhat helpless. In that case, you can leave now, Ye Kai said seriously. The girl nodded pitifully and walked outside. At this moment, Ye Kai suddenly realized that the people outside did not leave, but were hiding outside. These people were full of fear of Ye Kai, but they had no intention of giving up on the girl. Ye Kai knew that as long as this girl went out, she would encounter unimaginable dangers, and this was what shocked Ye Kai. Ye Kai's face suddenly turned cold. He especially understood how sensitive this matter was. Is this girl's background very unusual? Ye Kai suddenly thought of it. Chapter 27: Protecting the Beauty. Unless the girl in front of him had an extremely unusual background, there was no way she would be targeted by these masters. Ye Kai fell into deep thought. If that's the case, this matter will probably be even more troublesome. His brows furrowed and his eyes fixed. In this situation, Ye Kai certainly didn't want to let the girl face these people alone. That would definitely be a very dangerous thing. Follow me, Ye Kai said to the girl. He went straight down. When those guys saw Ye Kai, they took a step back in fear. The expressions on their faces were as terrified as they could be. For them, this was truly horrible. Ye Kai smiled slightly. Now he is very calm and doesn't take this matter seriously at all. Ye Kai's expression was as calm as it could be. At this moment, the sturdy man who was slapped away by Ye Kai ran over directly. You better be careful, he said with a trembling voice. From the expression on his face, one can clearly see the fear in his heart. Boy, don't you dare to leave your name. Seeing that Ye Kai ignored him, the man could only shout loudly. He had now fallen into a state of madness. Seeing this guy's expression, Ye Kai smiled coldly. My name is Ye Kai, and I work in the company opposite. If you have the guts, come find me. Ye Kai said this and then took the girl's hand and walked forward. The guy looked ferocious on the surface, but he was really afraid of Ye Kai to the extreme. When he saw Ye Kai walking forward, he didn't dare to move at all. Ye Kai found it quite funny. He wouldn't care about a coward like this. Ye Kai took the girl and walked out of the restaurant. Just when Ye Kai was about to say goodbye to the girl, the voice of the system came from afar. As the owner of this system and the patron saint of the two babies, the host must be the embodiment of justice. Now issue a temporary mission to place Huang Tingting. Place Huang Tingting, the eldest daughter of the Huang family, and protect her. This mission will receive a special fund of 10 million, and you will receive 2,000 points for completing the mission. Hearing what the system said, Ye Kai was stunned. Before, he had tried his best and only obtained dozens of points, but he never expected that it would be possible to get 2,000 points now. This was far beyond Ye Kai's imagination. If he could get 2,000 points, it would certainly be an exciting thing, and even Ye Kai himself would feel very happy. After all, 2,000 points is definitely not a small amount of money. This amount of money is a huge sum. Ye Kai certainly had his own thoughts on the acquisition of 2,000 points. He felt quite happy. Accept the mission. Ye Kai accepted the task without hesitation. Sure enough, there was suddenly an extra 10 million in his account, but this 10 million could only be used to settle Huang Tingting and could not be spent. Hey, young lady, are you homeless? Ye Kai said with bright eyes. Well. When Ye Kai looked at her with such eyes, Huang Tingting felt her body tremble. She felt that there seemed to be a kind of aggression in Ye Kai's eyes. This made Huang Tingting a little scared. What are you going to do? Huang Tingting covered her chest. Well. Ye Kai was speechless for a moment. Don't get me wrong, you are homeless, right? I can provide you with a place to stay, and don't worry, I will never bully you. Hey. You. Huang Tingting still didn't believe it. Yi Kai continued, Ms. Huang, there is nothing to disbelieve. This matter is very, very simple. If you don't agree, you can leave now. I will never force you. Yi Kai said with a serious expression. Huang Tingting fell into hesitation. Now that Huang Tingting was being chased, there was no possibility of escape at all. She knew very well in her heart that since she had nowhere to go, she could only stay here. Following Yi Kai doesn't seem to be a bad choice. Yi Kai doesn't look that annoying. Okay, but don't have any plans against me, otherwise. Huang Tingting clenched her little fist, looking quite proud. Seeing this scene, Yi Kai also found it a little funny. Then come with me. He decided to use the 10 million to find a place for Huang Tingting to stay. It was obvious that Huang Tingting was the eldest daughter of the Huang family. Although Yi Kai was not clear about the status of the Huang family, he thought that they should be very powerful. So Yi Kai also needs to be calmer. Where are we going? Huang Tingting said with some horror. To buy a house, of course. Yi Kai is now worth 10 million yuan, so it would be a very good thing for him to give Huang Lingling a house. After all, this 10 million is special funds and also funds donated by the system. In this case, Yi Kai must help Huang Tingting. Huang Tingting's face was very rosy. Thank you, I will return the money to you. Huang Tingting was very grateful to Yi Kai. However, Yi Kai was a little worried. After all, he didn't know where to buy a suitable house. Let's go to the real estate market. Yi Kai said seriously. After hearing what Yi Kai said, Huang Tingting could only follow Yi Kai with a red face. Now Huang Tingting had no idea what to do. The two of them came to the real estate market. This is the place with the most real estate purchases in the entire city. Arriving at the real estate market, Yi Kai continued looking for a while, and at this moment, a man walked over. This is a middle-aged man. He was wearing shabby clothes and looked a bit ugly. However, there was a sharp look in his eyes. It can be seen that he is definitely not an ordinary person. He came to Yi Kai with a sly look. Hey little brother, are you going to buy a house? The middle-aged man said. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Yi Kai nodded lightly. He didn't know the identity of this middle-aged man, but Yi Kai still spoke. Hearing Yi Kai's words, the middle-aged man immediately smiled. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Yi Kai's arm. Brother, leave this matter to me. I have many houses available. The guy just took out his business card. Yi Kai reached out and took the business card, a solemn look on his face. Yi Kai knew very well what this matter meant. This guy's name is Lu Yugang. According to his business card, he seems to be a real estate agent. And he's a top-notch figure. Yi Kai didn't realize that this guy had such ability, but he couldn't find a good house now. It would be a good thing if he could ask Lu Yuguang. Okay, I want to choose the villa. Yi Kai said seriously. Lu Yuguang was stunned for a moment when he heard Yi Kai's words. Do you want to buy a villa? Chapter 28 Buying a Villa. Want to buy a villa? Lu Yuguang showed a surprised expression. Lu Yuguang is a very good real estate agent and he has a very accurate eye for people. Lu Yuguang saw clearly that Yi Kai in front of him was wearing very ordinary clothes. He didn't think that Yi Kai could afford a villa. Do you look down on me? Yi Kai said with some dissatisfaction. Now he has a special fund of 10 million, so it should not be a problem for him to buy at least a villa. Lu Yugang scratched his head when he heard Yi Kai's words. That's not what I meant. I just think you can't judge a person by his appearance. Li Yugang had no choice but to say this. Hearing Lu Yugang's words, Yi Kai curled his lips in disdain. Yi Kai felt that Lu Yugang was really ridiculous. However, looking at his business card, Yi Kai understood that this guy was indeed a very capable real estate agent. If he could use him to get to the bottom of things, that would certainly be a good thing. Lu Yuguang, in that case, please take me there. Yi Kai said. Huang Tingting just stood obediently behind Yi Kai. Lu Yuguang took the two to a real estate project, and the three of them went straight into the sales office. As a real estate agent, Lu Yugang is of course familiar with these things. A woman with makeup on came over. Lu Yuguang, you brought someone to buy a house again. The woman's voice sounded a little unpleasant, as if the woman despised Lu Yuguang to some extent. Yi Kai looked at the woman's name tag and knew that her name was Chu Chanshan. This woman must be the sales manager, she just looked sarcastic. Chu Chanshan came in front of Lu Yuguang and looked Yi Kai up and down. Is this the guy who bought the house? We have a high-end apartment here, Chu Chanqian said directly. Well. Hearing this, Yi Kai was speechless. It seems that this woman named Chu Chanqian also despises Yi Kai. Yi Kai was really helpless. As a cheat player, Yi Kai was actually looked down upon by others. Of course, he felt a little unhappy. I want to buy a villa, Yi Kai said coldly. Chu Chanqian was stunned for a moment. What did you say? You want to buy a villa? Chu Chanqian couldn't believe it at all. For her, Yi Kai's spending power was definitely not enough to afford a villa. Yi Kai shook his bank card. Do you think I'm bluffing? He said coldly. After hearing Yi Kai's words and watching Yi Kai take out his bank card, Chu Chanqian took a deep breath. Is he really rich? Chu Chanqian thought deep in her heart. As a sales manager who has worked here for a long time, Chu Chanqian is still very cautious. Although she was not optimistic about Yi Kai, Chu Chanqian still brought Yi Kai to the sand table. This is our villa area, Chu Chanqian introduced. Yi Kai saw clearly that there was indeed a villa area here, and Yi Kai saw the best villa at a glance. Villa number 3. I'll buy this, Yi Kai said directly. Hearing this, Chu Chanqian was stunned for a moment. She never expected that Yi Kai would decide on villa number 3 so quickly. Chu Chanqian's expression was somewhat strange, but her tone had softened. But at this moment, a group of people walked in. The leader among them was a little fat man who was not very tall. He walked forward with a look of arrogance on his face. There were 2 people who looked like bodyguards following behind him. I want villa number 3, the little fat boy said arrogantly. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Chu Chanqian turned around and saw the appearance of the little fat boy. When Chu Chanqian saw the little fat boy, a hint of surprise immediately appeared on her face. Chu Chanqian came to the little fat boy. Her tone immediately became extremely respectful. It's Mr. Li. What brings you here? Chu Chanqian said respectfully. Hearing this, the little fat boy was very satisfied. This young master wants this villa number 3, and now this young master is going to pay with a credit card. The little fat man arrogantly took out a card, which was actually black and gold in color. Any discerning person can see that this is a black gold card. The credit limit of such a card is at least over 10 million, which is definitely a top-level card. When Chu Chanqian saw young Master Li taking out the card, her face blossomed with smiles and she immediately showed a respectful expression. Okay, I'll swipe the card for you right away. Chu Chanqian has completely forgotten about Yi Kai. Mr. Li is the son of Li Tianming, the richest man in the county. His name is Li Yun. As the richest man in the entire county, Mr. Li is very powerful. Li Tianming is worth over 100 million yuan, and Li Yun is also a famous playboy and a dandy. Of course, Chu Chanqian knew this person. After hearing these words, Lu Yuguang was so angry that he was shaking all over. Lu Yuguang is also a man with his own dignity. Yi Kai is Lu Yuguang's client. It was obviously Yi Kai who first set his eyes on this villa, but Chu Chanqian wants to sell this villa to this so-called Mr. Li. Lu Yuguang looked helpless. He felt very angry and his whole mood seemed to be very bad. But at this moment, Chu Chanqian turned around. There was an expression of extreme sarcasm on her face. You'd better not say any more. It seems that this boy is a poor man. Our villa will naturally be sold to Mr. Li, Chu Chanqian said coldly. Chu Chanqian completely did not give Lu Yuguang any face. Li Yun looked even more disdainful. Who are these trash? Get out of here now, Li Yun said coldly. This little fat guy is really a guy who is extremely arrogant. His words fully show his arrogance. Li Yun's words made Chu Chanqian look admiring. In Chu Chanqian's opinion, Li Yun is extremely handsome, and can even be described as handsome and elegant. After all, Li Yun has the ability to make money. Just when Yi Kai was feeling depressed, the voice of the system came from afar. As the host of this system, how can you be bullied by the son of the richest man in the county? This system has issued a temporary task. No matter what means you use, you must grab villa number 3 and give Fatty Li Yun a slap in the face. After completing it, you can win 1,000 points. The system's voice even had some emotion, and seemed to be in a somewhat angry state. It seems that the system also feels very ashamed. In this situation, Yi Kai was somewhat helpless, but 1,000 points was a huge temptation. Accept the mission. Yi Kai chose to accept the task. Since he has accepted the mission, Yi Kai will certainly not give Li Yun and Chu Chanshan any face. Yi Kai said coldly, "It's the so-called first come first served. I was the one who reserved this place first. Why do you sell it to others?" His voice was already very unhappy. Chapter 29, Conquering the Fatty. Yi Kai's voice was already very impolite. After all, it was Yi Kai who reserved this villa first. No matter what the reason, Chu Chanshan was not qualified to sell it to Li Yun. That is totally irrational. A sneer appeared on Yi Kai's face. After hearing Yi Kai's words, Chu Chanshan didn't say anything, but Li Yun was already completely angry. The little fat man Li Yun was a very arrogant person, and now there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. "Do you know who I am?" The little fat boy Li Yun rolled up his sleeves, stretched out his short arms, and said angrily. Seeing this scene, Yi Kai found it quite funny. The bodyguards behind the little fat boy Li Yun are indeed not to be underestimated, and Yi Kai is very clear about this. These bodyguards are indeed quite capable. However, Yi Kai's attack power has improved greatly now, and he still has several thousand points. What's more, Yi Kai still has a lottery system that he has not used. Facing the little fat boy Li Yun, Yi Kai would certainly not be at a disadvantage. He said coldly, "I booked this house first. If you like these villas, you can book other houses. This house will never be given to you." Yi Kai's voice was very serious, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Hearing Yi Kai's words, the fat boy Li Yun was stunned. As the son of the richest man in the county, he was a very arrogant person. He didn't expect that Yi Kai would be so arrogant. In his opinion, Yi Kai's clothes were very ordinary and he should be just an ordinary person. Li Yun would definitely not be afraid of Yi Kai. "Boy, here are 50,000 yuan. Consider it a reward from me. Take the money and get out of here." Li Yun took out a stack of money from his pocket and threw it on the ground. That kind of rampant expression is simply speechless. This is exactly what Li Yun did. Li Yun's behavior made Yi Kai stunned. He felt that Li Yun was too arrogant. "Put away your money, I want this villa." Yi Kai's face suddenly turned cold. "Damn it, how dare you not give me face?" The little fat boy Li Yun was furious. As the son of the richest man in the county, how could he have ever been humiliated like this? Of course Li Yun couldn't believe it was true. "Come on." He waved his hand, and his bodyguards clenched their fists and rushed towards Yi Kai-chong. Infinitely weakened, 20 minutes left. Looking at the time that was infinitely weakening, with only 20 minutes left, Yi Kai felt really funny. As long as there is infinite weakening, Yi Kai will not care about these little bodyguards at all. He can easily beat these people by himself. As soon as these bodyguards rushed over, Yi Kai rushed over like a tiger descending from the mountain. Now it is infinitely weakened, with only 20 minutes left, Yi Kai must seize the time. He swung his fists and started to attack frantically. The bodyguards wanted to fight back, but they suddenly found that they seemed to have no ability to fight back at all. The bodyguards seemed to have lost all their power suddenly. The bodyguards could not believe that this was real, but this scene really existed. The bodyguards were completely dumbfounded. Yi Kai had no intention of giving them face at all. His time is limited and he has to deal with these guys immediately. Yi Kai knocked all these guys to the ground with a roundhouse kick. The strength and defense of these bodyguards had been weakened to single digits. They were no match for Yi Kai at all. The gap between the two was huge. Seeing his bodyguards falling to the ground one after another, the fat boy Li Yun was completely confused. Little fat boy Li Yun couldn't believe that all this was true. He dared to act so arrogantly because his subordinates were very scary. But now, under Yi Kai's attack, these guys fell to the ground instantly. The fat boy Li Yun did not realize how powerful Yi Kai was, but these bodyguards fell to the ground one after another as if they were under a spell. This has made the little fat boy Li Yun dumbfounded. "You." His voice was filled with fear. After hearing what the fat boy Li Yun said, Yi Kai almost laughed out loud. "What? Are you dissatisfied?" Yi Kai said coldly. The little fat boy Li Yun was so scared that his whole body was shaking. He no longer had his previous arrogance and just fell to his knees on the ground. "Big brother, please forgive me, I was wrong," the little fat boy Li Yun said, trembling all over. His face was extremely ugly. To the little fat boy Li Yun, Yi Kai was simply a god from heaven. "Damn, this coward. Yi Kai was speechless. I thought that the son of the richest man in the county would be more rampant, but Yi Kai never expected that this man would be so cowardly. This absolutely made Yi Kai helpless. But since he is so cowardly, the plan of taking him as a younger brother can certainly be completed smoothly. Although Yi Kai didn't want to take him as his younger brother, but considering the 1,000 points, Yi Kai decided to do it reluctantly. These 1,000 points are really not a small amount. Yi Kai immediately smiled and helped the little fat boy Li Yun up. It is a great virtue to admit one's mistakes and correct them. I think Mr. Li has extraordinary potential and will be as outstanding as me in the future, Yi Kai said. The little fat boy Li Yun immediately showed an excited expression. Big brother, can you teach me kung fu? I admire you so much. This guy showed an expression that showed he admired Yi Kai even more than Lu Tianlai did, which left Yi Kai speechless. Okay, then this villa. The fat boy Li Yun waved his hand. Since Big Brother likes it, of course I'll give it to him. Chu Chanqian, why don't you issue the receipt quickly? What are you waiting for? The fat boy Li Yun turned around and said viciously to Chu Chanqian. Chu Chanqian's expression was extremely ugly. She originally wanted to flatter the fat boy Li Yun and look down on Yi Kai very much, but Chu Chanqian never expected that things would change so suddenly. Now the little fat boy Li Yun has become Yi Kai's little brother. Of course Chu Chanqian didn't dare to say anything, and immediately went through the property procedures. Yi Kai directly handed the property certificate to Huang Tingting. You will live here from now on. If anything happens, you can let me handle it, Yi Kai said seriously. Hearing this, Huang Tingting showed an extremely grateful expression on her face. She seemed to not know how to thank Yi Kai. Yi Kai just smiled faintly. His mood was quite calm. Just then, the fat boy Li Yun came in front of Yi Kai. Don't worry, boss. I will take care of your sister-in-law's safety. Sister-in-law, your sister. Yi Kai felt helpless. The little fat boy Li Yun chuckled, feeling a little embarrassed. Chapter 30 Babysitting Dad. Everyone was impressed by the fat boy Li Yun, and he had made proper arrangements for Huang Tingting. This was definitely a great thing for Yi Kai. What made Yi Kai happiest was that he got 1,000 points. In this way, his points have reached 6,130 points. This amount of points is already very good. Yi Kai entered the points mall and found that 6,000 points could complete 60 lotteries, which was definitely a surprise to him. As for those permanent skills, Yi Kai couldn't buy them. Improve your personal qualities first. Yi Kai decided to do this. Every 100 points can improve one's quality a little bit, and these values are personal physical fitness. Yi Kai began to investigate these values. Yi Kai retrieved his own data. Add all to intelligence. Yi Kai's intelligence is now 65, which is just the intelligence of an ordinary person, but Yi Kai decided to improve his intelligence. Soon, Yi Kai raised his intelligence to 85. In this way, his intelligence has reached the level of first-class talent. However, Yi Kai's points also dropped by 2,000 points. This also made Yi Kai feel a little painful. What's the use of this intelligence of 85? Yi Kai muttered to himself. At least for now, he didn't feel that these intelligences could bring him any benefits. And just at this moment, Yi Kai received a call from Su Ruwatching. Yi Kai felt a little strange when he received Su Ruwatching's call. Is there anything wrong? Yi Kai asked. Hearing Yi Kai's words, Su Ruwatching's voice sounded a little angry. Can I come to you if there's nothing going on? Su Ruwatching sounded a little indignant on the phone. Well. Hearing Su Ruwatching so angry, Yi Kai also felt a headache. After all, Su Ruwatching is the mother of his two babies. This is a very important identity. Why weren't you in the company this afternoon? Su Ruwatching asked again. Hearing Su Ruwatching's question, Yi Kai felt quite helpless. I have something to do this afternoon. Yi Kai was about to explain, but Su Ruwatching said, I'm going to buy something for the baby, you can be my driver. When Yi Kai heard Su Ruwatching's words, his eyes lit up instantly. Taking the baby shopping is certainly a good thing. At least it can cultivate the relationship between Yi Kai and the baby. Yi Kai has no reason to refuse. I'll pick you up now. Yi Kai called a taxi as quickly as possible and arrived at the company. Su Ruwatching was waiting inside. The two of them drove Su Ruwatching's car back home, taking their two babies with them. Su Ruwatching directly told them their destination. Faming Mall. It is a very luxurious luxury mall in the local area. The two of them immediately came to Faming Shopping Mall, put down the stroller, put the two babies in the stroller, and walked into the mall. The two babies were lying in the stroller, looking around with their curious big eyes. Both babies seemed very curious, and their expressions were really very cute. Pushing the baby, Yikai felt a sense of happiness. The two babies looked at Yikai, blinking their big eyes, looking very cute. The four of them looked like a family of four. Yikai felt a sense of happiness. Arriving at the department store, Su Ruwatching began to purchase baby supplies, including diapers and some other things, which are all consumables. Selling these things was also a huge expense for Su Ruwatching, so she selected them very carefully. Although Yikai really wanted to pay, Su Ruwatching disagreed. She is a very stubborn girl. Since Su Ruwatching was so unwilling to agree, Yikai certainly didn't want to say anything more. Fortunately, these products are not expensive, only a few thousand yuan. This amount of money is really nothing. After shopping, the two babies felt a little sleepy, so they decided to go back. Su Ruwatching seemed very relaxed during this shopping trip, as if she hadn't been so relaxed for a long time. Seeing Su Ruwatching so relaxed, Yikai was deeply moved. At least he felt that he owed Su Ruwatching a lot. Just when the two were about to return, Yikai suddenly discovered that a store was holding a lottery. The voice of the system came slowly. Get a temporary task and participate in the lottery. Came the system's voice. A lottery compass appeared in Yikai's mind. When Yikai saw the property being drawn for the lottery, he was also very surprised. He didn't know what it meant. This is something strange, to say the least. After controlling his mentality, Yikai's expression was very calm. He naturally knew what this meant. Start the lottery. Yikai immediately chose the lottery. The lottery compass spins at a rapid speed. Infinite luck, the host can obtain infinite luck, limited to 1 hour. Let's go to this store. This store sells very high-end baby toys. Yikai said directly to Su Ruwatching. Su Ruwatching's face froze for a moment. This is an international brand, you are kidding. Su Ruwatching said with a trembling voice. Su Ruwatching really didn't know what this meant. After all, this store was a very high-end baby toy store, and the price of every toy here was over 5,000 yuan. For those wealthy families, this amount of money is nothing, but for a single mother like Su Ruwatching, this amount of money is very expensive. Su Ruwatching immediately shook her head. This is really too expensive. But at this moment, Debao's voice came. Mom, I want it. Debao said excitedly. Seeing this scene, Su Ruwatching looked embarrassed. Of course, she tried her best to satisfy the two babies' needs, but the toys here were too expensive. Facing the babies babbling, Su Ruwatching felt very embarrassed. Yikai smiled slightly. If the baby wants it, why not give it to him? Besides, we may not need to pay for it. Yikai said calmly. Hearing this, Su Ruwatching was even more surprised. She had no idea what Yikai's intention was. Yikai immediately said, Look, isn't there a lottery over there? You can win a free meal after spending money. Maybe we're lucky today and we might win a free meal. Yikai said in a serious tone. Hearing this, Su Ruwatching was surprised. You won't believe that a lottery like that is real, right? That kind of lottery is really ridiculous. Su Ruwatching said seriously. She didn't believe in the so-called lottery at all, because such a lottery was meaningless. Yikai smiled slightly. If it was before, Yikai certainly wouldn't believe it. Now Yikai's strength is not comparable to before. Yikai possesses a special trick of infinite luck, which is simply an invincible weapon in the lottery. With infinite luck, Yikai has no fear of the lottery. Chapter 31 Lottery. Yikai and Su Ruwatching brought their two babies into a high-end toy store. This toy store is extremely high-end, even Yikai was surprised. He also had to admit that this toy store was indeed very high-end and the toys inside were particularly good. Yikai was shocked. Of course he was very happy. The two babies showed surprised expressions, and they were very excited when looking at these toys. They all laughed very happily. Seeing the two babies so happy, Yikai would naturally be very happy as well. Just then a clerk came over. The clerk looked Yikai and his companion up and down, his expression showing some contempt. It was as if he looked down upon Yikai and Su Ruwatching. The clerk had a strong ability to read people's expressions. He could see that Yi Kai's clothes were really not that good and he probably couldn't afford such expensive things. The clerk had a look of disdain on his face. This is a famous brand store. Not just anyone can come in, the clerk said coldly. Well. Hearing this, Yi Kai was stunned for a moment. This is not the first time he has been looked down upon by others. But this time, Yi Kai was particularly angry. Now he has infinite luck, and relying on his infinite luck system, he is definitely a very powerful existence. This guy actually dared to despise Yi Kai, which of course made Yi Kai quite uncomfortable. His face looked extremely ugly. Of course I come here to buy toys. Would I be bluffing? Yi Kai said with contempt on his face. The clerk casually pointed at the toys in the store. Each set of toys we have here is worth more than 10,000. Are you sure you can afford it? The clerk said with great contempt. Hearing this, Yi Kai knew that this guy had no intention of giving him any face at all. Yi Kai was really shocked by how rampant this person was. Su Ruoqing reached out and grabbed Yi Kai. Let's just forget it, shall we? Su Ruoqing felt that this feeling of being despised was very bad. But at this moment, Yi Kai pointed to the most expensive set of toys in the store. I want this toy set worth 100,000 yuan. Yi Kai said in a serious voice. The clerk was stunned for a moment. This baby toy set worth 100,000 yuan is the treasure of their store. This toy set has been here for a long time and no one has bought it. It's not that this toy set is bad, it's just that the price is a bit expensive. This set actually costs 100,000 yuan. Ordinary people simply cannot afford this amount of money. Feeling this, the clerk didn't believe that Yi Kai could afford it. Yi Kai stretched out his hand and took out his bank card. Swipe the card. Can you really afford it? The clerk was stunned. When the clerk saw Yi Kai and Su Ruoqing coming in together, he was already jealous, because he felt that a man like Yi Kai, who was dressed ordinary, was actually with a beauty like Su Ruoqing, which really made the clerk very unhappy. A feeling of jealousy made the clerk very unhappy with Yi Kai. But he never expected that Yi Kai actually took out a bank card, which was far beyond the clerk's imagination. The clerk's name was Wang Daming. He was a very jealous person. In this situation, Wang Daming was even more shocked. Sure. He stared at Yi Kai fiercely. Yi Kai smiled. But before I swipe my card, I have to confirm that you have a lucky draw event for free meals. Yi Kai said. Wang Daming said coldly. Of course. As long as you spend money in our store, you have a chance to get a free meal. Of course, you have to enter the lottery and win. Wang Daming spoke every word, his voice still very arrogant. Hearing this, Yi Kai didn't care at all. Stop talking nonsense and swipe your card quickly. I want to draw a prize. Yi Kai rubbed his hands and said excitedly. This infinite luck system is very powerful. Completing a small lottery is nothing. I wonder how long you can keep pretending. Wang Daming immediately completed the card swiping. When 100,000 yuan arrived, Su Ruoqing almost fainted. Her attitude towards Yi Kai had changed slightly before, but now, Su Ruoqing's attitude towards Yi Kai seemed to have changed again. Su Ruoqing felt that Yi Kai was simply a prodigal son. 100,000 yuan is the annual living expenses for 2 babies, but Yi Kai actually bought toys directly. Su Ruoqing was quite angry. The good impression I had of Yi Kai before seemed to disappear in a flash. But Yi Kai smiled faintly. Can I draw the lottery now? Yi Kai said to Wang Daming bluntly. After hearing Yi Kai's words, Wang Daming took a breath. Boy, if you have the ability, then go ahead and draw the lottery. I want to see your strength. Wang Daming was quite dissatisfied with Yi Kai, and he said in a cold voice. To win the grand prize of free meal, you need great luck. After all, the probability of winning the free meal grand prize is only 1. Wang Daming doesn't think Yi Kai has such ability. Besides, that is not something that can be determined by human ability. It requires extremely strong exercise. Wang Daming looked at Yi Kai coldly. Yi Kai came to the lottery compass without any hesitation. He looked at the awards arranged on the compass and already had an idea in his mind. Yi Kai certainly knew very well what he should do. He turned the compass fiercely, and the compass began to spin very fast. Wang Daming looked at the speed of the compass seriously. He didn't believe that Yi Kai could do this, because it was an impossible thing. Wang Daming was not a stupid man, so how could he believe this? For Wang Daming, this in itself was incredible. At this moment, he stared at the compass, but at this moment the compass suddenly stopped turning. The compass needle pointed directly to a direction. Free of charge award. Yi Kai turned around and patted Wang Daming's shoulder calmly. I'm sorry, brother, this order is free. Yi Kai said calmly. Wang Daming's figure shook. He almost vomited blood. Wang Daming couldn't believe that what he saw was real. The probability of winning the free prize is only 1, but he never expected that Yi Kai actually won the free prize. Wang Daming could not help but be stunned. Yi Kai pointed to the bank card in his hand. Shouldn't you return the money to me? Yi Kai said seriously. Wang Daming suddenly became angry. He clenched his fists. No, you must have cheated. I can't return the money to you no matter what. Wang Daming said angrily. Hearing this, Yi Kai felt helpless for a moment. Wang Daming's shamelessness has reached the extreme. Chapter 32 Master Shang's Troubles. Yi Kai's infinite luck system had just come into play, but he never expected that Wang Daming would not keep his word. You can't be so shameless. Yi Kai said speechlessly. If Wang Daming is really so shameless, then Yi Kai will be helpless. He has a lucky system, but when faced with such a rogue, Yi Kai really didn't know what to say for a moment. This guy Wang Daming seemed to be unreasonable and he grabbed Yi Kai's sleeve. Boy, you are suspected of cheating, you must give me an explanation. Wang Daming showed an arrogant look, as if he wanted Yi Kai to give him an explanation, which made Yi Kai speechless. He had seen many shameless people, but this was the first time Yi Kai had seen someone as shameless as Wang Daming. This guy has simply reached a new level of shamelessness. Yi Kai shook his head helplessly. Yi Kai could imagine how shameless Wang Daming was. Just at this moment, a person walked in from outside. What on earth happened? Why are you arguing? The man said in a serious tone. Wang Daming looked up and saw this person, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Master, you came at the right time. This guy is cheating here. Wang Daming said directly. Yi Kai felt speechless and nauseous at Wang Daming's words. This guy is totally confusing right and wrong. However, the person coming from the opposite side should be his boss, otherwise he would not be so respectful to this person. Yi Kai raised his head and looked at the man. Sure enough, there was a young man opposite me who looked very handsome. Yi Kai felt that this young man looked familiar. The young man also looked up at Yi Kai. It's you! The young man shouted excitedly. He took off his glasses, and Yi Kai could see his face clearly. It turned out to be that young Master Zhang. The last time Yi Kai was buying baby products, he met young Master Zhang once, and since then, the two have had no contact. Yi Kai had already forgotten about this person. But he did have young Master Zhang's business card in his hand. Only then did Yi Kai remember this guy. Wang Daming certainly didn't know the relationship between Yi Kai and young Master Zhang. When he saw young Master Zhang coming here, his face became even more excited. Wang Daming smiled and said, "This guy is really too hateful, you must deal with him." Hearing Wang Daming's slightly flattering voice, young Master Zhang's face suddenly turned ugly. He went straight to Wang Daming and slapped him hard. Brother Yi Kai is my friend. How could he do such a thing? It must be you who did something wrong. Young Master Zhang said coldly. In just one sentence, he had explained everything Wang Daming had done. Wang Daming's face was extremely embarrassed. He never expected that his eldest young master would actually attack him. This made Wang Daming feel speechless. Now he even felt that this was unacceptable. Why don't you apologize to Mr. Yi Kai and refund the money? Young Master Zhang said coldly. His voice was full of rage. After hearing what young Master Zhang said, Wang Daming took a deep breath. He came to Yi Kai helplessly and apologized directly. Although he didn't want to apologize to Yi Kai, he had to bow his head under someone else's eaves. Now he can only choose to bow his head. This invincible luck is really useful. Yi Kai thought deep in his heart. If it weren't for his incredible luck, he would never have met young Master Zhang. If he hadn't met young Master Zhang, his 100,000 yuan would have been a complete loss. But Yi Kai also had a doubt. It's rare to meet this young Master Zhang, and it's also part of my good fortune. Yi Kai thought deep in his heart that he had a strange feeling. If meeting young Master Zhang is also part of luck, then what will happen next? It is really an interesting thing. A trace of solemnity also flashed across Yi Kai's face. He naturally understood what this meant. Young Master Zhang came directly in front of Yi Kai. I'm really sorry, brother Yi Kai. He clasped his fists towards Yi Kai. Judging from his expression, he seemed to be very sorry for Yi Kai. Yi Kai just smiled slightly. It is not easy for young Master Zhang to show this state. After all, he is the eldest son of the Zhang family. As the eldest son of the Zhang family, his identity itself is very powerful, so Yi Kai is also looking forward to something special happening between him and him. Although Yi Kai is not clear about what this special thing is now, he is looking forward to it deep down in his heart. At this moment, young Master Zhang had already come in front of Yi Kai, with a look of sadness on his face. It was as if something had happened. Yi Kai immediately said to young Master Zhang, "Did something happen to you?" Hearing this, young Master Zhang sighed. "Brother Yi Kai, to be honest, I did encounter some problems, but I'm afraid you can't help me with these things. Although you are very skilled, you may not be able to help me." Before young Master Zhang finished speaking, Yi Kai smiled. He came directly to young Master Zhang. "If you have anything, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you," Yi Kai said with a smile on his face. He hopes to obtain more lucky systems through young Master Zhang. If that is the case, it will certainly be of special benefit to Yi Kai, so Yi Kai must ask about the matter clearly. Young Master Zhang was even more stunned. "Brother Yi Kai, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that this matter is indeed quite strange," young Master Zhang said in a serious tone. "If you don't mind, how about we go for a drink?" he said suddenly. He seemed to have a lot to say, but couldn't. Yi Kai looked at Su Ruoqing in frustration, but Su Ruoqing didn't say much. Su Ruoqing also knew that it was young Master Zhang who came to Yi Kai's rescue. Su Ruoqing was definitely not a woman who made unfounded arguments and was unreasonable. "Then I'll go back first." Su Ruoqing took the two babies and left here first, and the eldest young master welcomed Yi Kai into a coffee shop opposite. The two of them sat in the coffee shop. The eldest young Master Zhang immediately ordered 2 cups of coffee. Yi Kai could see that he was indeed a little worried, and even at a loss. This made Yi Kai feel very strange. He wondered what had happened to young Master Zhang. But at this time, young Master Zhang sighed. "To be honest with you, Mr. Yi Kai, I'm in big trouble," young Master Zhang said painfully. "Well." Seeing his painful expression, Yi Kai was also stunned. Yi Kai didn't know what Master Zhang meant? Chapter 33 Strange Disease. "It's because of my friend." Faced with Yi Kai's questioning, young Master Zhang finally told him about his worries. "Your friend?" Yi Kai was stunned for a moment, not understanding what young Master Zhang meant. Young Master Zhang sighed and recounted the whole story word for word. It turned out that his friend was named Tang Jia, the young master of the Tang family. Tang Jia is the young master of the Tang family and a very powerful person in the Tang group. Zhang Jia has been trying to win over Tang Jia, even to the point of having to flatter him. The Zhang family and the Tang family are about to sign a contract, which is absolutely a very important matter for young Master Zhang. At this time, their eldest son Tang Jia fell seriously ill. Tang Jia is now at the Tang family, but he is in great danger. Under this circumstance, the contract between the Zhang family and the Tang family seems to be in vain. This is exactly what makes young Master Zhang depressed. At this moment, the system played a conversation in Yi Kai's mind. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission to cure Tang Jia's disease. The reward is 1,000 points, plus 300,000 cash. Feeling this, Yi Kai's eyes narrowed. He certainly knew very well what this matter meant. Yi Kai is very calm now. 1,000 points are very important to Yi Kai. If he adds 300,000 in cash, Yi Kai will be extremely excited. However, Yi Kai also knew that this task seemed difficult to accomplish. Now I don't seem to know any medical skills, Yi Kai thought depressedly in his heart. But the system seemed to have considered all of this for Yi Kai. In order to help complete the task quickly, this system will temporarily send the Divine Doctor system. Hearing this, Yi Kai's eyes lit up instantly. After all, the Divine Doctor system had returned to Yi Kai once again. And this time Yi Kai had to pay more attention. This matter was very important to Yi Kai Ben, and he certainly understood what it meant. At this time, the Miracle Doctor system had been added to Yi Kai. Yi Kai felt that he had learned countless medical skills, but he didn't know what these medical skills meant. Yi Kai was also quite happy. Being able to obtain the Miracle Doctor system is naturally a good thing for Yi Kai. Yi Kai stretched out his hand and patted the other person's shoulder. Okay, I'm willing to help you," he said directly to young Master Zhang. Ah! Zhang Xiao was stunned for a moment. In his mind, Yi Kai was just a man with quick reactions and good fighting skills. Zhang Xiao didn't think Yi Kai had any other abilities. As for curing the disease, that is an extremely difficult thing, and it is definitely not something that an ordinary person can do. Yi Kai actually said that he could complete the treatment. This was far beyond young Master Zhang's imagination. His expression was really ugly. Feeling the ugly expression on young Master Zhang's face, Yi Kai knew that he didn't believe him at all. What young Master Zhang had just said to Yi Kai was just to complain. In fact, deep down in his heart, young Master Zhang naturally didn't believe Yi Kai. Feeling this, Yi Kai had nothing to be sad about, because he knew very well how powerful he was. Now he has the bonus of the Miracle Doctor system, which is a very, very scary system. The terrifying degree of the Miracle Doctor system is definitely imaginable. Now Yi Kai almost possesses the most powerful medical skills in the world, and he has experienced this feeling. "Let's go to Tang Jie's home now to treat Tang Jie," Yi Kai said seriously. After hearing Yi Kai's words, young Master Zhang was still skeptical. After all, they had consulted many famous doctors for Tang Jie's illness, but the final results were undoubtedly unsatisfactory. Those famous doctors were all provincial famous doctors, and their medical skills were very powerful, but it seemed difficult for them to cure Tang Jie's illness. Therefore, young Master Zhang had already given up any hope. The reason why he talked to Yi Kai was just to complain. Facing this scene, Yi Kai smiled coldly. Young Master Zhang didn't believe him, but Yi Kai didn't take it seriously. Kaku was very, very capable. The usage time of the Miracle Doctor system is limited, so Yi Kai must act immediately. The two soon arrived at Tang's house. The situation outside the Tang family's gate was already very tense. There were many people standing there, most of whom were bodyguards. Each of them is tall and strong, looking very imposing. The strength of these Tang family members is definitely very good. Yi Kai could naturally be sure of this. His gaze also froze. Because Yi Kai discovered that everyone in the Tang family had a very solemn expression on their faces, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. A man who looked like a butler was waiting anxiously at the door. "Master Zhang, you are finally here?" The butler held Zhang Xiao's hand. "Where's the Miracle Doctor?" the butler asked curiously. Well. Hearing this, Yi Kai was speechless. Isn't he a miracle doctor? It seems that this housekeeper basically ignores him. Yi Kai coughed immediately. "I am the doctor who treated young Master Tang." Yi Kai introduced himself. Hearing this, the butler was stunned for a moment. He could hardly believe his ears. "You?" The butler looked Yi Kai up and down with an incredible expression on his face. He seemed to be completely unable to believe what Yi Kai said. The butler's surname is Zhao, and his name is Zhao Daming. He is the chief butler of the Tang family and has a very special status in the Tang family. The butler has been in the Tang family for a long time, and he can be considered a man who has seen a lot of the world. Of course, he knew that his young master's illness was very serious. If he wanted to cure his young master's illness, he had to find a miracle doctor. Although the Tang family is not a top-tier family, it is also very powerful. In order to cure Tang Jie's illness, they have looked for many provincial famous doctors. But there is still no effect. In Zhao Daming's mind, most of the top doctors are of sage appearance. How could someone as young as Yi Kai be a top doctor? His face suddenly darkened. "Master Zhang, you are kidding our Tang family, right? Who is this young man? How can our eldest master let a brat treat him?" Zhao Daming said righteously. Well. Yi Kai was speechless for a moment. It seems that the other party doesn't believe him. But Yi Kai didn't care. He looked at Zhao Daming. A piece of data immediately appeared in my mind. Diagnostic information. Name, Zhao Daming. The disease you suffer from. The system transmitted all the information about Zhao Daming's physical condition to Yi Kai's mind. In this way, Yi Kai directly obtained all the information about Zhao Daming's physical condition. He was completely stunned. Yi Kai did not expect the system to be so powerful, which really left him speechless. Chapter 34, Medical Saint. Zhao Daming does have some health problems, but they are all hidden illnesses and old ailments. It is definitely not easy to treat these diseases, so Zhao Daming's illness has been delayed until now. This in itself was a hassle for him. But he had also sought treatment from many doctors, but no one could cure his illness. This in itself made him feel a little depressed. At this time, Ye Kai said bluntly, "Mr. Zhao, if you don't believe that I am a top doctor, it doesn't matter. I'll just tell you about your illness." Ye Kai said this with a calm expression, as if he was talking about something extremely ordinary. Zhao Daming was stunned when he heard Ye Kai's words. "What did you mean, my illness?" Zhao Daming couldn't believe it was true. He is very familiar with Chinese medicine, which emphasizes observation, auscultation, questioning and palpation, while Western medicine is more about various tests and examinations. Whether it is Chinese medicine or Western medicine, it is impossible to diagnose other people's illnesses simply at a glance. What's more, Zhao Daming's illness was a very confidential matter, and Zhao Daming had never told anyone about his illness. He had no idea how Ye Kai knew this. This made Zhao Daming feel a little shocked. The expression on his face was also quite strange. At least, Zhao Daming felt that this matter was completely unbelievable. He didn't believe Ye Kai at all. "Young man, stop talking nonsense. How do you know about my physical condition?" Zhao Daming said quite angrily. He felt that Ye Kai was talking complete nonsense, and this kind of nonsense was something he could not accept. Zhao Daming's face was very excited. Feeling this, Ye Kai sneered, but his expression was very calm. He didn't take this matter to heart at all. "In that case, I'm going to make a fool of myself." While Zhao Daming and Master Zhang were both shocked, Ye Kai began to tell them all the diseases Zhao Daming suffered from. Every word he spoke was very calm, but it left Zhao Daming completely stunned. These diseases of Zhao Daming were the biggest secrets in his heart. He had never told anyone about them, but Ye Kai told him all about them word for word. This has far exceeded Zhao Daming's imagination. A trace of cold sweat broke out on Zhao Daming's forehead. He really couldn't believe that such a situation would happen. For Zhao Daming, this was an extremely terrifying thing. Zhao Daming took a deep breath. "Kid, keep talking," he said in a trembling voice. It was easy to imagine how terrible this matter was for him. Zhao Daming's breathing became heavy. He had never thought that something like this would happen. This was far beyond his imagination. Zhao Daming looked at Ye Kai in a daze. It is easy to imagine what this meant to Zhao Daming. Even Zhao Daming's breathing became heavy. Now, his face looked extremely ugly. "Boy, how do you know about my illness? Do you have a spy around me?" Zhao Daming said very vigilantly. Ye Kai simply curled his lips. "Stop talking nonsense. I don't have any spies around you. I saw this with my own eyes. This is my medical skill," Ye Kai said calmly. Zhao Daming was completely stunned, and a feeling of astonishment formed in his heart. How could a person see the disease so clearly through his eyes? It was simply astonishing. But the current situation makes Zhao Daming unable to explain. He could only think that Ye Kai was gifted. "Is there any way to cure my disease?" Zhao Daming said in a trembling voice. Ye Kai's expression was calm. "Of course." In just a few words, he recounted the situation. Everyone was stunned. Zhao Daming now regarded Ye Kai as a god-like being. He no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. Instead, he lowered his head respectfully. "Mr. Ye Kai, please forgive me. Please save my young master as soon as possible. You are the real miracle doctor." Zhao Daming said with horror on his face. He was afraid of offending Ye Kai. As long as Ye Kai leaves, Zhao Daming will have no chance at all. Ye Kai smiled slightly. He originally came here to complete the mission, so naturally he would not leave Ye Kai, and he didn't even have such an idea. He looked at Zhao Daming calmly. "Okay, then we can set off together," Ye Kai said seriously. Zhao Daming was shocked. He now felt surprised and happy, and his heart was extremely excited. So they walked into the Tang family's house. Ye Kai saw Tang Jia on the hospital bed. In fact, Tang Jia is just a middle-aged man in his 30s, at the prime of his life, but now his body is very weak. It's caused by blocked meridians. Ye Kai saw through Tang Jia's problem at a glance. Judging from his eyes, it was not difficult to see Tang Jia's problem. It could even be said to be easy. After all, the miracle doctor system is in Ye Kai's body, and Ye Kai is now like a miracle doctor. With his current abilities, everything can be investigated thoroughly. He immediately scanned Tang Jia's body and instantly knew what was wrong with him. Tang Jia's illness was indeed very serious, even life-threatening. Yi Kai knew very well that if he hadn't come, Tang Jia would be in real danger. If he was really ill, even gods would be unable to save him. Yi Kai also felt the trouble of this matter. He took a deep breath. "Don't worry, leave this matter to me," Yi Kai said seriously. After hearing Yi Kai's words, Tang Jia had no choice but to nod. He was in a state of having nothing to say, but this state could also be considered solemn. Yi Kai's eyes turned slightly cold. He knew very well what this meant. "Bring me a piece of paper," Yi Kai said directly to Zhao Daming. Now that Tang Jia's condition has been diagnosed, Yi Kai will certainly not hesitate. After all, the process of treating an illness is a very difficult task, and Yi Kai's time is very limited. So he has to calm down. Zhao Daming immediately brought the paper, and Yi Kai stretched out his hand to write and draw on the paper. He quickly drew some information on the paper. And this information is exactly what Yi Kai wants to see. His expression was also quite serious. Now that he has obtained this information, it is of course very important to Yi Kai, so Yi Kai also needs to be calmer. Go buy some medicine. Chapter 35, Masterful Hands. He put forward his demands directly to Zhao Daming. Under the current circumstances, they need to purchase more medicines, which is the top priority. Only by buying medicines can they cure Tang Jia's disease. Yi Kai is not a stupid person. His time was limited and he had to use it quickly. Zhao Daming was stunned when he saw these herbs. He didn't even recognize the herbs that Yi Kai had chosen. This made Yi Kai feel a little embarrassed. After all, the system only taught him medical skills, but did not teach him how to teach others. At this moment, young Master Zhang, who had been silent, suddenly said, "Actually, this matter is not very complicated." Young Master Zhang said in a serious tone. His words stunned Yi Kai and others. Everyone looked at young Master Zhang. They had no idea what this young master meant. "We can go to Baikatang. This is the largest Chinese medicine shop in this city. If you want to buy medicine, you can only go to Baikatang to buy it." Young Master Zhang knows that place very well. "Let's set off immediately," Yi Kai said excitedly. Time is limited. If they cannot obtain the medicinal materials within 4 hours, Yi Kai's system skills will be completely ineffective. By that time, it would undoubtedly be a tragedy for Yi Kai. Not only would he fail to complete the mission, but Tang Jia's life might be in danger. Of course, this is not what Yi Kai wants to see. Yi Kai scratched his head. His expression was quite embarrassed. The two of them set off immediately and headed for Baikatang as quickly as possible. Arriving at the entrance of Baikatang and looking inside, Yi Kai discovered that Baikatang was indeed a very nice place. Baikatang is a huge medicine shop, and its decoration can be regarded as ancient. It seems that the condition of this medicine shop is also very good. Yi Kai nodded with satisfaction. This Baikatang is definitely a very luxurious medicine shop. The owner of Baikatang was once a very powerful doctor. His surname was Ouyang and his name was Ouyang Yangfei. I heard that this person was very strange and his personality was very eccentric. Along the way, Zhang Xiao introduced Yi Kai to him. Yi Kai was not moved by what young Master Zhang said. Anyway, he just came to buy medicine, not to offend Ouyang Yangfei. Yi Kai didn't think this matter had anything to do with him? In this way, the two of them walked into Baikatang. As soon as he walked into Baichao Hall, Yi Kai smelled a very strong medicinal scent. The smell of the medicine was very pleasant and directly penetrated Yi Kai's nostrils. That smell really makes people feel relaxed and happy. Even Yi Kai had to admit that it was a perfect taste. There are many medicinal herbs displayed in Baichao Hall. These medicinal herbs were neatly arranged there, and each one was very complete. This also proves that the owner of Baikatang is definitely not an ordinary person. Yi Kai's heart was also moved. Surely he knew what this meant. Just then, an old man suddenly walked out. "What do you want?" The old man's eyes were sharp, like an eagle's. Yi Kai's gaze froze. He is Ouyang Yangfei? Yi Kai could feel the aura of this old man. The aura of the old man was extraordinary and gave people a very powerful feeling. If he is Ouyang Yangfei, then this matter would not surprise Yi Kai at all. After all, this person's identity and strength are truly very powerful. Yi Kai knew very well what kind of person Ouyang Yangfei was. Although Yi Kai's perception ability is not very strong, he has the system after all, and his body functions have been improved by more than one level. Therefore, Ye Kai had some foresight about how powerful Ouyang Yangfei was. There is light in this person's eyes. He is definitely not an ordinary person and cannot be taken lightly. Ouyang Yangfei's eyes turned cold. Boy, I'm asking you a question. Ouyang Yangfei said angrily. After hearing these words, Ye Kai knew that Ouyang Yangfei had seen through their thoughts. This matter was far beyond Ye Kai's imagination. He looked up at Ouyang Yangfei. We are here to buy medicine, please don't misunderstand. Ye Kai said seriously. Ouyang Yangfei smiled coldly. I see that you two guys don't seem to be here to buy medicine. You two guys are here to cause trouble. Ouyang Yangfei said again. Well. Ye Kai and young Master Zhang were speechless for a while. Neither of them should have believed that this was true. For the two of them, Ouyang Yangfei's words really made them feel helpless. The two people really came to buy medicine. Ye Kai took out the prescription directly and placed it next to Ouyang Yangfei. We are indeed here to buy medicine. We are not lying. I don't know why you think so. Ye Kai said very seriously. This is Ye Kai's current state. Ouyang Yangfei reached out and took the prescription. His expression was still somewhat puzzled, as if he did not believe what Ye Kai said. When he saw the prescription, his expression suddenly changed. Humph, I've long said that you two are spies of the Gao family. Now it seems to be true. These medicinal herbs are all my collections. How could I give them to you? Ouyang Yangfei said coldly. Hearing this, Ye Kai was speechless. What's going on? He had a depressed look on his face. According to Ouyang Yangfei's words, Ye Kai and the other person seemed to be undercover agents of the Gao family, but it was obvious that this was not the truth at all. Ye Kai didn't know the Gao family at all, and of course he didn't know that he was an undercover agent of the Gao family. This not only made Ye Kai speechless, but also left him speechless. I really don't know what elevated road is. I just want to buy these medicines to cure my illness. Ye Kai reiterated once again. As the saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. Ye Kai is very calm now. But at this moment, Ouyang Yangfei seemed to be completely unconvinced. You? You said you are not from the Gao family. What evidence do you have? He said with resentment on his face, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. After hearing this, Ye Kai was speechless. I have nothing to prove. He felt that Ouyang Yangfei was simply unreasonable. Ye Kai didn't know Ouyang Yangfei at all, but this man behaved like this, which left Ye Kai speechless. But Ouyang Yangfei ran directly to Ye Kai's side, and his movement speed was as fast as lightning. Snap! Ouyang Yangfei grabbed Ye Kai's wrist directly, and his face turned pale. Don't leave! He said with an angry look on his face. Well. Chapter 36, Grudges. Ye Kai had already decided to leave, but Ouyang Yangfei held him back. This made Ye Kai speechless. Mr. Ouyang, I've already told you that I'm not some high-priced undercover agent. Can't you just let me leave? Ye Kai felt that Ouyang Yangfei was too overbearing. No matter whether you are undercover agents of the Gao family or not, you are not allowed to leave until the match between Gao Pang and I is over. Ouyang Yangfei said directly. Well. Ye Kai was speechless. What kind of rule is this? He has never heard of it before. How could there be such a rule in this world? Young Master Zhang's expression also changed. We are here to buy medicine to save lives. If you don't sell it to us, we will find someone else. Why do we have to do this? Young Master Zhang was as calm as possible. But at this moment, Ouyang Yangfei shook his head. I'm telling you, I've been dreaming about the match between me and Gao Pang for decades. Today, our two families must decide the winner. Who knows if you two guys are undercover agents of the Gao family, so I absolutely cannot let you leave now. Ouyang Yangfei said coldly. Ugh. Hearing this, Ye Kai was speechless. To him, Ouyang Yangfei's words simply made him helpless. However, in order to complete the task, Ye Kai decided to stay here. Okay, but when will you start the competition? Can you tell me this? Ye Kai said seriously. Ouyang Yangfei nodded. You two can sit and watch. As long as I defeat Gao Pang, you can leave. As for Gao Pang, he should be here soon. Ouyang Yangfei said seriously. After hearing his words, Ye Kai was speechless except for helplessness. After Ouyang Yangfei said this, Ye Kai had no choice but to make the best of it. Two people sat in the seats. Ye Kai was quite bored, so he opened the social software and found that Su Ruwatching had sent a photo. It was a photo of two babies in their mother's arms. When seeing this photo, Ye Kai's face was filled with warmth. No matter what happened, as long as it was for the sake of his two babies, Ye Kai would feel extremely happy. Just at this moment, there was a sound outside and several people walked in. The leader among them was an old man with white hair and beard, and he looked very impressive. And behind the old man stood a handsome young man. The young man was very handsome, with a rebellious expression on his face. Following behind him were some bodyguards. These bodyguards are all tall and strong, with broad backs and sturdy build. Seeing this scene, Ye Kai showed a trace of solemnity. Because Ye Kai could feel that these people had really good temperaments. The old man was the head of the Gao family, Gao Pang. As a member of the Gao family, which is also a medical family, Gao Pang is not an ordinary person and his medical skills are definitely very powerful. Gao Pang and Ouyang Yangfei have been fighting openly and secretly for decades, but how could such talents never get any results? There has never been a clear winner between the two. And now they want to decide the winner once again. Gao Pang is a very arrogant person, and there was a sharp flash in his eyes. Gao Pang's aura is extremely terrifying. Ouyang Yangfei, I'm here. Gao Pang said with his hands behind his back. He now seemed very arrogant, as if he had already won. Ouyang Yangfei was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Gao Pang to be so rampant. This was beyond Ouyang Yangfei's imagination. Ouyang Yangfei looked at Gao Pang in surprise. Are you really so sure of victory? Ouyang Yangfei said angrily. He felt very angry. The two had been fighting openly and secretly for decades, and it had always been difficult to tell who was the better one. But now Gao Quan was so confident of winning. Of course Ouyang Yangfei couldn't believe it was true. Ouyang Yangfei stared at him coldly. No matter how you decide, we must decide the winner today. Ouyang Yangfei said angrily. His anger had reached its peak. Gao Pang smiled faintly. We have been competing for decades, and the winner has always been close, so I don't think there is any need for us to compete anymore. Gao Pang said. Hearing this, Ouyang Yangfei's face turned cold. What do you mean? Since there is no need for us to compete anymore, why did you come here? Ouyang Yangfei vaguely felt that something was strange, so much so that even his voice became strange. Gao Pang laughed out loud. Although there is no need for us to compete, we both should have successors. Let me introduce you. This is my apprentice. His name is Li Fengyun. My apprentice can fight for me. Hearing Gao Pang's words, Ouyang Yangfei's face instantly turned cold. Although he was a miracle doctor, he had one regret, which was that there was no one to inherit his legacy. Ouyang Yangfei has always been single, so he has no offspring. He is very arrogant and aloof, so he doesn't have any so-called apprentices. Under such circumstances, Ouyang Yangfei couldn't find anyone to fight for him. I don't have any apprentice. Ouyang Yangfei said angrily. He felt as if he were being suppressed. As expected, Gao Pang smile deepened. Since you don't have a disciple, let my disciple fight you. What do you think? Gao Pang said directly. There was a certain sarcasm in his words. You have to know that the medical skills of Gao Pang's apprentice Li Fengyun are secondary. The most important thing is that if Ouyang Yangfei and Li Fengyun compete with each other, it would be an insult to Ouyang Yangfei. He had already lost before the game even started. But in this situation, Ouyang Yangfei couldn't find anyone to help him, so he had no choice but to go on stage. Let's defeat this guy first. Ouyang Yangfei thought deep in his heart. He felt that as long as he could defeat Li Fengyun, he would still be able to save face. At that time Gao Pang will have to take action. If Ouyang Yangfei defeats Gao Pang again, then his face will be completely restored. This is what he has planned. But when he and Li Fengyun started the competition, Ouyang Yangfei was completely stunned. He couldn't believe what he saw. Li Fengyun actually had complete advantage. How come Gao Pang's disciple has better medical skills than Gao Pang himself? Ouyang Yangfei broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. He felt very embarrassed. It was absolutely beyond his imagination that he, a great doctor, was no match for a young man like Li Fengyun. Chapter 37, Medical Master. Ouyang Yangfei was a master of his generation, but he never expected that when facing Gao Pang's apprentice Li Fengyun, he would be completely unable to fight back. Ouyang Yangfei's face was extremely ugly. This was beyond his imagination and even made him feel depressed deep down. Gao Peng burst into laughter. Ouyang Yangfei, what do you have to say now? Have you already lost? If you admit defeat, you must give me all your medicinal herbs now. Gao Peng has now gained the upper hand, and he has become very excited. He feels like he is looking down on others, and his arrogant attitude is very unpleasant. Hearing Gao Peng's words, Ye Kai smiled faintly. Yeah? Ye Kai's voice was very sharp. His voice came out suddenly, causing everyone present to show shocked expressions. These people couldn't believe that Ye Kai would suddenly appear. In fact, Gao Peng saw Ye Kai at the beginning, but he didn't take Ye Kai seriously at all. He thought that Ye Kai and young Master Zhang were just employees here, and in his heart he didn't consider Ye Kai as a normal person at all. This is what Gao Peng was thinking. But unexpectedly, Ye Kai stood up at this time, which surprised Gao Peng a little. Gao Peng was surprised, and Ouyang Yangfei was stunned. He widened his eyes and couldn't believe it was true. Ye Kai was just an ordinary person, how could he possibly take care of this matter? Moreover, there was no relationship between Ouyang Yangfei and Ye Kai at all. He didn't believe that Ye Kai would come to his aid out of kindness, which was a very strange thing in itself. Ouyang Yangfei was completely stunned. He really couldn't believe that such a situation would happen, and his face showed a very solemn expression. Ye Kai just smiled slightly. He looked at the other person calmly, as if this matter was nothing at all. You two are competing in medical skills. I shouldn't have interfered, but... Ye Kai paused. Everyone's eyes turned to him. No one knew what Ye Kai meant, but his expression became even colder. Mr. Li Fengyun seems to have good medical skills, but in my heart, he is just rubbish. Ye Kai said word by word. What? Everyone present was stunned, and Li Fengyun almost vomited blood. Who the hell are you calling trash? He simply couldn't believe this was true. It is easy to imagine what this matter means to Li Fengyun. Li Fengyun's medical skills are outstanding among the younger generation, and his medical skills have even surpassed those of his master Gao Peng. As the saying goes, a disciple is better than his master, and this is exactly where Li Fengyun's strength lies. Among the younger generation, no one can compare to him. Li Fengyun is just that powerful. But Li Fengyun never expected that a guy like Ye Kai would dare to say such words to him. This was beyond Li Fengyun's imagination. Li Fengyun's face was extremely ugly. It is easy to imagine what this means to him. Ye Kai is very clear about this and his expression is very calm. The crazier this guy Li Fengyun is, the more excited Ye Kai feels. In fact, he was not trying to help Ouyang Yangfei. Ye Kai just wanted to complete the task assigned by the system. As long as he completes the task assigned to him by the system, he can get 3,000 points and a reward of 300,000. This is definitely his truest thought in his heart. As for Li Fengyun, he is just a tool for Ye Kai on his road to upgrade. Don't worry about who I am. Do you dare to compete with me? Ye Kai said directly. Li Fengyun took a breath of cold air. Why not? He was already shaking with anger, with an extremely furious expression on his face. Now was supposed to be Li Fengyun's time to show off, but Ye Kai completely gained the upper hand. Of course Li Fengyun was unwilling to accept such a thing. Boy, no matter how you want to compete, I will compete with you. Li Fengyun said directly. Ye Kai smiled faintly. Now he possesses all the medical skills, so no matter how the two compare, Ye Kai will never lose. No matter how you compete, I will accompany you. Ye Kai said lightly. Li Fengyun was so angry that she was shaking all over. She immediately used her strong point, the silver needle technique, to compete with Ye Kai. Li Fengyun's control over acupoints is absolutely unmatched. When Ouyang Yangfei saw the scene, he felt that Ye Kai would definitely lose. It seems that this kid is looking for death. It's really not my fault. Li Fengyun thought deep in his heart. Ye Kai smiled faintly. Of course, he didn't care what Li Fengyun thought. In fact, with Ye Kai's strength, if he fully exploded, it would be a terrifying thing. The two began to discuss medical skills together. Every word Ye Kai said was beyond Li Fengyun's imagination, and Li Fengyun was simply stunned. He couldn't believe this was true. Every word Ye Kai said was so correct that Li Fengyun couldn't even believe that all this was a real experience. Li Fengyun's face was full of shock. His expression was extremely ugly. Gao Peng behind him was even more surprised. He was very confident in himself and knew his own methods and strengths, but he really didn't expect that Yi Kai had such powerful abilities. Gao Peng was speechless except for shock in his heart. His expression was extremely ugly. "How did you do it?" Gao Peng said with a trembling voice. He had never felt such a terrible state before, but now this feeling was real. Gao Peng was stunned. As for Ouyang Yangfei, he looked embarrassed. He originally thought that Yi Kai was just trash, but now it seems that compared with Yi Kai, he is the real trash. He is no match for Yi Kai at all. "Now that we have one, why don't you get out of here?" Yi Kai said coldly. His words were simply like a slap in the other person's face, and it was a hard slap in the face. This was far beyond Gao Peng's imagination, and even made Gao Peng feel like vomiting blood. Gao Peng was completely shocked. "Yes, go away now, we have one." When Ouyang Yangfei saw that Yi Kai had one, a smile appeared on his face. Although Yi Kai was not his subordinate, Ouyang Yangfei was also quite happy deep down in his heart. After all, being able to defeat Gao Peng and Li Fengyun made him very happy. Yi Kai's heart was also quite calm, he knew very well what this meant. At this moment, the voice of the system came directly into Yi Kai's mind. "Congratulations, host, you have completed the task." The system's voice came slowly, making Yi Kai quite excited. 3,000 points and 300,000 will be directly credited to your account. It is indeed so. Chapter 38 Return. Yi Kai was of course very excited to get 3,000 points in an instant, as this amount of points was not something that ordinary people could get. Now Yi Kai's points have reached 6,000. Yi Kai was of course very happy, and he wanted to immediately figure out how to use these 6,000 points. But at this moment, he still had to make some quick decisions. That is to get the herbs from Ouyang Yangfei. Yi Kai showed a hint of calmness. "Mr. Ouyang, now that I have helped you complete an important task, shouldn't you fulfill your promise?" Yi Kai said with a serious expression. Ouyang Yangfei took a breath of cold air. "Sir, I really didn't recognize you just now." "Please don't mind it." Ouyang Yangfei thought deep in his heart. This was a terrible thing for him. Now Yi Kai is revered as a god in his heart. Yi Kai smiled slightly. "In that case, can you give me those herbs?" Hearing Yi Kai say this, Ouyang Yangfei immediately shook his head. "Not yet, unless you can help me." Ouyang Yangfei said directly. "What can I do to help you?" Yi Kai scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Ouyang Yangfei smiled. "This is the medical book handed down from our Ouyang family. I hope you can accept it and carry forward our Ouyang family's medical book." Ouyang Yangfei said seriously. "Well." Hearing this, Yi Kai was speechless. He never expected that Ouyang Yangfei would actually say such a thing. This was really beyond Yi Kai's imagination. However, since Ouyang Yangfei had already said it, Yi Kai certainly would not refuse. "Okay, then I'll accept it reluctantly." Yi Kai pretended to be embarrassed. After all, he is now a master who keeps his secrets secret, and Yi Kai must maintain his image. Ouyang Yangfei didn't seem to notice anything unusual about Yi Kai. Deep down in his heart, he already regarded Yi Kai as an extraordinary master. "Thank you, Dr. Yi Kai. Actually, my pharmacy has no successor. If you want, I can give it to you." Ouyang Yangfei thought for a long time and finally said. His voice was quite solemn, which made Yi Kai even more confused. Such a big deal? A trace of solemnity appeared on Yi Kai's face. He didn't expect that Ouyang Yangfei would be so generous and actually give the clinic to Yi Kai. This also made Yi Kai speechless. But Ouyang Yangfei felt like he couldn't refuse the kindness. He grabbed Yi Kai's arm with an excited expression on his face. Seeing this scene, young Master Zhang on the side was even more shocked. Yi Kai is really amazing. He was just despised by Ouyang Yangfei, but with just a few gestures, Yi Kai got all of Ouyang Yangfei's medicinal materials and even the clinic. This simply astonished young Master Zhang. Yi Kai was also a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Ouyang Yangfei to be so generous. Although the value of this clinic was at least tens of millions, Yi Kai would certainly not take over someone else's clinic. That's really hard to justify. So at this moment, Yi Kai needs to be calmer. Let's talk about this later, but we can communicate more about medical issues. Yi Kai said with a smile. Deep down in his heart, he knew very well what this matter meant. Ouyang Yangfei was of course even happier in his heart. He felt that Yi Kai was a god-like existence. Being able to communicate medical skills with Yi Kai was definitely a very happy thing. Now that Ouyang Yangfei has been dealt with, the next thing Yi Kai has to do is to get those medicines. Ouyang Yangfei directly gave Yi Kai all the medicine according to the prescription. When seeing these medicines, Yi Kai knew that Tang Jia's illness could definitely be cured. After Yi Kai collected the medicines, he followed young Master Zhang back to Tang Jia. Tang Jia is still bedridden. However, Yi Kai has already started preparing the medicine. After all, his invincible medical skills only last for an hour. As long as the antidote can be prepared within an hour, Tang Jia can be cured. With Yi Kai's current medical skills, it was very simple to do this. Yi Kai quickly completed the preparation of the pills. He handed the pill to Tang Jia. "Take this pill and your illness will be cured," Yi Kai said very seriously, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Hearing Yi Kai's words, Tang Jia was somewhat skeptical. His illness was already so serious, could it be so easy to recover? Tang Jia found this incredible. But Yi Kai's face was serious. "If your illness is not cured, I will let you do whatever you want," Yi Kai said calmly. Hearing his words, Tang Jia smiled faintly. "Okay, I believe you." Tang Jia nodded directly and put the pill into his mouth. He has no way out now. At this moment, Tang Jia suddenly felt a warmth in his body. His body had recovered to a very good level. Tang Jia suddenly raised his head. That's actually the case. He jumped off the bed and became full of energy. Tang Jia couldn't believe it was real, but everything he saw before him was so real in his heart. Tang Jia knelt down on the ground, showing the utmost respect to Yi Kai. If it weren't for Yi Kai, he would have been dead without a burial place, but now he has become full of life again. Tang Jia was extremely respectful to Yi Kai. He smiled. He helped Tang Jia up directly, and Tang Jia immediately asked someone to bring a bank card. He handed the bank card to Yi Kai. Yi Kai reached out and took the bank card. He had no intention of refusing it. After all, it was the reward for his labor. "There are 2 million in this card. This is my reward to you." Tang Jia's voice was full of respect. Hearing Tang Jia's words, Yi Kai's eyes also froze. He certainly knew what this meant. His expression now is very calm. After receiving the 2 million, Yi Kai said goodbye to young Master Zhang. He decided to go back to the Su family to see the 2 babies. Now that he had obtained a huge sum of money, Yi Kai wanted to buy some things. Yi Kai came to the market and started to pick fruits and other things. Soon he bought a whole cart. Now Yi Kai can be regarded as a small local tyrant. Spending this money is really nothing. After buying these things, Yi Kai felt a little inconvenient because he didn't have a car now. Go buy another car. Yi Kai is now considered a small wealthy man, so buying a car is certainly not a big deal for him. Soon, Yi Kai came to the used car market and bought a car. Chapter 39: Buying a car. Yi Kai came to the used car market. He decided to buy a car. Now Yi Kai can be considered a small wealthy man, so buying a car is certainly no problem for him. Having a car will allow him to visit his 2 babies better. That would be much more convenient. Thinking in his heart, Yi Kai also made up his mind. Soon, he entered the used car market. As soon as he walked in, several pairs of eyes were staring at Yi Kai. Swish! The looks in these people's eyes were quite sharp, making Yi Kai feel a little uncomfortable. What's going on? Yi Kai was stunned for a moment. It was obvious that these pairs of eyes were full of expectation, which made Yi Kai feel a little uncomfortable. Yi Kai smiled slightly. No matter how the other party behaved, he certainly didn't care. Now his sensory abilities are more developed than those of normal people, so he also felt the strangeness of these things. But Yi Kai didn't care. He just wanted to buy a car and didn't have any extreme ideas. But suddenly, a young man walked over and appeared directly in front of Yi Kai with a faint smile on his face. This middle-aged man looked very ordinary and there seemed to be nothing special about him, but there was indeed a hint of shrewdness in his eyes. Well. When Yi Kai saw this guy, he was stunned for a moment. What's going on? This guy came to Yi Kai with a smile on his face, which made Yi Kai feel a little uncomfortable. What do you need? Yi Kai asked directly. The guy said directly, "Hello, little brother, my name is Lu Tiangang." He stretched out his hand and threw out a business card and handed it to Yi Kai. Lu Tiangang? To Yi Kai, this is an ordinary name. But his business card is pretty impressive. General Manager of Lu's automobile sales company. This title is quite impressive. Yi Kai just smiled symbolically. He didn't have much impression of Lu Tiangang. Lu Tiangang raised his head. Little brother, do you want to buy a car? Just leave this matter to me. I will choose a car that suits you best. Lu Tiangang said, patting his chest. This. Yi Kai looked at this guy with some caution. He just wanted to buy a car and didn't want to get into any other trouble. Looking at Lu Tiangang in front of him, Yi Kai felt that there was a hint of shrewdness in this guy's eyes, and he looked like a very shrewd person. This guy is very difficult to deal with. But after thinking about it carefully, he nodded. All right. But let me make it clear in advance, I just want to choose a used car and don't want to get involved in any trouble. Yi Kai said seriously. Lu Tiangang chuckled. Of course, you can rest assured, he said directly to Yi Kai. Yi Kai looked skeptical, and the two of them walked into the car sales market. Following Lu Tiangang as he walked forward, Yi Kai saw many dazzling car shops. However, Lu Tiangang looked down upon all these car shops. Little brother, choosing a car is definitely not that simple. You need a professional to give you advice. Please follow me. He took Yi Kai to the innermost store. This is a very small shop. Little brother, this is my shop. He welcomed Yi Kai in. That's it? Yi Kai was speechless for a while. Yi Kai thought that there should be many cars in Lu Tiangong's store, but he never expected that this was just an empty store. Yi Kai immediately forgot the idea of leaving. But at this moment, the voice of the system came slowly. Congratulations to the host for starting the side quest and helping Lu Tiangang solve the problem. If you succeed, you will get the future electric car chip, which is the latest vehicle chip from Neo and can improve the performance of existing cars by 500%. In order to help the host complete the task, I will give you stunts for a limited time, and you will become an invincible racer. Just when Yi Kai was still a little confused, the 5 big words invincible racing driver had already appeared in his mind. Yi Kai's body was suddenly filled with strength, as if the aura of an invincible racing driver was attached to him. What the hell? Yi Kai suddenly felt that his intelligence was extremely developed, and it seemed that his reaction speed had also improved by more than one level. This really surprised Yi Kai. This invincible racing driver looks very perverted. A countdown flashed through Yi Kai's mind. 12 hours. He knew that this was the time limit for the invincible racer. Yi Kai scratched his head in confusion, not knowing what was going on. However, he was very clear about one thing, which was that the side quests assigned by the system had to be completed. Failure to complete the side quest can have serious consequences. Yi Kai felt depressed instantly. Little brother, let's go and see the car. Lu Tiangang had already put on his bag and stood up. There was a faint smile on his face. Yi Kai felt a little strange. According to the system's task, the task is to help Lu Tiangang solve his problems, but judging from the current situation, Lu Tiangang doesn't seem to have any problems to solve. That's the strange thing. Yi Kai scratched his head. Boss Lu, do you have any trouble? He asked directly. Hearing this, Lu Tiangang was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? He had no idea what Yi Kai meant by this question. Yi Kai sneered. If you have any problem, please tell me directly. I will definitely be able to help you. And it's free. Yi Kai asked anxiously. He only has 12 hours. If he cannot help Lu Tiangang solve the problem within 12 hours, then the mission will fail. The consequences of mission failure are very serious. All his points will be reset to 0, and all his stunts will return to the starting point. By that time, Yi Kai would have nothing. He even looked a little embarrassed. Lu Tiangang shook his head. Hey, little brother, what do you mean? He showed a very strange expression on his face. Lu Tiangang seemed unable to believe this. Little brother, let's go and look at the car. I really have nothing to do. He thought Yi Kai was really strange. Feeling this, Yi Kai was speechless. But in this case, he couldn't say much. Yi Kai patted Lu Tiangang on the shoulder. Then let's go look at the car together. Lu Tiangang took Yi to his car. The car this guy drove was very nice. It was a very luxurious vehicle. Although it looked a little dirty, it was still very expensive. Lu Tian just started the car. Where are you taking me? Chapter 40, Rampant Opponents. Here it is. Lu Tiangang said. After hearing Lu Tiangong's words, Yi Kai looked up. This is actually a large second-hand car parking lot. Lu Tiangang said excitedly, "This is my property." After hearing these words, a trace of solemnity appeared on Yi Kai's face. He also didn't expect that Lu Tiangang, who looked unremarkable, actually owned such a large industry. The two of them drove the car into the parking lot. But at this moment, a girl ran out. The girl should be the staff here. She was not very old, but she looked very nervous. When the girl saw Lu Tiangang, her face became even more nervous. The girl came directly to Lu Tiangang. "Boss Lu, something happened," said the girl. Lu Tiangang was stunned for a moment. "What happened?" Lu Tiangang said coldly. He seemed to be feeling a little unhappy. The young girl then said, "That guy is here, and he wants to challenge you again." The guy named Ma. The young girl's words made Lu Tiangang feel like he was electrocuted. His face instantly became extremely ugly, and his entire expression was at its peak. Why is he here? Where is he? Lu Tiangang showed a very nervous expression. After hearing Lu Tiangong's words, Yi Kai also felt very strange. He felt that Lu Tiangang and the other person seemed to have become different people. His expression was as terrifying as it could be. Yi Kai naturally felt strange about this matter. However, he did not say much, but chose to watch coldly. He said he would come at noon. It seems that it's almost time. "Boss Lu, you should go hide." The girl seemed to care very much about Lu Tiangang. Hearing this, Lu Tiangang also showed a hesitant expression. He felt very scared. At this moment, Yi Kai suddenly spoke. "Boss Lu, what exactly happened? I can really help." He looked very serious. Lu Tiangang simply shook his head. "Little brother, this is my own business. It has nothing to do with you, and you can't help me with anything," Lu Tiangang said. Hearing Lu Tiangong's words, Yi Kai smiled slightly. "If I guess correctly, the man surnamed Ma should be a racing driver, and you used to be a very good racing driver," Yi Kai said calmly. "What?" These words made Lu Tiangang open his eyes suddenly as if he had been electrocuted. He looked at Yi Kai with vigilance, totally unconvinced that Yi Kai would say such a thing. This was far beyond Lu Tiangong's imagination. Lu Tiangang was completely surprised that Yi Kai could actually see his identity, but Yi Kai just smiled. With his current eyesight and the tasks he received from the system, Yi Kai can easily distinguish all of this. A smile appeared on his face. "It seems that my guess was right." Yi Kai's words stunned Lu Tiangang and the girl. Both of them were completely dumbfounded. "Young man, how do you know this?" Lu Tiangang took a step back, his expression very alert. Yi Kai patted his chest. "I'm also a racing driver." He stated his identity directly. "You're a racer too." Lu Tiangang's eyes widened. He used to be a professional racing driver. Although he no longer competes due to some special reasons, he is still a very discerning person. Lu Tiangang doesn't think Yi Kai is a professional racing driver. A sneer appeared on his face. "Little brother, you are not kidding me, right? I don't like to joke about this," Lu Tiangang said coldly. Yi Kai waved his hand. "Of course I'm not kidding," he said in a serious tone. "How are you going to prove it to me?" Lu Tiangang became stunned after hearing what Yi Kai said. "Lend me your car," Yi Kai said seriously. "Ah?" Lu Tiangang and the girl were stunned. At this moment, Yi Kai had already started the car. His speed had reached the extreme. Yi Kai demonstrated his speed perfectly. Yi Kai's control over the car speed has reached its peak. He quickly pushed his driving speed to the extreme. Seeing the scene, Lu Tiangang was completely stunned. He really couldn't believe it was true. Lu Tiangong's face was filled with astonishment. His luxury car is just an ordinary vehicle, not a real top-level vehicle. It is not a racing car, but Yi Kai's control over this car has reached an unparalleled level. He controlled the speed perfectly. After a long time, Yi Kai finally stopped the car. When he stopped the car, Lu Tiangang was just stunned. He really couldn't believe that all this was real, but it was indeed real. "Little brother, how on earth did you do that?" Lu Tiangong's expression was full of surprise, and he was shocked to the extreme. Yi Kai's control over the car has surpassed Lu Tiangang. Lu Tiangang used to be a very outstanding person. As a player in national level competitions, Lu Tiangang's driving skills are very, very impressive. Lu Tiangang now sees it very clearly that even at his peak condition, he definitely does not have the car controlling ability as strong as Ye Kai. Young man, are you really a racing driver? Lu Tiangang said in a trembling voice. Hearing this, Lu Tiangang took a deep breath. He was particularly shocked. Looking at the two people's admiring eyes, Ye Kai just smiled faintly. The invincible super control system is really powerful. Ye Kai thought deep in his heart. Just then, Lu Tiangang came over. He waved to Ye Kai respectfully. Mr. Ye Kai, I'm so sorry. I really didn't recognize you just now. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Please help me. Lu Tiangang started to cry and looked very excited. Ye Kai was completely confused. Can you tell me what's going on first? After thinking for a while, Ye Kai said directly. Lu Tiangang then sighed and explained the whole story. My opponent's name is Ma Tai. He is the overall champion of this year's provincial racing competition. We have been competing with each other since we were young, and we have won and lost against each other. Lu Tiangang said seriously. But later, my Achilles tendon was injured, and my thinking and reaction ability also declined a lot. I was no match for him at all. Ma Tai wanted to take revenge on me. Lu Tiangang was quite depressed. He has already retired, so how could he possibly be a match for Ma Tai? Lu Tiangang doesn't want to be entangled. So that's how it is. Thinking of this, Ye Kai sneered. Chapter 41, Counterattack. Wait for that Ma Tai to come again, and I'll help you deal with him. Ye Kai said indifferently. With his current strength, he can definitely be regarded as a world-class fighter, and dealing with a small Ma Tai is no problem at all. Ye Kai smiled coldly, his expression extremely serious. Hearing this, Lu Tiangang was of course excited. In that case, I'll leave it to you. If you can help me defeat Ma Tai, I will give you the most luxurious car here. Lu Tiangang said directly. He has been annoyed by Ma Tai's pestering. If someone can help him defeat Ma Tai, that would definitely be what Lu Tiangang wants to see most right now. Hearing this, Ye Kai smiled calmly. Simple. He said in a serious tone. Since Ma Tai is so rampant, Ye Kai will certainly not give him any face. In this way, the two people came to Lu Tiangang's office and waited, and Lu Tiangang also showed his collection to Ye Kai. Several very luxurious racing cars. The quality of these cars is very good, they are all top-notch vehicles. Seeing these cars, Ye Kai nodded with satisfaction. He also had to admit that these vehicles were all top of the line and absolutely luxurious. Ye Kai naturally had to admit this. This was indeed a very troublesome matter for him. Ye Kai was also very clear about this deep in his heart. His eyes were also very calm. For Ye Kai, it is easy to imagine what this matter means. Ye Kai's face is particularly solemn, his brows are slightly wrinkled, and there is a hint of coldness in his eyes. Ye Kai knew very well what this meant. Suddenly, the roar of a vehicle was heard and everyone looked over, including Ye Kai. Ye Kai looked at the car strangely. Sure enough, what drove up was a very, very luxurious sports car. The vehicle performed a super drift at the door and stopped directly, even stirring up a cloud of dust. Ye Kai's gaze also froze. He now possesses very strong driving skills, so Ye Kai could see clearly that the car in front of him completed drifting in front of him. This is absolutely terrifying. This guy has some abilities. Ye Kai gave him a good evaluation in his heart. After the vehicle stopped, a man got out. He was a middle-aged man with a very arrogant look. He was very imposing and gave people an extremely arrogant feeling. Ye Kai could feel this clearly. His face turned cold. This guy. Mr. Ye Kai, he is Ma Tai. Lu Tiangang's expression was as ugly as it could be, as if Ma Tai was a very, very scary person. At least Lu Tiangang felt that Ma Tai was very terrifying. Ye Kai smiled faintly. Since he is here, why not let us go and meet him? Ye Kai said seriously. Just then, two people walked out directly. But Lu Tiangang was still a little cautious. He used to be a figure as famous as Ma Tai, but now there is a huge gap between his strength and Ma Tai's, and the two are simply not in the same league. Lu Tiangang now thinks that Ma Tai is a very powerful person. He has no confidence in dealing with Ma Tai. He could only place all his hopes on Ye Kai. The two walked out of the office directly. When Ma Tai saw Lu Tiangang, his eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Tiangang, I finally see you, he said viciously. Well. Faced with this situation, Lu Tiangang paused and looked speechless, as if he had no idea what to do with Ma Tai. Ma Tai, I have retired for a long time. Do you really want to push me too far? Lu Tiangang said. Ma Tai laughed out loud. Stop talking nonsense to me. If you admit defeat, give me half of the shares of your used car company. Otherwise, you are a coward. Ma Tai was directly and madly provoking. This sentence deeply irritated Lu Tiangang's nerves, and he was even shaking with anger. Yi Kai walked over. There's no need for you to be so arrogant, right? He said in a very cold voice. Yi Kai's aura was extremely powerful, even to the point of bursting, which completely shocked Ma Tai. Who are you? He asked rather warily. Ma Tai is now a professional player, and he has a very accurate eye for people. He feels that Yi Kai seems to be a very scary existence. Although Ma Tai didn't know why he had such a feeling, he now had to admit that the feeling was quite strong. Yi Kai seems to be a difficult person to deal with. I am your opponent. Aren't you going to compete with Lu Tiangang? In fact, you don't have the ability to do so. I can handle you by myself. Yi Kai said coldly. He is now eager to show off his driving god system. Driving Lu Tiangang's car just now did not give Yi Kai any sense of accomplishment. Now Yi Kai wants to go a step further. Hearing this, Ma Tai smiled coldly. If you lose, can you make the decision for Lu Tiangang? He said seriously. This is actually his truest thought deep in his heart. Yi Kai nodded directly and acted as if he didn't care at all. His expression was as serious as it could be. Of course, but what if you lose? If you lose, shouldn't you also pay a price? Yi Kai said with amusement. There is no free lunch in this world, and this guy Ma Tai must pay his price. Ma Tai smiled coldly. If I lose, it's up to you. He patted his chest with a look of arrogance because he didn't believe that he would lose. With Ma Tai's strength, he certainly didn't think that he might lose the game. He was a professional player, and he was invincible even in provincial-level competitions. Of course he wouldn't care about Yi Kai. In fact, deep down in his heart he didn't take Yi Kai seriously at all. It's a deal. Yi Kai said with a sneer. Just like that, the two of them came to the racing car. Yi Kai picked out a racing car. This is a very luxurious vehicle and also Lu Tiangang's best car. After getting in the car, Yi Kai was ready. He carefully inspected the vehicle, and his whole aura had reached its peak. Yi Kai's control over the vehicle had already reached an unparalleled level. The car god system is really amazing. Yi Kai said with a serious expression. Now, let's get started. Ma Tai said. Let us get started. The two people have already set the rules of the competition. They will drive a lap here to see who can win the final victory. Yi Kai started his car and his speed had reached its limit. Chapter 42, Complete Abuse. Yi Kai and Ma Tai have started their cars respectively. Ma Tai does have a certain level of control over the car, but Yi Kai's control over the car far exceeds that of Ma Tai. Although the performance of the car he has may not be as good as Ma Tai's racing car, Yi Kai's control ability is definitely terrifying. He demonstrated the speed of the entire car to the most perfect state. Is that so? Ma Tai was completely shocked. Yi Kai showed his strength that crushed him from the beginning, which shocked Ma Tai. He really couldn't believe that all this was true. Yi Kai had already taken control of the car, just like the human body, and he quickly completed a lap, while Ma Tai had only completed 3-4. He stopped the car. It seems that you are really trash. Yi Kai said with a sneer. As soon as these words came out, Ma Tai's body shook and he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. But now, Ma Tai had no way to defeat Yi Kai at all. He really couldn't believe that Yi Kai could actually do this. This was far beyond Ma Tai's imagination. But he had nothing to say now. Yi Kai smiled slightly. Ma Tai, didn't you say you would promise me? In that case, you can run around naked for a while and then get out of here. Yi Kai said in a calm tone. Ma Tai's body shook and he almost vomited blood. Streaking. How could a dignified Ma Tai endure such humiliation? This was something he could not bear at all. Yi Kai sneered. What? Don't you think your words count? His words were the biggest irony to Ma Tai. Just wait for me. Ma Tai's figure swayed, and he almost vomited blood. He ran directly to the car and ran madly. Ma Tai has reached a state of madness. This guy completely ran away. Ye Kai sneered. It is said that you reap what you sow, and this is exactly what is happening to Ma Tai now. Ye Kai's expression was quite calm. He certainly didn't hope that Ma Tai would really run naked, but one thing was certain, that was that Ma Tai would never have the face to come back again. This is exactly what Ye Kai was thinking. Just at this moment, Lu Tiangang came to Ye Kai's side. His expression was quite respectful. Thank you so much, brother Ye Kai. If it weren't for you, I would never have been able to do this. That Ma Tai would definitely have gone even further. Lu Tiangang said with a trembling voice. Ye Kai just smiled faintly. What did you promise just now? Hearing Ye Kai's words, Lu Tiangang nodded. You can choose any of the vehicles here, and I will give them to you for free. Lu Tiangang said seriously. He now admires Ye Kai to the extreme. Ye Kai was carefully selecting these vehicles. At this time, the system's rewards had already been distributed. New technology car system. Ye Kai was of course very excited to get this system. He knew very well what this system meant. Since this is the case, Ye Kai certainly doesn't need to choose a very good car. He needs to be more low-key. Ye Kai chose a vehicle worth only a few 100,000 yuan. I have made my choice. Ye Kai said seriously. Lu Tiangang was stunned when he heard Ye Kai's words. He originally thought that Ye Kai would choose a luxury car worth 1 million, but even so, Lu Tiangang would certainly not refuse. But they never expected that Ye Kai only chose a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Lu Tiangang felt very moved. He simply reached out his hand, took out a bank card, and respectfully handed the card to Ye Kai. Mr. Ye Kai, there is 500,000 yuan in this card. Please accept it. Hearing this, Ye Kai couldn't refuse. He simply put the card in his pocket. He couldn't wait to get to the front of the car, started it, and Ye Kai began to control the car. He quickly mastered the vehicle's control to perfection. Although the performance of this car is not very good, it can be considered pretty good. Ye Kai said seriously. Try the vehicle system. Ye Kai directly demonstrated the technological vehicle system perfectly. Suddenly several options appeared in front of the entire car. Invincible armor mode. Super speed mode. Hearing these words, Ye Kai was shocked. So awesome? At this moment, the voice came again. Host, please choose the mode. Forget it. Ye Kai thought in his heart. At least he felt that this matter was quite strange and Ye Kai needed to be calmer. Try again when you have a chance. Ye Kai doesn't want to make a choice now, because he knows very well how terrifying this invincible technological chariot is. If you make a rash choice, you might end up in big trouble. Ye Kai drove the car back to Su Ruoqing's home. When we arrived at Su Ruoqing's home, Su Ruoqing was taking care of 2 babies, but she still looked unhappy. What's wrong with you? Looking at the healthy condition of the 2 babies, Ye Kai said with a smile. Su Ruoqing looked a little ugly. Can you help me with something tomorrow? Su Ruoqing said. Hearing Su Ruoqing's words, Ye Kai stretched out his hand. Just tell me what you need. Su Ruoqing looked a little embarrassed. I will ask for leave for you from the company, but you must do something for me. Some relatives will be coming tomorrow. Can you? Su Ruoqing seemed to be hesitant to speak. This situation made Ye Kai feel a little strange. After having sex with Su Ruoqing that night, Ye Kai never asked any questions about Su Ruoqing's background. There was still an extremely hazy state between the two of them. Ye Kai didn't know how to break this situation, nor did he know whether he should break it. But at this moment, Su Ruoqing talked about her relatives, and Ye Kai couldn't help but feel strange. He scratched his head. Su Ruoqing looked a little embarrassed. Tomorrow, you go to the airport to pick them up. Just treat you as my boyfriend. Su Ruoqing said with a trembling voice. Ye Kai nodded. All right. At this point, although Ye Kai didn't know what had happened, he was very clear about the strangeness of this matter. Ye Kai showed a trace of solemnity. At least for him, this is definitely a troublesome thing. After adjusting his state, Ye Kai frowned. I will ask for leave for you tomorrow. I'll leave this matter to you. Su Ruoqing's voice was even more strange. After hearing Su Ruoqing's words, Yi Kai was speechless. He didn't know what Su Ruoqing meant. At least for Yi Kai, this matter was indeed quite surprising. When he saw the phone number, he felt a little strange. At this moment, Su Ruoqing lowered her head even more. Su Ruoqing's feeling made him feel a little strange. Chapter 43 Relatives. Su Ruoqing didn't say why or who this relative was. Yi Kai felt that this matter was a bit strange because Su Ruoqing looked worried. Since meeting Su Ruoqing again, Yi Kai has never seen Su Ruoqing so worried. This made Yi Kai feel very strange. His expression was also quite solemn. After returning home, Yi Kai carefully studied the black technology car power system, but to Yi Kai, such a power system did make him feel strange. Because this power system is really powerful. However, Yi Kai doesn't want to take out the power system yet. If he uses the power system now, it would be a very scary thing. Yi Kai still needs to be calmer. Early the next morning, Yi Kai started the car and soon arrived at his destination. This is the largest local airport. Yi Kai was waiting. Not long after, Yi Kai's phone rang. "Hello?" Yi Kai said. "I'm here." Suddenly, Yi Kai saw someone. He could see clearly that this was a man with a sullen face. He was wearing a green robe and his eyes were full of ferocity. Oh my god. Yi Kai took a step back. This guy is really fierce. Seeing this scene, Yi Kai was also shocked. "You. Where is the eldest lady?" the middle-aged man asked in a cold voice. "What, miss?" Yi Kai said with a trembling voice. He thought the matter was quite strange. The middle-aged man's face turned very cold. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Yi Kai's neck. Oh my god. Yi Kai was startled and took a step back. The guy had already stretched out his hand, and his speed was very fierce and he attacked Yi Kai completely. Yi Kai's face suddenly turned ugly, and he understood what this meant. The opponent's speed is definitely very fast, this person must be a master. If there were no bonus from the system, 10 Yi Kais would not be his match, but with the bonus from the little netizens system, his agility is still very good. Yi Kai's body flashed and he dodged the opponent's attack in an instant. It seemed that the guy was very powerful. His hand was like a knife, grabbing Yi Kai's shoulder fiercely. Yi Kai finally escaped from the middle-aged man. He looked at this side carefully. "What are you doing? Do you want to take action?" Yi Kai said coldly. After these words were spoken, the middle-aged man finally let go of his hand. "Are you the eldest lady's boyfriend?" the middle-aged man said with a grim face. Yi Kai finally understood what the middle-aged man meant. It turned out that the so-called eldest lady was Su Ruoqing. How so? Yi Kai felt very strange. Su Ruoqing is a very hard-working woman, how could she be the so-called eldest lady? Yi Kai was quite surprised. Just then, the middle-aged man came over. A sneer appeared on his face. "Boy, I don't want to force you. Take me to see the young lady now," said the middle-aged man. Hearing this, Yi Kai shook his head. He got Su Ruoqing's mission, but he sent this person away, so Yi Kai absolutely could not let this person see Su Ruoqing. No matter what Su Ruoqing's identity is, Yi Kai must complete Su Ruoqing's mission. Yi Kai sneered. "Why do you think you can see my girlfriend? You are not qualified," Yi Kai said with cold eyes. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face became extremely ugly. He simply couldn't believe that this was true. Yi Kai's words were simply a humiliation to middle-aged people. The middle-aged man's face turned pale. "Boy, do you know who I am?" the middle-aged man said coldly. "Have no idea." At this time, Yi Kai smiled slightly. Suddenly, Yi Kai turned around and walked away. Yi Kai was very fast. At this moment, the middle-aged man followed Yi Kai and walked over. This guy followed Yi Kai directly. "If you want to follow me, then follow me," Yi Kai thought helplessly. Anyway, he was not planning to go to the company today, so Yi Kai decided to set aside a day to deal with this guy. He got in the car directly. The middle-aged man opened the car door and got in. It seemed like he didn't want to get rid of Yi Kai at all. This situation gave Yi Kai a headache. He was of course aware of the troubles of this matter. Since this guy didn't want to get rid of him, Yi Kai could only take him for a ride. After the middle-aged man got on the bus, he took out a bank card. "There are 10 million in this card. Tell me the location of the young lady and I will give you the money, said the middle-aged man. Yi Kai just shook his head. Not interested. Now, of course, he knew that this guy seemed to be bad for Suru watching, so Yi Kai had to stay calm. His expression was very serious. Just then, Yi Kai pushed away his bank card. Sorry, I'm not interested. Yi Kai said calmly. The middle-aged man's face turned cold in an instant. He was of course very clear about what this meant. His expression was very calm. But at this moment, the middle-aged man smiled again. I'm hungry, let's go eat, said the middle-aged man. Yi Kai felt helpless. To Yi Kai, this guy must be trying to use other methods to get him to talk. Yi Kai felt that this middle-aged man was really scary. May I know your name, sir? Yi Kai asked again. He needed to get things straight. The middle-aged man smiled coldly. My last name is Wei, so you can just call me Steward Wei. After he finished speaking, he kept silent. At this time, Yi Kai had no choice but to drive him to a nearby restaurant. Yi Kai had no idea who he was, so he was quite shocked. He took this guy directly to Tai Bai Tower. This is a top-notch restaurant nearby. Anyway, this guy is rich, so Yi Kai certainly doesn't mind making him spend money. Butler Wei is a very arrogant guy, but Yi Kai certainly doesn't care about that. A sneer appeared on his face. And just at this moment, Yi Kai stopped the car. Don't you want to eat? Get out of the car. Yi Kai said in a serious tone. Only then did Butler Wei open his eyes. Boy, I'll treat you to dinner. He raised his head and looked at Yi Kai coldly. I'm afraid there won't be a good banquet. Yi Kai thought with a sneer in his heart. At this moment, Steward Wei smiled coldly. Yi Kai felt that this guy's intentions were very sinister. This was something Yi Kai had to consider. He needs to calm down now. Soon, they walked into Tai Bai Tower. Micro. Butler Wei chose the largest private room. After the two sat down, Butler Wei began to order food. After ordering the food, the waiter left and Butler Wei closed the door. Butler Wei's eyes were very solemn. Young man, let me toast you. He picked up the glass and pushed it towards me. Yi Kai shook his head. Not interested, he said calmly. Chapter 44, Anti-Routine. Boy, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. Butler Wei said in a very cold voice. Hearing what Butler Wei said, Yi Kai smiled faintly. He didn't care about this guy at all. Now he is very calm. At this moment, Butler Wei actually drank a glass himself. Miss, they are dragons and phoenixes in the sky, but who are you? I advise you to know the current situation. Butler Wei said indifferently. The aura he exudes is extremely powerful. He slammed the table hard, and the teacup on the table was actually knocked away and broke into two pieces. This guy used his full strength. Yi Kai just smiled slightly. He doesn't care about that. Now, of course, he knows that Steward Wei is a threat to him, but Yi Kai doesn't care about it at all. He has a system, so he naturally doesn't care about this. After dinner, do whatever you want. I don't care. Yi Kai said calmly. He didn't want to give Steward Wei any face, and his voice was full of refusal. Butler Wei's face suddenly turned cold. He felt that Yi Kai was really hateful. What do you mean? Butler Wei was really angry. Boy, in that case, I'll give you a chance. Do you dare to compete with me? If you can beat me, this matter will be written off and I will leave immediately. Steward Wei said coldly. Hearing what Butler Wei said, Yi Kai's heart moved. This guy actually wanted to compete with him. Of course Yi Kai was willing, but Yi Kai didn't know how to compete with him. This is exactly what Yi Kai was thinking. He is very calm now. In that case, come with me. Butler Wei stood up and walked outside. This guy is in a rampant state. After seeing this scene, Yi Kai fell into deep thought. He certainly knew very well what this meant. Yi Kai's eyes turned cold. He naturally knew what this meant. He just smiled faintly. But at this moment, Butler Wei had already got into the car. Where are we going? Yi Kai asked. No matter how he compared it, he should have made this matter clear, but Butler Wei just smiled slightly. Now he said nothing. Actually, this matter is very simple. As long as you dare to go to a place with me, this matter will be settled. He simply reached out and selected an address from his phone. Where are you going? Yi Kai discovered that this was actually a bar. They walked straight into the bar. This is a very luxurious bar, but there are a lot of people at the door of the bar now. This is a very strange thing. After adjusting his state, Yi Kai calmed himself down and found that there was a large arena in the bar. This arena is very large, and there are people fighting inside. Here is a ring, kid. If you are willing to fight me in the ring, as long as you can win, this matter will be over. Steward Wei said coldly. Hearing this, Yi Kai showed a sneer on his face. He knew very well what this matter meant. Now he knows that Steward Wei is going to beat him in the ring. It seems that this guy is really scary. Yi Kai thought to himself. At this moment, facing Butler Wei, Yi Kai had already guessed what he was thinking. Yi Kai was ready. But at this moment, Yi Kai felt a little depressed. After all, he didn't have any strength now. This is a very troublesome matter. There's still one more chance to win a prize. Yi Kai suddenly remembered that there was still a chance to draw a lottery in the system, but Yi Kai had not used this opportunity yet. He immediately began to play the lottery. Soon, the turntable was spinning back and forth. The turntable finally stopped. One Punch Man. What's going on? Yi Kai was stunned for a moment. He saw clearly that he had obtained One Punch Man, but he did not know what One Punch Man was. Yi Kai was stunned. One Punch Man is the invincible move of this system, so he can defeat any opponent with just one punch. Upon hearing this information, Yi Kai's face suddenly froze. He naturally understood what this matter meant. Yi Kai's gaze now was extremely solemn. Of course he knew what this matter meant. This skill is too amazing. Looking at the rampant Steward Wei behind him, Yi Kai even felt pity for him. This punch of his would definitely make Steward Wei feel the real taste of pain. Yi Kai sneered. Now he is extremely excited. At this moment, there were two people fighting on the ring. These two people were definitely very powerful. Their fists were very fierce and their strength could be described as strong. They were attacking each other. After seeing this scene, Yi Kai just watched calmly. He didn't take this matter seriously at all. Now he possesses the strength of One Punch Man. With his skills, he can take down almost anyone with one punch, so Yi Kai didn't care at all. He is very calm now. However, Steward Wei did not think so. I'll take care of them first, and then the other two will come to deal with you. Butler Wei seemed to want to intimidate Yi Kai by jumping directly onto the stage. You two stop fighting. Butler Wei said seriously. After hearing these words, everyone turned around and looked at Butler Wei. The two masters were so angry that they were shaking all over. They were very unhappy. Who are you? The two masters stopped and looked at him coldly. But at this moment, Steward Wei had already rushed over. His methods were like lightning and thunder, directly hitting the two people. The two people had no chance to defend themselves at all. They were directly knocked out. The two people screamed, their expressions were extremely painful. Steward Wei knocked both of them away with one punch. This strength was beyond everyone's imagination. The audience at the scene were also completely shocked. Is this okay? Everyone was stunned. Yi Kai's face turned cold. No wonder. No wonder Steward Wei wanted to compare himself with him. This guy's attack power could be described as terrifying. This was Steward Wei's strength. This guy can kill Yi Kai with just one punch. Yi Kai smiled coldly. Now that I have the One Punch Man system, I want to see who is stronger between the two of us. Yi Kai decided to teach Butler Wei a lesson. He is very calm now. But the people at the scene were completely shocked. Chapter 45, One Punch Blast. This Steward Wei was so terrifying that his appearance immediately caused the entire fighting field to fall silent. Steward Wei alone defeated two masters, and his strength was far beyond the imagination of others. When everyone saw Steward Wei, they all had a stunned expression, and they had an absolutely shocking respect for him. These people even had a deep sense of awe. This was the pressure that Steward Wei brought to them. It's time for you to go on stage, kid. I want to see what you can do. Butler Wei stretched out his hand and hooked at Yi Kai, with a sarcastic expression on his face. Well. Everyone present was stunned, and then they turned their eyes to Yi Kai. Almost everyone started whispering. This guy is so amazing. He defeated two masters with one punch. Can this kid do it? What the hell, I think this guy is going to die. Everyone was whispering, some people despised Ye Kai, while others expressed regret for Ye Kai. These people felt that Ye Kai's body could not withstand a punch from Steward Wei, and they already thought that Ye Kai would definitely lose. Ye Kai didn't care about this. Today he is still very calm. With Ye Kai's strength, how could he take this matter seriously? Ye Kai possessed strength far greater than these people. This Butler Wei is so rampant, I must make him pay the price. Ye Kai thought deep in his heart that he felt that Butler Wei was too rampant. Ye Kai must make him pay the price for such a rampant existence. Thinking of this, Ye Kai was already prepared. He adjusted his breathing and went straight to the stage. Seeing Ye Kai walking onto the stage, Steward Wei revealed a hint of sneer, with a hint of sarcasm in his smile. Ye Kai, you are a young man, why do you have to degrade yourself like this? If you leave the young lady now, I will naturally not bother with you. Steward Wei said angrily. His voice was full of warning. Hearing what Butler Wei said, Ye Kai waved his hand gently. What if I don't leave? He was in a state of complete contempt. Then you can just die. Steward Wei shouted and punched him directly. He used all his strength in this punch. In fact, Butler Wei is very smart. He was commissioned by the family to find the eldest lady. It took the family a long time to finally find some clues about Su Ruoqing. However, Su Ruoqing's family has a very special status and identity, so under such circumstances, they absolutely cannot look for Su Ruoqing in a high-profile manner. If Su Ruoqing's family searches for Su Ruoqing in a high-profile manner, it will cause a lot of unimaginable trouble. Steward Wei was assigned to investigate the matter, and now he finally found the opportunity. But for him, this matter is by no means a simple matter. He went through untold hardships before finally finding some clues about Su Ruoqing. Now he absolutely cannot give up the search. As for Ye Kai in front of him, this is an arena, and on the arena, swords and knives are merciless. If anything unexpected happens, Ye Kaiji will be seeking his own death. Go to hell. Butler Wei's punch was filled with anger. Tiger Fist. This is his trick. The so-called Tiger Long Fist is a very powerful move that utilizes the huge shockwave formed by the power of the fist. This is a kind of classical martial arts. Oh my god. Seeing Butler Wei's fist, everyone present showed shocked expressions. They all felt the power of Butler Wei's fist. Everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. Almost in an instant, all these people were stunned. Because they all felt that Ye Kai would definitely die if Butler Wei punched him, they expressed deep concern for Ye Kai's fate. But at this moment, Ye Kai revealed a hint of sneer. He looked at the scene in front of him calmly. Ye Kai naturally knew how terrifying Butler Wei's fist was, but Ye Kai didn't care about it at all. Today I will show you what a real fist is. Ye Kai clenched his fist and pushed it forward lightly. This is One Punch Man's move. Of course, it is not very fierce. But what this move really contains is the inner strength. Once the inner power erupts, it is absolutely undefendable. This is the ferocity of One Punch Man. Bang! Ye Kai's arm hit Butler Wei's arm hard. Butler Wei felt a sharp pain and he burst into a crazy roar. Butler Wei fell straight down. There was a crackling sound from his arm, which indicated that it was completely broken. What the hell? Ye Kai was stunned. He didn't use much strength at first, but he never expected that his punch would be so ferocious. Steward Wei was wailing on the ground, holding his arm in pain, while everyone at the scene looked at each other in bewilderment. They really couldn't believe that this scene was real. Originally everyone thought that Steward Wei was the real strong one, and Ye Kai was definitely a player who was being abused, but the actual situation was just the opposite. Butler Wei is the one who was truly abused. Everyone worshipped Ye Kai as a god. In their opinion, Ye Kai was too terrifying. However, Ye Kai just smiled slightly and did not take the matter to heart at all. Ye Kai just watched the scene coldly. Butler Wei, it seems that you have already lost. You must accept the defeat. If you don't, then you can't blame me for this matter. Ye Kai clenched his fists, his eyes were extremely cold. Hearing Ye Kai's words, Steward Wei lowered his head, his expression was as ugly as it could be. Compared with the pain in his arm, the slap in the face just now made him more uncomfortable. This is a complete slap in the face, and there is no suspense at all. Butler Wei almost felt like crying. Ye Kai smiled coldly. It seems that you are just so-so. If you want to meet your eldest lady, you should go back and practice for some time. I'm afraid you can't do it with your current strength. Ye Kai started to criticize violently. Steward Wei covered his arm with his hands, an expression of awe on his face. Who are you? Which big family do you come from? Butler Wei's voice was full of fear. Obviously, he thought Ye Kai came from one of the top big families. In the view of Steward Wei, only those top big families had such strength. And now, in Steward Wei's heart, it is obvious that Ye Kai has the strength of a king. Ye Kai was quite speechless. Get out of here now. He just said it coldly. Just wait for me, I will be back. Chapter 46, Doing Good Things. Butler Wei covered his arm and fled. Seeing this scene, Ye Kai was not happy at all. The arrival of Butler Wei proves that Su Ruoqing's identity is indeed extraordinary. Without the help of the system, with Ye Kai's strength, he would never be a match for Butler Wei. Now Su Ruoqing has 2 babies. Thinking of this, Ye Kai's heart sank. He knew very well that if Su Ruoqing's identity was really extraordinary, then there was a high possibility that something unexpected would happen. And this change will definitely happen in the near future. I must accumulate my strength immediately. Ye Kai clenched his fists, his eyes filled with solemnity. In fact, Ye Kai himself is a man without great ambitions. Even after obtaining the system, he does not have a clear goal in mind. In fact, Ye Kai has only one idea, which is to protect the 2 babies and help them grow healthily. However, what happened now was beyond his expectations. The sudden appearance of Butler Wei seemed to reveal the unusual identity of Su Ruoqing. However, it is still unknown whether Su Ruoqing's unusual identity is a blessing or a curse for the 2 babies. Congratulations to the host. After being trained by this system, the host's spiritual ability has become much stronger. Not only can you open the points mall as long as your points reach 10,000. The voice of the system came slowly. Ye Kai's eyes immediately lit up. He is very covetous of the points mall. Ye Kai immediately entered the system. Now he had 8,000 points. As long as he completed one more task, he would be able to open the system mall. And if the system mall is opened, Ye Kai feels that it will definitely be of great benefit to him, and he is very much looking forward to the system mall. At this moment, Ye Kai's reward points had also arrived. Now his reaction ability has reached 75, his body speed has increased to 73, his healing power has reached 76, and his intelligence is 72. Ye Kai's 4 dimensions were all over 70. Ye Kai clicked on his own rating and found that he had become AB level talent. Although this was not a very high level, it was a great improvement compared to the previous Ye Kai. Ye Kai also felt very happy. However, seeing how everyone looked at the monster, Ye Kai decided to leave the bar immediately. After all, keeping a low profile is the best way to go. Ye Kai had just turned around and walked out when suddenly a person walked towards him. This is a sturdy man like an iron tower. He is dressed in black and has a huge pair of sunglasses on his face. This state gave people a terrifying feeling. Ye Kai was shocked. Is this guy going to attack me? Although he still possesses the ability of One Punch Man, Ye Kai does not want to attack casually. After all, Ye Kai is not a person who likes to attack others casually. If there is no trouble, he certainly does not want to cause trouble. But at this moment, the strong man had blocked the way. What can I do for you? Ye Kai said coldly. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, if someone really dared to provoke him, Ye Kai would definitely not give him any face. Now that he possesses the terrifying power of One Punch Man, Ye Kai has no need to give face to anyone. There was a cold flash in the sturdy man's eyes. My boss wants to see you, he said directly. Ye Kai's face turned cold. I don't even know your boss. Although he knew that this sturdy man was very impressive, which meant that his boss must be a powerful person, Ye Kai didn't know him at all, and of course he didn't want to pay attention to him. He had to find Shaolin immediately and tell her everything. The appearance of Butler Wei had already made Ye Kai feel nervous. But at this moment, the voice of the system came unbiasedly. For a temporary mission, you can choose to help Shen Outyan complete the bodyguard mission and you will receive a reward of 2,000 points. If you choose not to help Shen Outyan, you will not receive any reward. When Ye Kai heard the voice of the system, his eyes suddenly lit up. It seems that the boss of this burly man is the legendary Shen Outyan. Ye Kai naturally doesn't know who Shen Outyan is, but there is one thing he is very clear about, that is, 2,000 points is definitely the best. If he had 2,000 more points, he could accumulate 10,000 points, and 10,000 points would open the official system mall. This is a milestone event. Accept the mission. Ye Kai immediately issued instructions to the system. Congratulations on accepting the mission. The host will gain a temporary skill, Treasure Appraisal Expert. After he finished speaking, Ye Kai's body lit up, and he directly gained the skills of a treasure appraiser. It was as if a scanner appeared in Ye Kai's eyes, and he could tell at a glance whether something was authentic or a fake. What's the use of this thing? Ye Kai was a little confused. According to the system's mission, he is Shin Out-yen's bodyguard. Ye Kai really doesn't know what the exact relationship is between the health insurance system and the bodyguard. In fact, in Ye Kai's opinion, the two have nothing to do with each other. But Ye Kai knew very well that the system would never mess around. If the system said that there was a relationship between two people, it meant that there must be some connection between the two. Ye Kai was sure of this. He immediately smiled. Where is Boss Shun? Please lead the way. Ye Kai said to the burly man. Well. The sturdy man looked confused. His boss was indeed Shin Out-yen, but the strong man remembered that he didn't seem to say this just now. The strong man really didn't know how Ye Kai knew it, but Ye Kai patted him on the shoulder with an honest smile on his face. Seeing Ye Kai's kind smile, the strong man felt his body shiver and a feeling of uneasiness arose in his heart. Perhaps, this is the aura of kingship. In the sturdy man's mind, he recalled Ye Kai's heroic appearance just now, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. He took Ye Kai directly to the second floor of the bar's private room. There were two people standing at the door of the second floor. These two people were also in two states and looked like very professional bodyguards. The three people welcomed Ye Kai into the house, but they had no intention of entering the house at all. Ye Kai just walked in. This is a very bright private room, and inside it, there is only a middle-aged man sitting. The middle-aged man looks a little thin, but he is wearing a very neat suit, which is actually quite extraordinary. The middle-aged man held the wine glass with a faint smile on his face. He definitely looks awe-inspiring. Ye Kai is sure what kind of person this middle-aged man is. He is definitely a very, very powerful person. The so-called aura of a superior is fully displayed in this middle-aged man. It is obvious that this middle-aged man is like a superior. Chapter 47, Bodyguards are also invincible. The middle-aged man was holding a wine glass, and his face seemed a little sad. He stood up straight away. Brother, let me introduce myself first. My name is. Before he finished speaking, Ye Kai immediately smiled. Boss Shun, your name is well known to everyone. Ye Kai flattered him directly. After all, he now has to adapt to his role as a bodyguard immediately. Hearing this, Shin Out-yen was stunned for a moment. He never expected Ye Kai to say such a thing. This was really beyond Shin Out-yen's imagination. Shin Out-yen scratched his head. Brother, what do you mean by that? Shin Out-yen didn't think he was so famous, and he didn't even know Ye Kai, so Shin Out-yen also looked confused. He is a little stunned now. But Ye Kai smiled slightly. Boss Shun, you don't want me to be your bodyguard, do you? If that's the case, you can just say it. In order to complete the task assigned to him by the system, Ye Kai has reached a desperate state. Hearing this, Shin Out-yen was completely confused. He did have this idea, but he never told anyone about it, and he really didn't know how Ye Kai knew about it. Shin Out-yen's face had become extremely ugly. Seeing this scene, Ye Kai revealed a faint smile. Boss, let's get down to business. Just tell me what you need me to do for you. Ye Kai said directly. Shin Out-yen was even more confused. He had no idea how Ye Kai knew so much, but seeing Ye Kai like this, Shin Out-yen didn't know what to say. He originally came to this bar to drink, but his main purpose of coming here was not just to drink. Shin Out-yen's main purpose was to find an assistant, that is, a powerful helper. This is the biggest thought in Shin Out-yen's heart. He needs to find a powerful person to help him and serve as his bodyguard, because Shin Out-yen has an important event tomorrow, and he really doesn't have any confidence in his current bodyguards, so Shin Out-yen hopes to get the help of a bodyguard. He came here originally to look for a bodyguard. This is a famous fighting arena in the local area, and there are many masters here, so Shin Out-yen thinks it is the best thing to find a bodyguard here. When he saw Ye Kai, he was even more astounded. Shin Out-yen felt that he had found the right candidate, so he asked his men to invite Ye Kai. However, he didn't expect that when Ye Kai just went upstairs, he seemed to know what he was going to do better than he did. Shin Out-yen showed a trace of solemnity. I don't know what my name is, little brother. Are you willing to be my bodyguard? If you are willing, I will give you a lot of money. Shanaotian said very respectfully. After hearing Shanaotian's words, Yi Kai nodded. The system's words were indeed true. This matter was not beyond the system's expectations at all. If that is the case, what reason does Yi Kai have to refuse? He came directly to Shanaotian. Boss Shin, of course you can be my bodyguard, and you just need to pay me a little, but I have only one request. Brother Yi Kai, please speak. When Shanaotian heard Yi Kai's words, he raised his head and looked at Yi Kai in astonishment. Although Shanaotian is not a top boss, he is also knowledgeable. Shanaotian has come into contact with many people, but this is the first time Shanaotian has seen someone as calm and relaxed as Yi Kai. So Shanaotian also admires Yi Kai quite a lot. Hearing his words, Yi Kai sneered. First, I can only be your bodyguard for one day. Second, you must follow my instructions for what happens tomorrow. If possible, I can guarantee that everything will go smoothly for you tomorrow. Yi Kai spoke calmly, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. But his painting made Shanaotian stunned. Shanaotian couldn't believe his ears. Brother Yi Kai, are you telling the truth? Your words are too unbelievable. In fact, to Shanaotian, what Yi Kai said was simply unbelievable, so Shanaotian didn't know what to say at all. He was speechless towards Yi Kai. He just saw that Yi Kai was very powerful, but he never expected that Yi Kai would be so rampant. In fact, he does have an important thing to do tomorrow, but this important thing not only requires a bodyguard, but also requires other people behind it. The reason why Shanaotian hired Yi Kai as a bodyguard was just to be on the safe side. Deep down in his heart, he never regarded Yi Kai as a savior. But Yi Kai now doesn't seem to think so. Mr. Yi Kai, I appreciate your kindness. If you can complete your bodyguard duties tomorrow, I will be very grateful to you. Shanaotian sighed and finally spoke. It was obvious that he just wanted Yi Kai to be his bodyguard and he was not interested in anything else. Hearing this, Yi Kai smiled. He naturally understood what Shanaotian meant. This person did not believe him, and Yi Kai had already prepared for this. But Yi Kai didn't care, because all he had to do was to complete his own task. As for other things, Yi Kai didn't take them to heart. In this way, the two people signed the contract, and Yi Kai decided to find Shanaotian the next day. However, he still returned to Su Ruoqing's home that night and told her everything. After hearing what Yi Kai said, Su Ruoqing was extremely frightened. You said you sent Steward way back? Su Ruoqing's voice was filled with uneasiness. Yi Kai just smiled slightly, of course. There was no need for him to care at all, because Yi Kai was telling the truth. Since he was telling the truth, Yi Kai certainly had nothing to say. In just a few words, he had made the matter completely clear. Su Ruoqing's face was full of fear, but she suppressed her fear. She raised her head and looked at Yi Kai with a trembling voice. Thank you so much. Su Ruoqing said in a very unpleasant voice. Yi Kai smiled faintly. Su Ruoqing's words showed that she was very unconfident deep down inside, but Yi Kai just smiled. Don't worry, I will fight back if they come. If they really do that, I will never let them go. I will definitely protect you and the two babies. Yi Kai is now considered to be very heroic. Su Ruoqing looked at Yi Kai's back and couldn't help but be stunned. Can he really protect us? Su Ruoqing murmured. Chapter 48, Treasure Appraisal Meeting. After saying goodbye to Su Ruoqing, Yi Kai returned home. He was thinking about helping Shanaotian tomorrow. Shanaotian didn't say any useful information at all, so Yi Kai found this matter even more strange. Of course, he didn't say much. Yi Kai spent the entire night thinking about Shanaotian. In fact, he cared more about completing the task and getting 2,000 points. If that were the case, it would be a perfect ending for Yi Kai. But Yi Kai also knew that things would definitely not be that simple, and it would be extremely difficult to obtain these 2,000 points. Yi Kai needs to calm down. He waited anxiously until the next day, and early in the morning Yi Kai arrived at the address agreed with Shanaotian, which was Shanaotian's home. Yi Kai had just arrived at the door of his house when Shanaotian and an old man walked out. The old man had a white beard and looked a little old, but his whole person gave people a feeling of being an immortal. At least this kind of feeling makes people feel that this old man has an extraordinary demeanor, and he is definitely a very capable person. Yi Kai could feel the aura of this old man. Of course, at the same time, he also felt the arrogance of this old man. This old man was definitely a very, very arrogant person. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking defiant. Shanaotian, on the other hand, seemed to have some admiration for the old man. The relationship between the two was definitely quite strange. At this moment, Shanaotian also saw Ye Kai and he immediately stretched out his hand to call Ye Kai over. "Brother Ye Kai, come here." After hearing Shanaotian's words, Ye Kai walked over directly. He didn't know what Shanaotian meant. Ye Kai just looked at the other person with a calm expression. The two men looked at each other, their expressions were very solemn, and the old man looked Ye Kai up and down. "Boss Shun, is this the bodyguard who will be protecting us today?" The old man's voice seemed to contain some contempt. After hearing these words, Ye Kai was speechless. "Look down on me?" His current reaction ability has reached 75. With Ye Kai's reaction ability, he can naturally feel the arrogance of this guy. This really left Ye Kai speechless. But at this moment, the old man smiled coldly. "This kid is so young, I'm afraid he's unreliable." His voice was still full of arrogance. Hearing this, Shanaotian's face turned pale. The old man's words clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with Ye Kai. Expressing dissatisfaction with Ye Kai is equivalent to slapping Shanaotian in the face. Ye Kai also felt that this guy was indeed very arrogant, and he even felt like he had nothing to say. At this moment, the old man's sneer deepened. He was in a completely arrogant state, as if he didn't take Ye Kai seriously at all. Of course Ye Kai was very unhappy. "I have a system cheat anyway, but you are so arrogant." Ye Kai then glared at the old man. "Whether I am qualified or not, that is up to Mr. Shin to decide. As for you, you really have no right to comment." Ye Kai responded with a wave of sarcasm and ridicule. This wave of output made the old man completely dumbfounded. After a long time, the old man snorted coldly with his beard glaring. "Let's get in the car." After saying that, he got directly into Shanaotian's luxury RV. Shanaotian was a little helpless and had to invite Ye Kai to get in the car as well. After the old man got on the bus, he didn't say anything more. He just sat there coldly with an extremely arrogant expression. Shanaotian's face looked very ugly. Seeing that the old man didn't say anything, he took out a piece of information and handed it to Ye Kai. "Brother Ye Kai, this old man is the famous treasure appraiser Mr. Chen. His name is Chen Liangfei." Shanaotian spoke first. Ye Kai just smiled coldly. He didn't take Chen Liangfei seriously at all. At least for Ye Kai, this matter was really predictable. Ye Kai's expression was very solemn and his face was extremely serious. Ye Kai knew very well what this matter meant. This is what he thought deep down. Ye Kai is absolutely very calm now. He watched the scene calmly. "Where are they going? I hope you can tell me." Ye Kai said directly. In fact, this is what he cares about. Ye Kai really didn't know where they were going. After hearing what Ye Kai said, Shanaotian told him everything. After hearing what Shanaotian said, Ye Kai finally nodded, and he finally understood what Shanaotian meant. This person's words were indeed quite strange, but Ye Kai needed to figure this matter out. This was also an important matter for Ye Kai. This time, the treasure appraisal meeting is held by the Treasure Appraisal Association, but I have a very powerful enemy, and this enemy is in this city's treasure appraisal meeting, so I still feel very vigilant about this enemy. Shanaotian said in a serious voice. When Ye Kai heard Shanaotian's words, he was stunned. He didn't know what this person meant, which made Ye Kai feel a little strange. But now Shanaotian does show such a state. That man is called Sun Lu, and he is my enemy. The two of us are going to hold a rough stone appreciation competition to see who can cut out the real rough stone. Shanaotian said seriously. Fuck, it's such a big deal. Only then did Ye Kai understand what this meant. He now has a very powerful treasure appraisal system, so Ye Kai knows very well what the meaning behind this matter is. This is also an important thing for him. Ye Kai's gaze froze, and a sharp look flashed in her eyes. To Ye Kai, this was indeed a strange thing. His expression could be considered serious. Ye Kai is now fully prepared. But Chen Liangfei remains silent. Ye Kai didn't want to say anything more. He felt that it was meaningless. He only needed to wait and see what happened and help the other party directly. It was not difficult at all. This is exactly what Ye Kai was thinking deep in his heart. Now he is very calm, as if this matter is nothing at all. This is the calmest state in Ye Kai's mind, and he has such strength at this moment. Feeling this, Chen Liangfei became even more unhappy with Ye Kai. In his opinion, Ye Kai was a guy who was extremely rampant. Ye Kai didn't care about Chen Liangfei's thoughts. No matter what Chen Liangfei thinks, Ye Kai is very confident in his own strength, and this is exactly what makes him so powerful. At this moment, they had arrived at their destination. This is the scene of the treasure appraisal meeting. Chapter 49, Master. Following Shen Outyan into the treasure appraisal meeting, Ye Kai decided to observe first. Chen Liangfei was so rampant that Ye Kai simply let him stand in the front. Anyway, this guy is just a clown, Ye Kai doesn't care about him at all. He is the owner of a super treasure appraisal system. Although he only has it for 24 hours, within these 24 hours, Ye Kai's treasure appraisal ability is definitely the strongest. It can even be called the best in the world. Under such circumstances, how could Ye Kai see what kind of person Chen Liangfei is, and Shen Tianao was also a little embarrassed. Chen Liangfei is the person he must use. This person is an expert in jade appreciation. Without him, Shen Outyan would never have been able to defeat Sun Lu. There is definitely a generational enmity between him and Sun Jilu. The two people have always disliked each other. In this situation, the two of them despised each other. This competition is not only a battle of pride, but also concerns the business structure between the two people. So Shen Outyan cares very much about it. Ye Kai and Chen Liangfei are both his pillars of support, but Ye Kai is just a bodyguard at most, so when facing Chen Liangfei's arrogance, Shen Outyan can only choose to remain silent. Ye Kai just smiled slightly. Since things have come to this, Ye Kai is certainly too lazy to argue with Chen Liangfei. In this way, they walked into the treasure appraisal meeting. The entire treasure appraisal meeting was already packed with people. This was the most luxurious treasure appraisal meeting in the entire city. So Ye Kai knew very well what this matter meant. Ye Kai didn't say much, but just stood behind. At this moment, several people came over. The leader of these people was a middle-aged man, and next to this middle-aged man stood an old man. The old man's expression was definitely very powerful. He looks even more powerful than Chen Liangfei. Ye Kai paid attention to Chen Liangfei's expression. He felt that after Chen Liangfei saw this old man, he actually showed a look of horror. What's going on? Ye Kai felt quite strange. At this moment, Chen Liangfei took a step back. Ye Kai saw it very clearly and cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. This was really a very, very scary thing. Shen Outyan is also a very smart person, and he understands very well what this means. Shen Outyan took a step back. Mr. Chen, this person. Before he finished speaking, Chen Liangfei's voice began to stutter. This. Chen Liangfei seemed to have no idea what to say. At this moment, the two people on the opposite side came over. It was obvious that the middle-aged man was Sun Lu. A mocking expression appeared on Sun Lu's face. Boss Shen didn't expect you to come so soon. The person next to you is Chen Liangfei, Master Chen? Sun Jilu's voice was full of sarcasm. After hearing this, Shen Outyan felt depressed. He seemed to know that things were troublesome. It seems that the old man brought by Sun Jilu was far superior to Chen Liangfei. As expected, Sun Jilu sneered. He pointed a finger at the old man. Boss Shen, let me introduce you, this is Master Chu Yunlong. Ah. Hearing this name, even Shen Outyan was completely shocked. If Chen Liangfei is a top-level connoisseur, then Chu Yunlong is a god-level connoisseur. There is simply no comparison between the two. The gap between them is simply huge. You have to know that Chu Yunlong is a top figure and is absolutely very, very powerful. This is exactly what makes Chu Yunlong so powerful. Compared with Chu Yunlong, Chen Liangfei is nothing. The gap between the two is too obvious. Chen Liangfei was afraid before the battle even started, and he was completely a coward. And Chu Yunlong smiled coldly. Chen Liangfei, do you want to compare yourself with me? Chu Yunlong's voice sounded completely condescending. After seeing this scene, Ye Kai was speechless. At least for him, Chen Liangfei had been very arrogant just now, but now he had become so cowardly. Ye Kai also looked down on him and sneered. Cold sweat broke out on Shen Outyan's forehead. Originally, it was thought that inviting Chen Liangfei would be able to defeat Sun Jilu. But the situation was far beyond his imagination. Sun Jilu actually invited a figure like Chu Yunlong, who immediately made Chen Liangfei look inferior. There was no way the two could be compared at all. Chu Yunlong smiled coldly. Boss Shen, I think you should admit defeat right now. Chen Liangfei is no match for me. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Shu Yunlong's voice was full of sarcasm. Deep down in his heart, Shen Outyan was completely desperate, because he knew very well that even Chen Liangfei was no match for the other party, let alone him. This is a terrible thing. But at this moment, Yi Kai walked out directly. He felt it was his time to come on stage. I really don't know why you are so arrogant, Yi Kai said calmly. After hearing Yi Kai's words, everyone present looked at each other in surprise. They simply couldn't believe their ears. In fact, no one had noticed it before, and Yi Kai and the others had completely blocked him. Under such circumstances, Yi Kai's sudden appearance stunned everyone. Chen Liangfei's face was full of resentment. Even he is far from being a match for Chu Yulong, let alone others. Yi Kai is just a small bodyguard, how can he know how to appreciate things? Chen Liangfei thinks Yi Kai is just trying to attract attention. In Chen Liangfei's opinion, Yi Kai had no strength at all, and he looked down on Yi Kai. Sun Jilu and Chu Yunlong were completely stunned. The two people didn't know each other at all, so of course they didn't know who Yi Kai was. Yi Kai showed a hint of sneer. Chu Yunlong, don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you are a so-called master. In fact, I don't take you seriously at all, Yi Kai said calmly. He sounded like he was saying something extremely ordinary. But when he heard these words, Chu Yunlong was stunned. Because Yi Kai's words were simply a slap in the face, and a heavy slap in the face. Chu Yunlong simply couldn't believe that a person like Yi Kai dared to say such things. In his opinion, Yi Kai was just a small bodyguard. Boy, what nonsense are you talking about? Chu Yunlong said frantically. Yi Kai just smiled faintly. He didn't care about this at all. On the contrary, he was very calm. Since Chen Liangfei doesn't dare to come to the competition, I will fight in place of Boss Shen. Chapter 50 Who is the king? Yi Kai patted his chest and said seriously. Brother Yi Kai, you are not kidding, right? Shen Outyan also found this incredible. Deep down in his heart, although Yi Kai was very capable, he could never be compared with Chu Yunlong in terms of treasure appraisal. Yi Kai just smiled slightly. What? Master Chu, don't you dare to compete with me? Yi Kai mocked again. Chu Yunlong took a breath of cold air. He had seen many arrogant people, but he had never seen anyone so arrogant. An existence as rampant as Yi Kai was beyond his imagination. At this moment, Chu Yunlong was completely furious. He clenched his fists directly. Boy, do you really want to compare yourself to me? Chu Yunlong said in a cold voice. He was extremely angry. Sun Lu's eyes lit up. He has always wanted to compete with Shen Outyan, and today is finally the time to see who is better. On his side is the great treasure appraiser Chu Yunlong, while the one opposite him is just a small bodyguard. The gap between them is really imaginable. Sun Lu felt that this was the opportunity to completely overwhelm Shen Outyan, and he sneered. Boss Shen, since your people have shown up, let's start the competition. Boss Lu is already waiting. The Boss Lu that Sun Jilu mentioned is the owner of the Treasure Appraisal Hall. His name is Lu Qinglin. This person is a top figure. As the head of the Treasure Appraisal Hall, Lu Qinglin's identity is definitely very extraordinary, and his strength can definitely be called terrifying. This is Lu Qinglin's strength. With him as the referee, both of them were very convinced. After hearing what Sun Jilu said, Shen Outyan's expression became particularly ugly. It is not easy for him to refuse now, because once he refuses, it would be tantamount to admitting defeat. Now Shen Outyan can only leave it to fate. This was a terrible thing for him. He had given up hope. As for Chen Liangfei beside him, he had a sneer on his face. He was already very embarrassed, so he just transferred this hatred to Yi Kai. This was what Chen Liangfei thought. He also wanted to see Yi Kai make a fool of himself. Compared with Chu Yunlong, Yi Kai is nothing. At this moment, everyone knew that Yi Kai would definitely lose. Chu Yunfei even wanted to completely defeat Yi Kai. Only in this way could he regain his face. This was exactly what Chu Yunfei was thinking deep in his heart. Yi Kai even smiled slightly. They soon arrived at Lu Qinglin's office. Lu Qinglin is a very good appraiser, so there will certainly be no problem with him being the referee. Just like that, Lu Qinglin brought in 2 pieces of raw stones. These are 2 natural rough stones. Even I can't tell what's inside them, so this competition is absolutely fair and just, Lu Qinglin said. there is a stone cutter on site. Once the two people have made their choices, they can cut the stone on site and compete. By then, it will be clear who will win. This is absolutely very, very fair. Ye Kai just smiled slightly. In fact, when the two pieces of raw stones were brought up, he could already see them very clearly. Ye Kai's eyesight was absolutely abnormal. The rough stone on the left is of much better quality. Now that we have seen this clearly, winning is just a piece of cake. But it was only the first round of the competition, so Ye Kai was not in a hurry. Let him run rampant first. Ye Kai thought with a sneer in his heart. He is a very good person who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger, and Ye Kai is also looking forward to seeing Chu Yunlong and Chen Liangfei being frustrated. This is exactly what Ye Kai was thinking. At this time, Ye Kai picked out a relatively poor quality raw stone. Ye Kai just wanted to keep a low profile. Have you finished choosing? Chu Yunlong was speechless for a while. He felt that Ye Kai was simply ridiculous. If you want to pick a piece of jade, you have to spend a long time and effort, but he never expected that Ye Kai would complete the selection so quickly. The speed of selection was so fast that it was even unacceptable. Ye Kai sneered. What? Don't the rules of the competition allow it? Ye Kai said coldly. He really despised the other party, and that contempt definitely existed in his heart. This was what Ye Kai thought deep in his heart. Okay, I'll choose this. Su Yunlong sneered and chose what he wanted. In fact, for Chu Yunlong, this choice was extremely simple and he made it quickly. After the two made their choices, Ye Kai sneered. He doesn't care about that at all. Ye Kai's expression now can be described as calm, and he doesn't seem to take this matter seriously at all. This is what makes Ye Kai so powerful. At this moment, Lu Qinglin also came in front of the crowd. He started to cut the stones with the stone cutter. After the cutting was completed, the raw stones selected by the two people were completely revealed. At this time, Lu Qinglin burst into a cold laugh. The feeling of ridicule has reached its peak. This is Lu Qinglin's situation. Because Lu Qinglin knew very well that Ye Kai was no match for Chu Yunlong at all, the gap between the two was too obvious. Ye Kai smiled slightly. Of course he understood very well what this meant. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Ye Kai just smiled faintly. He did not take Lu Qinglin seriously at all. This is exactly what makes Ye Kai so powerful. Ye Kai definitely possesses a very strong ability to appreciate things, so he doesn't care about this at all. This is exactly what makes Ye Kai so powerful. A sneer appeared on his face. At this moment, Ye Kai took a deep breath. And at this moment, Chu Yunlong curled his lips. Boy, I don't think there's any need for a best-of-3 match. I'm the only one who can defeat you. Chu Yunlong said with a mocking look on his face. His words were full of sarcasm towards Ye Kai. Don't worry, we still have the second round. In the second round, I can defeat you easily. Ye Kai said seriously. He is very confident in himself. At this moment, Ye Kai decided to show his strength. This was what he had in mind. Ye Kai is very calm now. You still want to compete in the second round. It seems that you are really arrogant. The two people looked at each other. In that case, let's start the second round as soon as possible. I want to defeat you quickly. This is really boring. Chu Yunlong said very arrogantly. Just like that, Lu Qinglin took out a painting helplessly. This is a painting I received. I can't tell whether it is authentic or a fake. I hope you can give me an answer. Chapter 51, Killing Indiscriminately. Lu Qinglin took out a painting and asked two people to judge it. This was another test for upgrading. But Ye Kai didn't care. A sneer appeared on his face. With Ye Kai's strength, as long as he exerts his full strength, no one can be his opponent. This is the true reflection of Ye Kai's strength. As for Chu Yunlong, no matter how strong he was nothing but trash in front of Ye Kai. Ye Kai was sure of all this. As expected, in the second round of the competition, Ye Kai was the first to reveal the origin of the painting. This painting is an authentic one, its provenance. Ye Kai said word by word. This. Everyone had a confused expression on their face. To them, this was simply unimaginable and a truly terrible thing. Everyone simply couldn't believe that this was true. The horror of this incident had reached the extreme, even beyond everyone's imagination. In the eyes of these people, this incident was really too terrible. Everyone gasped. But Ye Kai smiled slightly. Because this was just an ordinary matter to Ye Kai didn't take it seriously at all. With his strength, it was easy for him to do this. Chu Yunlong almost vomited blood. He never expected that Ye Kai actually had such strength. This was truly beyond Chu Yunlong's imagination. The strength displayed by Ye Kai was simply terrifying. Ye Kai just had a calm face, as if this was nothing. He was very, very calm now. You can imagine how calm he is now. Ye Kai controlled his emotions. Now he is ready. The third game was about identifying blue and white porcelain. Although Chu Yunlong answered many questions correctly, Ye Kai was not at all inferior. After a fierce battle between the two men, Ye Kai actually gained the upper hand in the end. Cold sweat broke out on Chu Yunlong's forehead. He really didn't expect that with his own strength, he was no match for Ye Kai, which even made him feel a little embarrassed. But there is no way, this is reality. Chu Yunlong has gone completely crazy. Ye Kai smiled slightly. It seems that I have won. I am so embarrassed that I won before I could show my full strength. This really makes me feel bored. Ye Kai said lightly. After hearing Ye Kai's words, Chu Yunlong could no longer bear it and almost vomited blood. Ye Kai's words were simply a slap in his face. Just wait for me, kid. You're lucky today. Chu Yunlong had already lost his master's mentality, and he was in an extremely angry state. He just turned around and left. There was really no point for him to stay here any longer. Sun Jilu was so angry that he was shaking all over. He originally thought it was a sure win, but he didn't expect to lose so miserably. This really made Sun Jilu speechless. Ye Kai just smiled faintly. He didn't take this matter seriously at all. After the two men left, Shen Outman came to Ye Kai and said respectfully, "Mr. Ye Kai, I really don't know the real master." His voice was very respectful. Ye Kai waved his hands helplessly. "Actually, this is nothing, but promise me the reward," Ye Kai said. He couldn't wait to collect 2,000 points and enter the points mall. Compared with this, other things were not important at all. So, Ye Kai said directly. After hearing Ye Kai's words, Shen Outyan smiled and his voice became more respectful. "Of course I will give you your reward, but I have a request. Please accompany me for a meal," Shen Outyan said very excitedly. After hearing Shen Outyan's words, Ye Kai nodded directly. Although he was very anxious now, he had nothing to say. After all, the other party said such words, and Ye Kai couldn't refuse. Since he was too embarrassed to refuse, Ye Kai had no choice but to accept it. As for Chen Liangfei, he had already fled. He didn't dare stay here any longer. For Chen Liangfei, this place was already embarrassing enough, and continuing to stay here was an even more terrifying thing. Ye Kai smiled faintly. He was too lazy to pay attention to Chen Liangfei. In fact, deep in Ye Kai's heart, the gap between the two was too obvious. They are simply not the same. Ye Kai followed Shen Outyan to a restaurant, but Shen Outyan was just chatting, as if he was waiting for someone. Ye Kai's gaze froze instantly. He certainly knew what this meant. Just at this moment, Shen Outyan's phone rang, and he stood up and walked out. What is this guy doing? Ye Kai thought curiously. Judging from the current situation, Shen Outyan must have some secret, otherwise, why would he behave so mysteriously? This in itself is incredible. Just at this time, Shen Outyan brought a young man. This young man, about 20 years old, looks a little thin, but he has a heroic face. This young man is indeed very charming. Mr. Ye Kai, let me introduce you. This is my cousin Shen Yun, Shen Outyan said respectfully. After hearing Shen Outyan's words, Ye Kai was stunned for a moment. He had no idea what Shen Outyan meant. At this moment, Shen Yun had come to Ye Kai's side and waved his hand respectfully. Mr. Ye Kai, please accept me as your younger brother no matter what, Shen Yun said very excitedly. Well. After hearing this, Ye Kai was speechless. He never expected that Shen Yun would do such a thing. This was really strange. You want? Before Ye Kai could speak, Shen Yun's voice became even more respectful. Mr. Ye Kai, please. He almost fell to the ground in worship. Seeing this scene made Ye Kai quite confused. He really didn't know what was going on, because in Ye Kai's opinion this matter was really strange. It's even to the point where it's hard to explain. And Shen Outyan has already walked over. My cousin Shin Yun just graduated from college this year and was planning to intern in my company, but I think. Shin looked up at Yi Kai with a half smile on his face. He hoped that Yi Kai could understand what he meant. This guy wants Shin Yun to follow him. In fact, Yi Kai was still a little hesitant deep down. After all, he has too many secrets, and it would not be a good thing if Shin Yun found out. This in itself is strange. Yi Kai's gaze fixed. Chapter 52 Music. Please accept me. Faced with Shin Yun's respectful words, Yi Kai was speechless. Since the other party's identity is so powerful and he is still so polite, Yi Kai certainly can't take advantage of it. This is exactly what he thought deep down. Yi Kai is now ready. No matter what happened, he needed to deal with it more calmly. This was what Yi Kai was thinking. Otherwise, the matter would only become more troublesome. Yi Kai is very calm now. And at this moment, Shin Yun had already walked over. Seeing this guy's performance, Yi Kai really couldn't refuse. He scratched his head. As the saying goes, under the watchful eyes of the public, and for Shin Yun's sake, Yi Kai would not refuse no matter what. After thinking about it, he nodded. In this way, it is considered as agreeing to the other party's request. Shin Yun's expression was very excited. He came straight to Yi Kai with an expression of utmost respect. Brother Yi Kai, my cousin is a bit nonsensical, but he is very, very talented, so please help me with this matter. Shin Yun was quite polite. After hearing Shin Yun's words, Yi Kai naturally nodded. He still has a good impression of Shin Yun. Since the other party said this, it was difficult for Yi Kai to refuse. Yi Kai took Shin Yun away from here. Shin Yun was quite respectful to Yi Kai, which could be seen from his expression. Yi Kai smiled. Brother Shin, you will follow me from now on. Yi Kai said calmly. Since he had already decided to accept this person, Yi Kai certainly wouldn't say any more nonsense. He is very calm. Yi Kai didn't know how to deal with this guy Shin Yun. In fact, he had no idea about Shin Yun at all. Yi Kai had an even stranger expression on his face. But Shin Yun seemed very excited. Yi Kai, master, your boxing and kicking skills are so powerful, I wonder when you can teach me. Shin Yun said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Yi Kai was speechless. He simply scratched his head. In fact, with Yi Kai's strength, there was really nothing he could teach Shin Yun, but it was of course not nice for Yi Kai to say this out loud. After thinking carefully, Yi Kai stretched out his hand and a business card came out of his hand. It's too late today, see you tomorrow. Yi Kai was very much looking forward to his own points. So now he really has no interest in meeting Shin Yun. This is exactly what Yi Kai was thinking. Shin Yun was somewhat unwilling, but Yi Kai still let him leave. Yi Kai really didn't have the time to continue playing with Shin Yun. He had only one thought in his mind, which was to get his 2,000 points as soon as possible. In this way, Yi Kai can get 10,000 points. As long as he has 10,000 points, Yi Kai can open the points mall, which is exactly what he is looking forward to most in his heart. Yi Kai sent Shin Yun away and then returned to his home. He lives in a very ordinary rental house. This rental house looks very ordinary, and can even be called secluded, but Yi Kai has no choice. His salary is very meager. It seems like it's time to move to a new place. Thinking that Huang Tingting lived in a luxurious villa while Yi Kai lived in this place, he felt somewhat unbalanced. But now, the most important thing for Yi Kai is the system mall. Yi Kai quickly entered the system mall. He is waiting for his points to arrive. After a long time, the system finally issued the reward. 2,000 points finally arrived directly into my account. Yi Kai was very excited. Now that 2,000 points have been directly credited to the account, its points have directly become 10,000 points. Of course Yi Kai cares very much about this point. Open the system mall. Yi Kai immediately issued the task. In this way, the system mall was officially opened. 10,000 points were deducted directly. However, Yi Kai was still very excited. As long as he had the system mall, he could purchase some things. And these things are definitely what Yi Kai needs. Let's see what magical skills there are. Yi Kai thought to himself. If there really are some magical skills, that would be great. Yi Kai was quite looking forward to it. At this moment, Yi Kai's mind entered the points mall. He hoped to find some useful information. But at this moment, Yi Kai encountered something that made him depressed. This mall requires 5,000 points to open the query mode. The system's voice came slowly. Yi Kai almost vomited blood. Is this okay? He really felt an indescribable depression. This system mall is really abominable. Every query requires so many points, you are kidding me. Yi Kai said helplessly. He felt that the other party was simply joking with him. The voice of the system came slowly. This system never jokes. Yi Kai really had the urge to cry. How could he not feel depressed in such a situation? But even so, Yi Kai seemed to have no other options. This is the trouble with this matter. Yi Kai had no choice but to study carefully how to earn so many points. 5,000 points are also very difficult to earn. He could only hope for a temporary task issued by the system. However, Yi Kai had no idea when the system would issue temporary tasks. At this moment, the system's task came slowly. Congratulations to the host for getting the mission. Help Xinyun solve his troubles. The system suddenly said. Well. Yi Kai was instantly confused. He never expected that there would actually be such a task. This was really beyond Yi Kai's imagination. His expression was also quite strange. But at this moment, the situation was already like this, and Yi Kai seemed to have no other choice. Apart from helping Xinyun, Yi Kai had no other way to go. He could only choose to help Xinyun. But the problem now is that Yi Kai has no idea what happened to Xinyun. Under such circumstances, how can he help Xinyun? That's the strange thing. But when I asked the system, it was completely silent. This situation made Yi Kai helpless. Since the system no longer makes any sound, it becomes more difficult for Yi Kai to get to the bottom of the matter. In this case, he seemed to have no choice. Since there was no choice left, Yi Kai naturally had to calm down. Apart from that, he really had nothing else to say. Yi Kai could only go to Xinyun the next day to get things clear. In Yi Kai's opinion, the system is simply mysterious. It is almost impossible to get things clear from the system. In this case, Yi Kai didn't want to ask for trouble. He just closed his eyes and began to rest. Early the next morning, Yi Kai asked for another day off. Anyway, Ma Kai kept his distance from Yi Kai, so it was very easy for Yi Kai to ask for leave. After taking leave, Yi Kai decided to go find Xinyun. Chapter 53, Better Than You. Yi Kai called Xinyun. Xinyun on the other end of the phone felt very excited. For him, it was something that made him extremely excited. Master, are you going to teach me how to fight? I have been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Xinyun said. Well. After hearing what this guy said, Yi Kai was speechless. They had clearly just met yesterday, but in Xinyun's words, it seemed as if he and Yi Kai had been friends for many years. Faced with the shamelessness of this guy Xinyun, Yi Kai could only admire him. However, Xinyun seemed to disagree at all. Let's meet right away. Yi Kai said seriously. He felt that it was important to meet Xinyun as soon as possible. The two of them made an appointment to meet in a coffee shop. About 10 minutes later, Yi Kai saw Xinyun, who looked exhausted. This guy was so excited that when he saw Yi Kai, it was like he saw a god. Feeling this, Yi Kai was speechless. He really had nothing to say to Xinyun. This guy is extremely passionate about himself, and this passion is completely dynamic. Master, when do we start? He said with shining eyes. Yi Kai's figure flashed. Before I can teach you how to fight, I still need to observe you more. Yi Kai said embarrassedly. Now he really didn't know what to say, so he could only use these words to prevaricate. After hearing Yi Kai's words, Xinyun looked indifferent. Master, rest assured, I will definitely help you with anything you need me to do. Xinyun patted his chest. I heard that Master has 2 babies. I will definitely take good care of my 2 junior brothers. The guy's tone was full of confidence. Well. Yi Kai was speechless for a while. That's not what I meant, I mean. Yi Kai looked up at Xinyun with a somewhat serious look. This made Xinyun look confused. Master, please tell me what instructions you have. Xinyun became even more righteous, as if he had no choice but to do so. Yi Kai scratched his head. Is there anything you need my help with? Yi Kai said. What? Hearing Yi Kai's words, Xinyun was completely confused. He had no idea what Yi Kai meant. Master, if you have any instructions, just give them to me. How could I need your help? Groaning, he said in a solemn voice. He acted in a righteous manner. Yi Kai smiled directly. If you don't tell me, I won't teach you. He was very concerned about this matter, so Yi Kai wanted to get to the bottom of it. After hearing Yi Kai's words, Shin Yun looked even more surprised. He was even a little dazed. For Shin Yun, he didn't even know what was going on. Master, I really don't have any trouble. Shin Yun was almost crying. He really didn't have any trouble. After all, he had just graduated from college and had just arrived in this city. He hadn't offended anyone. Now that Yi Kai said this, Shin Yun was completely confused. His expression was also extremely strange. Shin Yun seemed to be unable to remember anything, which was certainly not what Yi Kai wanted to see. Just as the two were scratching their heads, Shin Yun's phone suddenly rang. The ringing of the phone made Shin Yun's face change. He seemed to have been through something terrible. What's wrong? Yi Kai asked immediately. Shin Yun's expression was really strange. Judging from his performance, he was definitely in some trouble. Yi Kai even felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. Shin Yun, who answered the phone, had beads of cold sweat on his forehead. He seemed to be encountering unimaginable horror. Yi Kai's expression froze. Yi Kai could certainly imagine what Shin Yun's behavior meant. Naturally, he felt strange. But at this moment, Shin Yun had already hung up the phone. Yi Kai saw it clearly and his expression was extremely ugly. Shin Yun seemed to have encountered a terrifying incident that was completely unsolvable. Master, I have something to do and I have to leave first. Shin Yun said in a trembling voice. From his expression, Yi Kai could see the deep fear in his heart. Yi Kai was confused and didn't know how to describe his emotions. This matter is really quite strange. Shin Yun sighed. It's a big trouble. Something happened to my girlfriend. Shin Yun almost cried. Judging from his behavior, Shin Yun's girlfriend seemed to have encountered unsolvable troubles. Yi Kai scratched his head and felt very strange. He had no idea what Shin Yun meant. This incident surprised him a little. It's like this, my girlfriend's surname is Lin, her name is Lin Xiaoqin, we are childhood sweethearts. Shin Yun said word by word. His voice was trembling, as if something terrible had happened. Yi Kai was speechless. Mission, can you tell me now what happened specifically? For Yi Kai, this is an important thing. He had no idea what exactly happened to Shin Yun, so Yi Kai was naturally very surprised by the situation. Only then did Shin Yun reveal Lin Xiaoqin's secret. Her family arranged a blind date for him and found a rich and handsome young man. Shin Yun's voice was almost crying. Well. His voice was very intermittent, and it took him a long time to explain the whole thing. After hearing what he said, Yi Kai finally understood what he meant. So that's how it is. Lin Xiaoqin and Shin Yun have always been childhood sweethearts, but now, the Lin family wants to arrange a blind date for Lin Xiaoqin. This was something that both Shin Yun and Lin Xiaoqin could not accept. Shin Yun was finally so anxious that he was about to cry. Hearing this, Yi Kai smiled slightly. There is something simple. Let's go to the Lin family now and I will help you propose marriage. Yi Kai spoke word by word, as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary thing. Seeing Yi Kai so calm, Shin Yun was skeptical. Can you really do this? Shin Yun thought with disbelief on his face. After all, although Yi Kai is a very good fighter, proposing marriage and fighting seem to be two completely different things. This was not something Shin Yun could imagine. The Lin family can be considered a second-rate family, but Shin Yun's family is definitely not good. Although Shin Yun's cousin Shinaotian is a very wealthy man, Shinaotian and Shin Yun are just cousins after all. Therefore, the power Shin Yun can rely on is limited. The Lin family simply looked down on Shin Yun. Feeling this, Yi Kai's face turned cold. For the sake of Shin Yun's face and his own small plan, Yi Kai must help. He patted Shin Yun on the shoulder. Chapter 54, The Magical Power is Collected. Let's go to the Lin family now. Propose a marriage. Yi Kai said with great pride. After hearing Yi Kai's words, Shin Yun could only look stunned. He still didn't know what Yi Kai meant. So Shin Yun was also confused. Master Yi Kai, are you mistaken? Are we going to propose marriage now? Shin Yun was not prepared at all now, so he felt that what Yi Kai said was simply a fantasy. Shin Yun took a breath of cold air, and his expression was quite strange. At least from his performance, he had no confidence in Yi Kai's statement. Yi Kai smiled slightly. Don't you believe in your master? Yi Kai said directly. His words left Shen Yun speechless. If Shen Yun didn't believe Yi Kai, then Yi Kai would certainly not teach him kung fu anymore. Shen Yun was naturally very clear about this. He could only nod respectfully to Yi Kai. Who is this so-called rival of yours? Yi Kai said seriously. He needs to find out who his rival is. Hearing Yi Kai's words, Shen Yun nodded. I heard that this guy is the young master of the Su family, and his name is Su Wen Kai. Shen Yun mentioned a person's name, and it was obvious that Shen Yun was quite disdainful of this person. This was fully reflected in his eyes. Yi Kai scratched his head. Su Wen Kai? This is a good name, but Yi Kai has never heard of this name. At this moment, Shen Yun sighed. This Su Wen Kai is a famous figure, and he is very rich. Shen Yun said with a jealous look on his face. Su Wen Kai is the eldest son of the Su family. Just based on this identity, he can completely crush Shen Yun. Seeing Shen Yun shrinking back a little, Yi Kai naturally looked down on him. He reached out and patted Shen Yun on the shoulder. Leave this matter to me. Yi Kai said calmly. In just a few words, he explained Su Wen Kai's identity. Yi Kai suddenly realized. It turns out that Su Wen Kai does have certain abilities, and his identity is also quite extraordinary. Hearing this, Yi Kai nodded. In that case, I know what to do. Yi Kai was empowered by the system. Such a system bonus is absolutely terrifying. Since there is a system bonus, how difficult is it to deal with Su Wen Kai? That is definitely a very simple thing. What's more, this task can get 5,000 points. Yi Kai absolutely cannot miss this task. After hearing Yi Kai's words, Shen Yun could only sigh. Shen Yun had not expected Yi Kai to be so confident in himself, but since Yi Kai had said so now, it was difficult for Shen Yun to refuse. What's more, he is very anxious in his heart and wants to see Lin Xiaoqin. And so the two of them set off together. About half an hour later, they had entered the Lin family villa. The Lin family villa is not big. After all, the Lin family's status is nothing in the entire city. Along the way, Yi Kai has already known everything about the Lin family. The family name of the Lin family is Lin Filong. He is a businessman, and his business is related to trade. Lin Filong is not a wealthy man, but he is also a very ambitious person. Lin Filong has always wanted to become a celebrity, but his current strength is far from enough. Lin Filong places all his hopes on his daughter Lin Xiaoqin. He hopes Lin Xiaoqin can find a rich husband. Only in this way can the Lin family continue to thrive. Originally, Lin Filong, Lin Xiaoqin's father, was very satisfied with Shen Yun. After all, the two of them were childhood sweethearts, and Shen Yun was also handsome. What's more, Shen Yun's cousin is Shen Outyan. But Lin Filong didn't expect that there was a better choice. That is the eldest son of the Su family. Young Master Su's strength is very good, because the Su family itself is a family that is not weaker than the Shen family. And more importantly, it was the Su family's eldest son, the future heir of the Su family. Just based on this little status, he was far superior to Shen Yun. The gap between the two is absolutely very obvious. So Lin Filong certainly knew what choice he should make. Shen Yun told Yi Kai all this at the door. Yi Kai listened to it carefully, with a sneer on his face. In fact, to Yi Kai, this is nothing at all. It's simple. As long as I, the master, take action, everything can be turned around. Yi Kai said calmly. With just a few words, he had left Shen Yun speechless. Seeing that Yi Kai was so confident, Shen Yun could only follow Yi Kai's confidence and follow Yi Kai to investigate. And so the two of them set off. They walked into the villa. As soon as he pushed the door open and walked in, Yi Kai found several people sitting in the villa, and a girl was sitting in the corner crying. The girl looked pitiful, even giving people a feeling of pity. Yi Kai raised his head and looked at the girl. The girl didn't seem to notice that Yi Kai and the other man came in, and she still kept her head down. The girl looked very pitiful, and Yi Kai knew that this girl should be Lin Xiaoqin. He turned his gaze to others again. Yi Kai saw that there was a middle-aged man sitting in the middle, and a trace of solemnity flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. The aura he exudes is absolutely terrifying. This guy is Lin Filong. Sitting opposite Lin Filong was a young man with an arrogant look on his face. The young man was wearing a blue suit and looked very handsome, with a faint smile on his face. This young man should be young Master Su. Everyone present had revealed their identities, and Yi Kai's gaze became more serious. He certainly knew what all this meant. Young Master Su is definitely a rampant person, and Lin Filong should also be a guy who curries favor with the powerful. In this situation, Ye Kai decided to wait and see. Why are you here? When Lin Filong saw Shin Yun come in, his face instantly turned cold. He was dissatisfied with Shin Yun from the bottom of his heart. Shin Yun's expression was a little awkward. He seemed to be at a loss for words. Shin Yun was absolutely in a weak position when facing Lin Filong. He didn't even dare to breathe. After all, Lin Filong is definitely a hateful person, and this person is very difficult to deal with. Seeing this scene, Ye Kai knew that there was no hope in relying on Shin Yun. Instead of relying on Shin Yun, it would be better for Ye Kai to take action himself. This is something simple and effective. Ye Kai smiled coldly. We are here to propose marriage. Chapter 55, Proposal. We are here to propose marriage too. Ye Kai's words far exceeded everyone's imagination. People couldn't believe it was real. Their expressions could be described as solemn, and at this moment, Ye Kai revealed a hint of a smile. What? Is it that only he is allowed to propose marriage, but we are not allowed to? Ye Kai said coldly. When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Seeing the scene, Lin Filong and young Master Su looked at each other. They really couldn't believe that Ye Kai dared to say such words. Ye Kai smiled coldly. What? Wasn't what I said wrong? Ye Kai pulled Shin Yun and sat down. Shin Yun's expression was very ugly. Until now, Shin Yun still doesn't know what happened. Lin Filong looked up at Ye Kai. Young man. What do you mean? Lin Filong looked at Ye Kai with some amusement. Naturally, he found this matter very strange. Ye Kai smiled slightly. It's actually very simple. Lin Xiaoqin and Shin Yun are childhood sweethearts. Why can't I propose marriage for Shin Yun? He said with a calm expression. Ye Kai sounded like he was talking about something extremely ordinary. Lin Filong sneered. You want to propose marriage, I want to see what you are capable of. Lin Filong said. Hearing this, Ye Kai looked at young Master Su with contempt. I don't think that person has any strength. Ye Kai began to look down on him. Upon hearing this, young Master Su was stunned. His expression was really ugly. Young Master Su is a very arrogant person. As the eldest son of the Su family, he is someone that no one dares to mess with. But he never expected that Ye Kai would dare to say such words. Young Master Su was naturally a little angry. You dare to say that to me? Young Master Su had never seen anyone as arrogant as Ye Kai. Ye Kai actually dared to provoke young Master Su. This is really something that Su Xiao cannot accept. Young Master Su's name is Su Anming. He is the young master of the Su family and his strength is extremely powerful. That is definitely not something that ordinary people can compare to. Su Anming is not only the young master of the Su family, but also a playboy, and he is also a very sinister person. Su Anming is a very arrogant person. He has never seen anyone more arrogant than him, and this person is Ye Kai. Su Anming's face suddenly turned ugly. He felt that this was a slap in his face, and this was definitely not something Su Anming wanted to see. Lin Filong wanted to help Su Anming drive Ye Kai away, because he didn't want Su Anming to get angry. But Su Anming didn't seem to think so. His expression was extremely cold. Su Anming's anger is absolutely imaginable. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, indicating that the anger in his heart had reached its peak. Boy, you dare to offend me, do you want to die? Su Anming said angrily. Ye Kai waved his hand. I'm just telling the truth, he said with a calm expression. Su Anming's figure shook, and his face became extremely cold. Now there was a hint of coldness in Su Anming's eyes. He is now extremely angry. Take care of him for me, Su Anming said. Now Su Anming is completely angry. He has been completely enraged by Ye Kai. His face was extremely cold. Just at this moment, a middle-aged man came out from Su Anming's side. Judging from the appearance of this middle-aged man, he should be a bodyguard. There was a flash of fire in his eyes. That bodyguard is very fierce. You kid dare to insult my young master, do you dare to fight with me? The middle-aged man said coldly. Hearing this, Ye Kai shook his head. Why should I fight you? Ye Kai was speechless for a while. He felt that there was absolutely no need for him to confront this bodyguard. After all, his chances of winning the lottery are very few. This is exactly what Ye Kai was thinking. Ye Kai needs to take advantage of every chance to win the lottery, but he is very calm. At this moment, Su Anming's face suddenly turned cold. Su Anming stretched out his hand and stopped the other party. The bodyguard wanted to take action but was stopped by Su Anming. Of course, the bodyguard did not say anything. He simply remained calm. At this moment, Su Anming stood up coldly. Boy, you are really the most arrogant person I have ever seen. Since you are so arrogant, I want to see who you are. Su Anming took off his coat. Seeing this scene, Ye Kai was stunned for a moment. He looked a little strange. The two people looked at each other. At this moment, Lin Feilong wanted to turn around. He was about to speak, but Su Anming waved his hand. He hated Ye Kai to the core, and now he had to deal with Ye Kai. This was what he thought deep in his heart. Ye Kai put his hands behind his back with a calm expression on his face. At this moment, Su Anming's face became even more ugly. Lin Feilong knew that young Master Su was already angry, and since things had come to this, Lin Feilong had nothing to say. Su Anming clenched his fists. Boy, I have a pair of iron fists. I am very powerful, but I don't want to fight you with fists and feet. Su Anming said. Hearing this, Ye Kai was speechless. He knew very well what this meant. It seems that this guy does not have very strong strength, but he must have some special skills. This is what Ye Kai was thinking. He looked Su Anming up and down and a sneer appeared on his face. Tell me what you want to compete in. Ye Kai said calmly. Hearing this, Su Anming smiled slightly. He simply exposed his sleeves, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Boy, do you dare to compete with me in speed? Su Anming said. Hearing this, Ye Kai was stunned for a moment. This guy actually wants to compete with me in speed. Does this guy have any special skills? Ye Kai thought to himself. At this moment, Shen Yun came to Ye Kai and pulled Ye Kai's arm. This guy used to be a professional sprinter. Don't ever compete with him. Shen Yun knew what a sinister person Su Anming was. Ye Kai shook his head. What's the difference between me and him? Ye Kai didn't care at all. At least for him, this is a very, very important matter. Ye Kai is extremely powerful. After adjusting his emotions, Ye Kai entered the system. Lottery. He immediately chose the lottery. Ye Kai hoped to obtain relevant skills. Whirlwind kick. After obtaining the skill, Ye Kai's eyes lit up instantly. This so-called tornado kick is really scary. Chapter 56, King. Tornado kick can increase speed by 35%. Ye Kai was very excited to get this skill. Of course, he knew very well what this meant. There was a trace of solemnity on his face. Ye Kai was naturally very clear about what this matter meant, but he was very calm. Now he needs to calm down. This is exactly what Ye Kai was thinking. Although he has obtained the whirlwind kick, Ye Kai still needs to be low-key when dealing with Su Anming. He had to hear what this guy had in mind. Hearing that Ye Kai was willing to agree to the competition, Su Anming sneered. He stretched out his hand and hooked his finger at Ye Kai. Boy, let's compete in a 400-meter long-distance race. If I win, you will kneel at my feet. Su Anming laughed wildly. Hearing this, Ye Kai waved his hand. He looked at Su Anming coldly. What if you lose? Ye Kai continued with contempt. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Anming burst into laughter. If I lose, I will quit the blind date. Su Anming said coldly. After saying this, Ye Kai revealed a hint of sneer. He doesn't care about that at all. With Ye Kai's strength, it is easy to defeat the opponent. That's what you said? Ye Kai said coldly. Su Anming laughed out loud. Of course I said that. The aura of Su Anming is also extremely terrifying. Su Anming felt that he would never lose. He was very confident in himself. This was the strength of Su Anming. At this moment, everyone went straight to the backyard, where there was a large open space. And this empty field is exactly what Ye Kai needs. A trace of solemnity appeared on his face. Tornado kick loaded. Ye Kai directly loaded the whirlwind kick. He felt that his legs were full of powerful force. This powerful force was absolutely terrifying. Ye Kai frowned. At least for him, it was terrifying. Ye Kai felt that his speed was not even under control. Su Anming had no idea that Yi Kai had actually acquired the power of the whirlwind kick. Su Anming smiled coldly. He was ready to start running. He was wearing leather shoes, but his strength was terrifying. Seeing this scene, Yi Kai just smiled slightly. Come on. Yi Kai took off his shoes directly, ready to torture Su Anming with his bare legs. Oh my god. Su Anming's figure shook and he almost vomited blood in anger. He really didn't expect that Yi Kai would actually run forward barefoot. This was simply a huge insult to him. Just wait till you kneel down before me. Su Anming said madly. He was now extremely angry. He felt that Yi Kai was completely humiliating him, which was absolutely unacceptable to him. This was what he was thinking deep in his heart, and his aura had reached its peak. That's where his strength lies. At this moment, he was ready. The two of them started to prepare for a sprint. One lap was exactly 400 meters. This was exactly what Yi Kai had in mind. Now Yi Kai was ready. His speed has already reached an unparalleled level. He has demonstrated his speed to the extreme. Yi Kai ran forward at the fastest speed. He had already demonstrated his speed to the extreme. Although he was barefoot, his speed was far beyond Su Anming's imagination. Su Anming was completely stunned. He used to be a professional sprinter and his sprinting speed was very impressive. But under such circumstances, he actually felt that he could not catch up with Yi Kai at all. Su Anming was completely stunned. His face was extremely ugly, and he really couldn't believe that this was true. This is exactly what Su Anming thought. But now Yi Kai has started to run wildly, far ahead of Su Anming, and Su Anming seems to have no way to deal with Yi Kai at all. Su Anming has completely collapsed. This is absolutely terrible. At this moment, Yi Kai had already reached the finish line, and he came to an abrupt stop. This was exactly what Yi Kai did. This whirlwind kick is so awesome. Yi Kai was very excited. He didn't expect that the whirlwind kick was so terrifying. Su Anming just ran to the finish line. Everyone at the scene showed expressions of extreme shock. They couldn't believe this was true. This is really a terrible thing for them. Su Anming took a breath of cold air. He wanted to say something, but he really had nothing to say. Su Anming already had an urge to cry. A sneer appeared on Yi Kai's face. After all, with his strength, he has definitely reached the extreme state. You have just said these words. Do you want to go back on your word? Yi Kai said coldly to Su Anming. Su Anming's eyes were very cold. This is what Yi Kai thought. After hearing Yi Kai's words, Su Anming's face became extremely ugly, and he looked at Yi Kai viciously. He is very fierce. Good boy, if you have the guts, leave your name and I will come back to find you. Su Anming said angrily. Yi Kai waved his hand. Okay, then I'll just wait and see. Yi Kai said seriously. His expression was as calm as it could be. Su Anming was already trembling all over. There was a flash of fire in his eyes, and he hated Yi Kai to the core. Something that was about to succeed was ruined by Yi Kai, which was something Su Anming could not accept. He stretched out a hand and pointed it fiercely at Yi Kai. It can be seen that Su Anming was extremely angry. He had only one idea, which was to severely punish Yi Kai and slap Yi Kai hard in the face. This is Su Anming's state. Yi Kai was of course well aware that Su Anming was so crazy, but since he had already agreed to help Shin Yun, Yi Kai certainly wouldn't care about it. After Su Anming left, Lin Feilong's face became even uglier. As for the blind date, we'll talk about it later. Please leave as well. Lin Feilong was furious. But at this moment, Lin Xiaoqin ran to Shin Yun's side. It was obvious that Lin Xiaoqin decided to go with Shin Yun. At this point, although Lin Feilong was so angry that he was shaking all over, he had nothing to say. Now that Su Anming had left, Lin Feilong seemed to have no other choice. Everyone was happy, but Yi Kai offended Su Anming. But Yi Kai didn't care. He has a system plug-in, so why would he care about a tiny Su Anming? Yi Kai decided to go to Su Ruoqing's house to see the two babies. After saying goodbye to Shin Yun, Yi Kai walked out. Chapter 57, Terrible. Yi Kai decided to go to Su Ruoqing's home. He was walking on the road, looking at the scene on the roadside. A trace of solemnity appeared on Yi Kai's face. He knew exactly what it all meant. At least in Yi Kai's opinion, he had gained another 2,000 points. Now he was still 3,000 points away from entering the system mall again. Yi Kai was also thinking about how to get these 3,000 points. But at this moment, Yi Kai suddenly heard a woman's voice. "Catch the thief," the woman said in a serious voice. Only after hearing the woman's words did Yi Kai look over there. Yi Kai saw clearly that there was a woman running forward, and in front of the woman, about 50 meters away, a young man was running forward wildly. It can be seen that the young man is holding a backpack in his hand. Yi Kai ran forward wildly. His speed has reached its limit. At least for Yi Kai, he immediately analyzed that the young man must be a thief. Yi Kai's feet quickly exerted force, and the power of the whirlwind kick burst out in an instant. Yi Kai's legs were already extremely strong, and he ran forward at the fastest speed. This is what makes Yi Kai so powerful. His speed has reached the extreme. At this moment, Yi Kai has perfectly demonstrated his speed, and his speed has reached the extreme. Yi Kai came to the thief like a whirlwind. Oh my god! The thief was completely confused. He really couldn't believe that all this was true. To the thief, Yi Kai was like a whirlwind. His speed was unparalleled. Yi Kai came directly to his side. The thief was shaking with fear. But Yi Kai had already grabbed the thief's shoulder, and with a slight shake of his wrist, Yi Kai threw the thief to the ground. The thief couldn't stand at all. The thief's legs went limp and he fell to the ground. Just at this moment, two policemen ran over and together they stopped the thief. Only then did Yi Kai hand the bag to the woman. The woman was about 20 years old and looked very beautiful. Yi Kai handed the bag directly to the woman. "Thank you so much, brother." The woman reached out and grabbed Yi Kai's hand. Well. After hearing this, Yi Kai felt speechless. To him, this situation was extremely scary. Yi Kai felt a little embarrassed and he quickly pulled his hand away. The woman's face also turned red. The woman then said, "Brother, thank you so much, I must thank you." Yi Kai was speechless for a while. "I still have some things to do, and this thing is very simple. It's just a small matter to me," Yi Kai said. After hearing Yi Kai's words, the woman seemed a little embarrassed. The woman grabbed Yi Kai's arm directly. "You have to leave an address," the woman said to Yi Kai. Yi Kai felt helpless. He had no choice but to leave a phone number and address to get rid of this woman. Yi Kai came to Su Ruoqing's home. At this time, Su Ruoqing had not yet gotten off work. Huan Tingting was taking care of the two children. Yi Kai bought some toys, and the two babies also showed a very excited expression. For the two babies, this was a very happy thing, and a smile appeared on their faces. Yi Kai smiled faintly. The two babies were very excited. Seeing the condition of the two babies made Yi Kai feel very warm. In the evening, after Su Ruoqing came back, Yi Kai began to show off his cooking skills. Soon Yi Kai prepared the dishes and everyone had a delicious meal. After finishing the meal, Yi Kai prepared to leave. But just as he left, Yi Kai received a call. There was a woman's voice on the other end of the line. "Is it Brother Yi Kai?" The woman's voice was solemn. After hearing what the woman said, Yi Kai was stunned for a moment. He really didn't know who that woman was, but after listening carefully, he was able to figure out the woman's identity. This was exactly the woman that Yi Kai helped in the morning. "Yes, it's me," Yi Kai said directly. Yi Kai didn't know what the woman meant, but Yi Kai knew very well what the trouble in this matter represented. Yi Kai was also very surprised. After hearing Yi Kai's words, the woman's expression was very excited. "Brother Yi Kai, I would like to invite you for a cup of coffee. Please give me some face no matter what," the woman said directly. Feeling this, Yi Kai felt a little helpless. Yi Kai really didn't know what to say. He adjusted his mood, and his expression was very solemn. Yi Kai naturally knew what this matter meant. But at this moment, Yi Kai accepted the task from the system. What's going on? Yi Kai was confused. This matter was indeed very strange, and Yi Kai didn't even know how to explain it. He just felt that this matter was really strange to him. Does this woman have any secrets? Yi Kai knew that the system's tasks did not appear for no reason. The appearance of the system's tasks now could only mean that this woman's identity was very special. Yi Kai didn't know what to say for a moment. But he knew very well now that since the system had spoken, Yi Kai had absolutely no reason to refuse. He could only cooperate with the system. Feeling this, Yi Kai was speechless. Since this is the situation, Yi Kai certainly can't say anything more. Under such circumstances, Ye Kai certainly didn't need to say much. Ye Kai directly agreed to the woman's request, and the woman told him the location of a coffee shop. This is the most famous Western restaurant in the whole city. Ye Kai came to the Western restaurant like this. When he walked inside, he saw several bodyguards. The bodyguards just stood there. The aura of these bodyguards seemed very powerful, which made Ye Kai's face very solemn. Of course, Ye Kai knew very well what this matter meant. This in itself is strange. The aura of these bodyguards is extremely powerful, and each of them is filled with tremendous energy. Ye Kai could naturally feel this. At least to him, this matter was really strange. After adjusting his mood, Ye Kai was about to move forward when someone followed him. This person is a middle-aged man. He had a very burly figure, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He should be a bodyguard captain. Well, Ye Kai didn't know what was going on. At least he thought it was a little strange. The security captain reached out and stopped Ye Kai. "Excuse me, I need to search you," he said. Chapter 58, The Eldest Lady. Search? Seeing the state of the two bodyguards, Ye Kai was also stunned. He really didn't expect this situation to happen. Could it be that the woman is indeed of extraordinary status? Ye Kai thought deep in his heart. This matter is indeed very strange. To Ye Kai, this matter is incredible. However, in order to complete the task, Ye Kai felt that it didn't matter. In this way, the two bodyguards completed the body search. After the two men completed the body search, Ye Kai followed the bodyguard in. After entering the coffee shop, Ye Kai saw a person. This is exactly that woman. It's just that the woman changed her clothes and the expression on her face was very strange. When Ye Kai saw the woman's appearance, he was stunned for a moment. This woman was wearing very noble clothes today, which made Ye Kai feel very strange. Ye Kai had seen this woman before, but she was not dressed like this. This woman was definitely an extremely beautiful woman. And this woman is very elegant. Ye Kai felt that this woman was definitely either rich or noble, and her identity was definitely extraordinary. Feeling this, Ye Kai's face showed a trace of solemnity. He had long known that this woman's identity was very special, and the system would not have given him a task. But now, the system actually issued another task. This in itself made Ye Kai feel that this matter was very strange. A trace of solemnity also appeared on Ye Kai's face. When the woman saw Ye Kai, a faint smile appeared on her face. "Please take a seat," the woman said. The woman was very polite, but there were several people standing beside her, led by a white-haired old man whose aura was very terrifying. Ye Kai's expression was extremely solemn. He knew very well what this matter meant. This is what Ye Kai was thinking. Ye Kai immediately said, "What do you want?" He sat directly in his seat. A smile appeared on the woman's face. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Shangwan Meng." The girl said her name. Ye Kai was stunned for a moment. "Sorry, I haven't heard of your name," Ye Kai said. Shangwan Meng was stunned for a moment. Ye Kai spoke so calmly that it was beyond Shangwan Meng's imagination. Shangwan Meng raised her head and looked at Ye Kai, but she didn't say anything. And just at this moment, the white-haired old man came over. There was a hint of arrogance on the old man's face. It can be seen that he is a very arrogant person. "Boy, you are lucky. Our eldest lady is going to give you a chance," said the old man proudly. "Don't underestimate me, kid," he said directly. Hearing this, Ye Kai curled his lips. "I don't care about any chances. What happened this morning was just my way of seeing injustice. If there is nothing else, then I will leave." Although Ye Kai knew that he had accepted the mission and there was absolutely no way he could leave, he could not let this old man bully him. As the owner of a system plug-in, Ye Kai certainly wouldn't care about this. This is what he had in mind. A sneer appeared on Ye Kai's face. That's what he had in mind. Just as Ye Kai was about to leave, the old man's face turned cold. The aura of that old man was extremely ugly. He clapped his hands viciously. "Take action and stop him," the old man said directly. The two bodyguards stood directly behind Ye Kai and stopped him. "Depend on." Ye Kai looked helpless. That's what he had in mind. After hearing these words, Ye Kai knew that he would definitely not be able to leave here today, but Ye Kai still returned to his seat. A hint of coldness flashed across his face. Yi Kai looked at the old man seriously. Do you have anything to say? Yi Kai said seriously. He is a little angry now. Shangguan Meng glanced at the old man. Uncle Chen, let's get down to business. Shangguan Meng said directly. The old man was very unhappy with Yi Kai, so he had to look away. He immediately revealed a hint of coldness. Boy, we are from the Shangguan family, and my name is Chunwan. The old man said his name. Hearing this, Yi Kai nodded. Just say whatever you want to say. Yi Kai said. Yi Kai was very unhappy with Chunwan. He felt that Chunwan was absolutely a terrible person. Chunwan smiled coldly. You are very fast, kid. I want to see who you are. Chunwan stretched out his hand. Can you compete with me? He said directly. Well. Yi Kai's body shook. He couldn't believe that this was true. This was indeed a very strange thing for Yi Kai. This guy Chunwan actually wants to compete with me. Thinking of this, Yi Kai nodded. If he were to compete with this guy, Yi Kai would certainly know what he should do. Let's compete. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Kai was very unhappy with Chunwan, and his tornado kick had not expired yet, so it was not an easy task to defeat Chunwan. The two men had a competition outside the cafe. After the game, everyone was shocked. Yi Kai won the victory easily. With the magical skill of whirlwind kick, it was extremely easy for Yi Kai to deal with the little Chunwan without even breaking a sweat. Feeling this, Chunwan's breathing became rapid. He couldn't believe this was true. Yi Kai sneered. Now that I have one, you can say whatever you want. Yi Kai said. He felt that this was an important matter. Now that Yi Kai has accepted the system's task and obtained a chance to participate in the mysterious lottery, he feels that Shangguan Meng must have something very important to tell him. Shangguan Meng said, Yi Kai, actually this matter is very, very simple. I came to this city for a business negotiation. Can you be my bodyguard? Personal bodyguard. Shangguan Meng said. Hearing this, Yi Kai was stunned for a moment. He really didn't understand why he wanted to be Shangguan Meng's personal bodyguard? But Shangguan Meng's expression was somewhat excited. Mr. Yi Kai, you only have only one day, if you help me complete this task, you will be rewarded 1 million. Shangguan Meng took out a bank card. When Yi Kai saw the bank card, he was stunned. He naturally knew what this matter meant. If you can earn 1 million by being a bodyguard for a day, it would definitely be a very, very simple thing. But how could the actual situation be so simple? Yi Kai knew very well that things could not be that simple. There is a big secret hidden behind this matter. Chapter 59 Bodyguard Takes Office. Shangguan Meng expressed the bodyguard's thoughts, which made Yi Kai feel very strange. At least Yi Kai felt that this matter was simply incredible. Yi Kai's expression was really strange. To him, Shangguan Meng must have other ideas. At least this Miss Shangguan has many bodyguards under her, and these bodyguards are really scary. Yi Kai's expression twisted. He knew very well what this meant. Yi Kai looked at Shangguan Meng seriously. Is this the only thought? He asked coldly. Of course Yi Kai didn't believe this. Shangguan Meng shook his head. Of course I won't lie. I just want you to go to Zhou's house with me tomorrow to discuss business matters. I wonder if you're willing or not. Shangguan Meng said. After hearing this, Yi Kai nodded. Although he didn't know what Miss Shangguan meant, Yi Kai knew very well what he should do. He is very calm now. No matter what Shangguan Meng thought, Yi Kai didn't care. He was very calm now. For Yi Kai, no matter what Shangguan Meng thought, he could only choose to agree. After all, it's the only way to earn points. In that case, come with me to the hotel tonight. Shangguan Meng said. What? Yi Kai's figure swayed and he almost vomited blood. For him, this was simply a helpless thing. Miss Shangguan, why are you going to the hotel? Yi Kai said in a trembling voice. Shangguan Meng stood up and slowly approached Yi Kai. Yi Kai felt a fragrant breeze coming towards him. This. Yi Kai took a step back. He felt that Miss Shangguan had a unique charm. Miss Shangguan approached Yi Kai with a smile on her face. You are my personal bodyguard, so of course you have to stay with me all the time. Shangguan Meng said word by word. Well. Yi Kai was confused for a moment. Butler Chen has already taken out a contract. Since you have already received the money, just sign this contract. Depend on. With no other choice, Ye Kai had to sign the indenture. Now he has become Shangguan Meng's bodyguard, but the time limit is only 48 hours. After signing the contract, a pointer appeared in Ye Kai's mind, and that pointer was a countdown. The countdown time is 48 hours. It seems that this is the task given by the system. Ye Kai thought deep in his heart. He knew very well what he should do. In this way, Ye Kai followed Shangguan Meng directly to the hotel. This is a very luxurious hotel. Come back to the room with me, Shangguan Meng said. Ye Kai was really stunned. At this moment, his face looked very ugly. I am a bodyguard, but I sell my skills, not my body. Ye Kai felt helpless. But at this moment, Chinwen glared at Ye Kai fiercely. Don't you think your words count, kid? All right. Ye Kai thought this was really strange, but he didn't know what to say. He just walked in. Ye Kai had no choice but to go in with Shangguan Meng. The two of them walked into the house. This was Shangguan Meng's room, and it was a suite. After entering the room, Shangguan Meng closed the door directly. Bang! Her expression changed instantly. Seeing this scene, Ye Kai was even more confused. You slept on the couch, Shangguan Meng said. The girl's expression changed instantly. It can be seen that Shangguan Meng is very wary of Ye Kai, and Ye Kai can only be speechless for a while. Ye Kai certainly knew that this matter was strange, but his face still showed a hint of coldness. He looked at Shangguan Meng seriously. Miss Shangguan, I hope to get the truth, Ye Kai said solemnly. After hearing this, Shangguan Meng looked at Ye Kai. You really want to hear the truth? Ye Kai nodded. Of course, Shangguan Meng said directly. A smile appeared on Ye Kai's face. He didn't take Shangguan Meng seriously at all. This is what Ye Kai was thinking. Ye Kai looked at Shangguan Meng calmly, as if all this was nothing. Ye Kai was very calm right now. At this moment, Ye Kai wanted to know what the purpose of this girl Shangguan Meng was. Shangguan Meng finally spoke out. It's actually very simple. This time, our Shangguan family and Zhou family hope to cancel the engagement. Shangguan Meng told him everything he had said. You mean, let me pretend to be your boyfriend? Ye Kai was completely stunned. This is definitely a very troublesome thing for him. Shangguan Meng nodded. I will never treat you unfairly. As long as I can cancel my engagement with the Zhou family, I will never treat you unfairly. Even if this fails, you can still take your 1 million. Shangguan Meng said word by word. After hearing this, Ye Kai finally understood what he should do, and he is now very calm. He knows what he should do. Okay, I promise. Ye Kai decided to agree to Shangguan Meng. In fact, Ye Kai didn't want to agree to this matter, because Ye Kai didn't know the status of the Zhou family at all. If he could offend the Zhou family, it would be very troublesome. This is definitely an important matter for Ye Kai. Ye Kai needs to adjust his mood. Nothing happened that night, and the two of them set off early the next morning. The expressions on both of their faces were very strange. This scene is indeed very strange. Feeling this, Ye Kai became serious. He knew very well what he should do. They were about to go to Zhou's house, and Ye Kai could understand the sense of crisis in this matter. After adjusting their mood, they arrived at the Zhou family villa. Ye Kai raised his head and saw that the Zhou family villa was very luxurious. The luxury of the entire Zhou family villa exceeded Ye Kai's imagination. It seems that the Zhou family is in a very good position. Ye Kai thought deep in his heart that the Zhou family's identity was indeed very powerful. It seemed that the crisis between the Zhou family and the Shangguan family also made Ye Kai feel a little troubled. But Ye Kai didn't say much. At this moment, the two of them were already walking side by side towards the Zhou family. As for the others, they did not follow. Just stay with me. You don't have to speak unless it's absolutely necessary, Shangguan Meng said seriously. Hearing Shangguan Meng's words, Ye Kai smiled. Since there was nothing to say, Ye Kai was of course happy and relaxed. His expression could be described as extremely calm. Just like this, they walked directly into the Zhou family's house. When Ye Kai walked into the Zhou family's house, he found that everyone in the entire Zhou family was on high alert, as if they were expecting someone to arrive. And a young man came over. Chapter 60, Young Master Zhou's Rampancy. This young man was also very handsome, but there was a certain evil feeling in his eyes. This is the terrible state this young man brings to people. Seeing this scene, Yi Kai was also quite surprised. Because Yi Kai knew very well who this young man was. He should be Zhou Yunfeng, the eldest son of the Zhou family. This guy is his opponent today and the person Shangguan Meng wants to break off the engagement with. Looking at this guy, Yi Kai's first feeling is that this guy is indeed very rampant. He gives people an extremely rampant feeling. Zhou Yunfeng is the eldest son of the Zhou family, and he is also an extremely arrogant person. At this moment, Zhou Yunfeng showed a tragic smile on his face, and that expression was indeed very strange. Miss Shangguan, you are finally here. Zhou Yunfeng said with a smile. Hearing Zhou Yunfeng's words, Yi Kai curled his lips. He could tell that Zhou Yunfeng was in a rather disgusting state. Yi Kai simply curled his lips. He actually had some contempt for Zhou Yunfeng. At this moment, Shangguan Meng snorted coldly. Where's Uncle Zhou? I want to go see Uncle Zhou. Shangguan Meng said directly. After hearing Shangguan Meng's words, Zhou Yunfeng felt a little embarrassed. He liked Shangguan Meng very much, and Zhou Yunfeng had always coveted the power of the Shangguan family. As long as he can marry Shangguan Meng, he will be able to get help from the Shangguan family. This is definitely a good thing. At this moment, Yi Kai was preparing for this matter. But at this moment, Shangguan Meng's face became even colder. Can I come in? There was a hint of coldness in Zhou Yunfeng's eyes, but he still stretched out his hand and made a direct gesture of invitation. You can go in now. Yi Kai immediately followed Shangguan Meng and walked forward. After all, the task he got from the system was to help Shangguan Meng complete any task, and now Yi Kai is Shangguan Meng's personal bodyguard. In this situation, Yi Kai must follow closely. But at this moment, Zhou Yunfeng stretched out a hand and stopped Yi Kai directly. Feeling this, Yi Kai took a breath of cold air. What are you doing? Yi Kai said with some dissatisfaction. Zhou Yunfeng smiled coldly. Boy, Miss Shangguan can go in, but you as a bodyguard don't need to go in. Zhou Yunfeng said coldly. His tone was very unhappy. Hearing this, Yi Kai's face instantly turned cold. Of course Yi Kai was a little unhappy. After all, in this situation, Yi Kai is a bodyguard. Of course, he looked unhappy. But at this moment, Shangguan Meng suddenly turned around and looked at Zhou Yunfeng fiercely. What are you doing? Shangguan Meng said coldly. Miss Shangguan, there is no need for a small person like this to enter. Why? Zhou Yunfeng said with disdain. Zhou Yunfeng even felt that Yi Kai was just a small figure, and he certainly would not take Yi Kai seriously. But at this moment, Commander Meng grabbed Yi Kai's hand. Zhou Yunfeng, what are you doing? This is my fiancé. Shangguan Meng said directly. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Yunfeng's figure swayed and he almost vomited blood. At this moment, Yi Kai sneered, because he knew very well what this matter meant. Yi Kai is in a very calm mood now. Yi Kai had been mentally prepared last night, so he did not show any emotion. Yi Kai had already put this situation in mind. Now he is very calm. But after hearing these words, Zhou Yunfeng was completely confused. Zhou Yunfeng has been pursuing Shangguan Meng. When have you ever heard that Shangguan Meng has a boyfriend? And Yi Kai is not just an ordinary boyfriend, he is actually Shangguan Meng's fiancé. This is just a little scary. Yi Kai took a breath of cold air. He never thought that this would happen. This has made Zhou Yunfeng feel unbearable. Now Zhou Yunfeng is so angry that he is out of his soul, and his face is extremely ugly. This is the Zhou family, and this kind of situation is certainly not something Zhou Yunfeng wants to imagine. Zhou Yunfeng was completely shocked. But Yi Kai just smiled faintly. He didn't even think of taking Zhou Yunfeng seriously. The system is an open lottery system. Under such circumstances, Yi Kai naturally has no need to pay attention to Zhou Yunfeng. This was what was on his mind. Yi Kai's hand naturally held Shangguan Meng's hand, so the two of them looked like a couple, which deeply stimulated Zhou Yunfeng. Zhou Yunfeng's face turned cold. How so? Zhou Yunfeng even had an urge to cry. This was a terrible thing for him. Yi Kai smiled faintly. He was very calm and didn't take Zhou Yunfeng seriously at all. Now that it had come to this, Yi Kai knew what to do. He and Shangguan Meng walked into the house together, leaving Zhou Yunfeng disheveled in the wind. What's going on? Zhou Yunfeng said coldly. He really couldn't believe that all this was real. This was far beyond Zhou Yunfeng's imagination. At this time, a man came to Zhou Yunfeng's side. This was a middle-aged man. A respectful expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Master. The middle-aged man was extremely respectful to Zhou Yunfeng. After hearing these words, Zhou Yunfeng looked at the middle-aged man fiercely. Butler's son, what on earth is going on? Zhou Yunfeng's voice was extremely ugly. His expression was definitely very ugly. The man called Steward's son spoke with some respect in his voice, but there was also something strange in that respect. It's like this. According to my investigation yesterday, this person did enter the hotel with Miss Shangguan, and they should have entered the same room, so it's very possible that they are boyfriend and girlfriend. Butler's son said with a trembling voice. Hearing this, Zhou Yunfeng was struck by a bolt from the blue. He simply couldn't believe it was true, because it was too horrible. This is exactly what Zhou Yunfeng dared not imagine. Damn, could this guy? Only then did Zhou Yunfeng feel that Ye Kai might really be Shangguan Meng's fiancé. If that's the case, I'm going to make sure this guy dies without a burial place. He dares to snatch a woman from me. I think he doesn't want to live anymore. Zhou Yunfeng has made preparations, and this time he will make sure Ye Kai never returns. The fire in his eyes grew even deeper. After hearing these words, Butler's son also ran over respectfully. Butler's son's expression was extremely embarrassed.